until she gets here. So. Well, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This one was kind of a long one coming. Been working on it through the summer. Originally turned in a plan for 4 days worth of meetings, and it was going to cover transmission siting, electric reliability, possible KCC reform, renewable energies, and an energy plan. And what we're about to go through is what basically came out of that. So we're meeting today and tomorrow. And then for your records, we've also got a meeting coming up on November 6th. And that'll be the third day. The fourth day, we're tentatively leaving open just in case something comes up that we need to have it. Not planning on it at this time, but we'll see over the next 3 meetings here on if we do need something or not. So with that, does anybody have any questions before we get moving forward here? Do not see any. I think we've got Kelly Warren, I'd mentioned earlier, supposed to be on Zoom or WebEx, wherever it is, until she gets here, but she's on her way in. Should be here very shortly. So first up, I've got the Commissioner Andrew Finch. There you are, hiding out there. Welcome to the committee. And Andrew is with the Kansas Corporation Commission. And I was hoping to talk a little bit about the jurisdiction and the state commissioner's role with the SPP and the bidding processes. So welcome to the committee, Andrew. You have the floor, sir.
I'm on now. All right. Well, good morning, Chair Delberdang and Vice Chair Peterson and committee members. I am Andrew French, Commissioner with the Kansas Corporation Commission, but probably more importantly for this presentation, I am the state's representative to the Southwest Power Pool Regional State Committee, which is made up of regulators, one regulator from each state within the footprint of that organization. As you can see, you're going to get a presentation primarily on electric transmission and the intersection of state and federal jurisdiction on that topic. I will tell you the focus is mostly going to be on the federal side of things because primarily it is a federally jurisdictional activity. But I think what would be interesting to you all is to understand everything that the KCC does, even though we aren't the ultimate decision-making authority over a lot of those issues. We want to give some education on how we try to influence those topics and what our participation is, both at the Southwest Power Pool and at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to try to promote Kansans' interests, even though we may not be the ultimate decision makers on those issues. So you can see here, I'm listed first, but we've got a number of KCC officials who are going to take the tough questions if you ask anything. And I do want to say, I know this is a little different and more informal than a typical hearing on a piece of legislation. And so I'm very happy to just plow through my whole presentation, but I'm also happy if as we go along, we want to take questions on anything that comes up, a slide that comes up. I'll leave that to the chair, what process he wants, but I do not mind at all being interrupted for questions as a slide comes up, so you don't have to remember to ask it at the end. So that be at the pleasure of the chair.
I don't mind asking questions along if that's okay with you. It is my fault we started just a little bit later, but so I don't want to let it draw on and on and on, but I do appreciate it. So
I'll push as fast as I can, but I really want to have a dialogue. So I think that'd be great. If we could go to slide 2. I've just sort of summarized here the areas of federal regulation and state regulation. You can definitely see here that the more substantive areas do fall under federal jurisdiction. So transmission planning, transmission rates, and then resource adequacy requirements all fall under federal regulation. State regulation is certificates to become a utility in the state, and then line siting permits. So essentially, the feds decide what gets built, how much you charge for it. The state, though, gets to retain that power of, who is qualified to build something within our state. And then we specifically will look at the route, and we can adjust routes when something does get planned within our state. But again, I'm gonna focus on the federal issues. So let's move to the next slide, 3. This is just intended to kind of lay out the different ways that we participate in federal proceedings. So there's a couple formal ways, and those are actually entrenched in Kansas statutes. 74-633 authorizes us to go and participate at the Southwest Power Pool in their stakeholder process. The most formal way that we do that is through the Regional State Committee, and I'll spend a lot of my time today telling you what the Regional State Committee does. But they're informally, and these are really important. I would say that I do want to go back to that second formal piece. We have statutory authority to appear in state and federal proceedings, and that includes federal proceedings of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So just like the Kansas Corporation Commission has dockets before it and cases that come, and we have lots of interveners, and we make decisions and issue orders, the FERC does that as well. And the Kansas Corporation Commission pretty consistently will intervene in their proceedings and just as a party participate in those and advocate for something that we believe to be on behalf of our ratepayers. So if one of our utilities files an application there that may be federally jurisdictional, if it's important to us and we think there's an interest that needs to be represented there, we'll intervene and make that position known even on the federal level, even though we're not the decision maker. But informally, I did want to mention that we maintain a pretty good sized internal working group, more than a dozen members of our technical staff that track federal energy issues. And we meet every 2 weeks to discuss those issues. We also do very regularly meet with our utilities and our other stakeholders to discuss whatever issues may be bubbling up through SPP processes or on the FERC level. So we have a pulse on what's going on, and we can have discussions as to where we may need to intervene on behalf of Kansas ratepayers. So I mentioned the Regional State Committee at SPP, and I think this organizational chart could be helpful to understanding what that is. Frankly, it's a little odd to me that the Regional State Committee is part of the SPP organization, but I think it is important to note that, well, one, we're part of the organization because we are part of their legal tariff, which describes who they are and all of their authorities. But the important piece to see here is that we're not under anybody. There's the SPP board, which the staff and all their working groups report to, but the Regional State Committee, which is made up of the regulators in all the states, we've got sort of our own separate wing. And you'll understand why we have that separate wing later in the slides, because we have certain areas of authority that are given to us under the SPP tariff, which was approved by FERC, and we need to be able to exercise those independently. And so when we make a decision, there's no vote as to whether that decision's adopted. We're the final say on those particular areas. So next slide. This is just a visual representation of the Regional State Committee. This year, I am acting as the president. The president tends to set the agendas. The president can create working groups, which we'll talk about that a little bit later. So there is some authority that goes with being president, but ultimately it's one regulator, one vote, and majority vote usually rules on these things. And we've got 12 regulators right now. So let's go to the next slide. This is the meat and the potatoes of Regional State Committee. These are our areas of authority. So I want to back up just a little bit and remind you that these are federally jurisdictional issues. So the states don't have power over these things. But at SPP is a little bit different than most of the regional transmission organizations around the country. There's a number of these. There's MISO to our east. There's California ISO in California. There's PJM. There's New York ISO, New England ISO. SPP is a little different. Most of these regions have an organization of state regulators. By and large, the state regulators, organizations in all those other regions They will get together, they will vote, they will tell the RTO what they think, but it's advisory. They don't really have formal powers. SPP set it up a little differently, I think, at the pressure and urging of the states within their region when it was initially formed. And our states said, okay, we'll engage. We'll allow our utilities to become part of this organization. But there's some areas of authority that we think the states should be setting policy over. And um, and when we set that policy, we think it should be that's what you should file at FERC and ask FERC to approve. Um, so those 4 areas of authority that we requested authority over are laid out here. Cost allocation, resource adequacy, financial transmission rights, and planning for remote resources. And I will tell you that the 2 most important of those by far are cost allocation and resource adequacy. And cost allocation, that authority has probably been used the most, but I would say resource adequacy is going to very quickly catch up and maybe overtake it, because we have a lot of initiatives on our plate for resource adequacy with some of the challenges we've seen in recent years. So you can see there within the bylaws of the SPP that they are required when the RSC sets policy on those issues, they are required to file that with FERC as the SPP position. They do have authority if they've never done it, but if the SPP board disagrees, they have authority that they could file a competing position. But again, I don't believe that's ever been used. They have tended to respect the authority of the states and let us make decisions. I will remind you that when we file things, that doesn't mean FERC's going to approve it. Just like when people file things with the KCC, doesn't mean we're going to approve it. But they do have to file an application and adopt our position as the one that they're proposing to FERC. So next slide. Let's dig in a little on these. I've got just a few slides on resource adequacy because I know this is mostly a presentation on transmission, but I will tell you that resource adequacy is by far and away the hottest topic, not just in SPP, but around the entire country right now. I mean, we've seen what happened during Winter Storm Uri here. Obviously, what happened in Texas and ERCOT was much worse. You had Winter Storm Elliott the next year. We have mounting challenges and costs associated with those challenges in almost every region of the country right now. And this is the hot button issue of everybody trying to figure out how do we stay ahead of those issues rather than, you don't want to make reforms after you've had big blackouts. You want to make reforms when you see issues coming. So do want to talk a little bit about resource adequacy. And I've given you just a bit of a definition here. It's not just making sure you have a quantity of generating capacity or a quantity of electrons. It's making sure that you've got enough and that you can deliver those electrons continuously every second of every minute of every hour of every day. We don't, by and large, don't have the ability to store enormous amounts of energy. And so your system has to be flexible enough, and you've got to have the resources with the right attributes that you're able to go up and down and meet demand at every second of every day. So next slide. This is just a short list of the challenges that we're facing from a resource adequacy standpoint. And, no one of these is the driver. They are definitely intertwined topics. I would probably point to the first 2 are very intertwined. We've seen a lot of intermittent renewable generation come online, and frankly, that's a good thing. That's very low cost energy. But when you pair it with the second thing, I think we've seen about 7,000 megawatts of traditional generation retiring that was very good to balance out that intermittent generation. When you pair those things together, that creates a lot of resource adequacy challenges. And I think we're on sort of an edge right now and making sure we don't go too far in any one direction too quickly, because our system may not have the attributes that it needs to meet our resource adequacy requirements. I also think, the third issue is really interesting. That's one that we learned about during Winter Storm Uri. So we all know renewables are intermittent, and you can only count on just a certain, very small amount actually, to be available at any one particular time. And so we accredit them that way. When you build a big wind farm, if it's say 200 megawatts, you probably only accredit it at 20 megawatts because you said that's the only amount that we can count on to be there at any one particular time. The third one is the one that I think caught people a little flat-footed during Winter Storm Uri, and it was things like our natural gas plants and our coal plants, and we accredited those basically close to the nameplate capacity. You know what they would test at on a normal day with a full stock of fuel. I think we realized, particularly during extreme events, those facilities don't necessarily pan out to 100%. That it is they experience challenges also, and so we're doing a lot of work to figure out how we should accredit or how we should count and value different resources to understand what we really have when we need it the most. So there are a lot of challenges that we're dealing with right now. Next slide. So I mentioned that one of the authorities of the RSC president is that you can create working groups, you can create task forces. This resource and energy adequacy leadership team is something that I actually spun up at the beginning of my tenure this year, and it is just what I tried to explain before. It's how do we stay out ahead of these issues? Our engineers and planners are telling us these things are coming. They're challenges. We can't, we've got a lot of resources slated for retirement, and we don't know how that's going to affect the system. How do we stay out ahead of this? How do we make sure we set policies that ensure that we have a fleet of resources that has the attributes we need to maintain full reliability, but at lowest cost? Because that's always important for customers. How do we keep those balanced, but recognizing that keeping lights on is always most important? And then the second part that was really important to me was you're going to see we're considering a lot of reforms that admittedly are going to be very hard on our utilities to meet. They're asking them to build things. They're asking them to go and procure new resources, and sometimes in a short amount of time, because we may be devaluing things that they currently have, recognizing the reality that they aren't performing the way we expected them to. So, I'm hoping to see some reforms also that make sure that they have tools in their tool belt to go out and do the things that we're asking of them. I mean, as a regulator, I think that's an important principle, that you need to be hard on the regulated community to make sure that they are performing their obligations, but you can't be hard on folks and then not give them a pathway to achieve what it is you're asking them to do. And so some of the reforms I think are, and I will explain later, I'm hoping we will move in a direction that gives our utilities and load serving entities the ability to do the things we're asking of them. So next slide. This is the list of reforms, and I know these are not necessarily self-descriptive. um, some of them might make sense. Some of them are going to sound like industry lingo, and they are. I'm happy to walk through any of these. Maybe I'll walk through just a few briefly. These are all important. In fact, I did not even put down all the reforms that we're pursuing and considering and studying right now. And one thing I didn't put on here is to increase the planning reserve margin. That's something we've already adopted. For those of you new to this, the planning reserve margin is for a utility. They have to have enough generating capacity to meet all of their peak load, and the reserve margin is you've got to carry a little extra reserve above that in recognition that it may not all be, your generation may not all be available when you need to serve them in sort of an extreme type of scenario. We've already increased the margin that they're going to have to carry. So again, that's already a cost. That's a big ask. It was, I would say, our utilities in Kansas were already operating a little more conservatively than some in other states. They were carrying a little more than the absolute minimum, and so they were able to meet that increase. There are some in other states that had to go and buy additional capacity in a very short amount of time, and it was a very tight market for that. So, it's possible that margin could increase again. We really hope it won't, but we want to make sure that our utilities are able to meet those requirements if it does. But let's go down these. I mean, our utilities have always had a reserve margin that they had to meet, and it was tied to their summer peak. But I think what we found is there wasn't a requirement for winter, and so people could maybe just take all their maintenance outages in winter. And well, when you have a big extreme winter storm, that can sort of put you in a tough spot. And so I think the regulators saw, okay, there's a gap here. We probably need to have a winter season resource adequacy requirement as well to keep everybody honest that, blackouts can happen in any season. And in fact, winter is becoming one of the more challenging. And so we will be adding a winter season resource adequacy requirement. That has actually already been voted on by the RSC, and it's been filed at FERC. It does not have FERC approval yet, but it's sitting at FERC. The second one is, you've probably heard me say the word attributes a few times here. And I think that's becoming a really important concept in our industry. It's a recognition, like I described before, that having an adequate amount of resources or generating power, it's not just a quantity. It's what can those different type of facilities provide. And there is a whole list. I've got a graphic, I didn't include it here, but it's 13 different attributes that you expect from different types of generating sources. And I'm just going to go into this one. One attribute is very important, and that's the ability to ramp up and down as different resources drop off. Something runs out of fuel, or the wind stops blowing, and you need a facility to ramp up. We're thinking about adding a requirement that every utility within our footprint has generating sources with the ability to have a certain amount of ramping up and down. We think we are adequate in that area right now, but we're a little concerned as people start to retire different units. We want to make sure there's a minimum amount of that capability. And so that's just one attribute that we think the system needs to have, but it's a very important attribute.
Can I stop you just a second?
Saw that.
Question here from Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we were just getting some information about heat pumps, and I understand that you can either have electric backup or a furnace capability for when it gets really cold. So what's going to happen when people switch over to heat pumps and they're not even making that decision about when to turn it on if they've chosen electric resistance heat? There's going to be a whole number of those equipment requirements that's going to happen pretty much all at once.
What you're describing is it's going to basically ensure that our winters look like our summers from an electric standpoint. So right now, everybody's ACs kick on during the summer, and that's why we have a summer peaking system. If we all move to electric heat pumps, we'll be using a lot more electricity. We'll have higher peaks in the winter that we need to plan for. So, from our perspective, that's just something we have to plan for. But on one of the slides, I think we talked about one of the challenges is electrification, the increasing use of electricity. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but if your load changes, 5% peak increase year over year, it's really hard to add that much generating capability for our utilities every single year. You'll see more power plants being built. We're going to have to build more transmission lines. I will just say it's, whether it's good or bad to add that load, I don't know, but it does present a challenge for us. And I didn't include this slide. You're going to see a slide from SPP tomorrow talking about that we went maybe 15 years with little to no load growth in the entire SPP footprint. Year over year, there just wasn't much going on. The last 2 or 3 years, economic development, electric vehicles, extreme weather, we're seeing new peaks in the summer every year, and our winter peaks, they're not as high as our summer peaks, but they are increasing much faster. So if you start to add electric heat pumps on top of that for a large percentage of the population, we will need a lot more resources to cover that. So I don't know if I really answered your question, but heat pumps is something I think a lot about.
If I could throw another one at
Yeah.
you at the same time, Kansas coal is obviously a vital component of the SPP. So looking at wearing both your KCC hat and SPP hat, what happens if we start turning coal down? Yeah, mic's on. What if we start turning coal down, or if it goes away altogether over a short period of time?
Yeah.
What's that do to the overall grid outlook?
So it's a tough and nuanced question. I mean, I will say from my perspective, and I should probably be unequivocal that at least in the 1 or 2 year time frame, I don't think we can afford to just shut any coal right now. And I will tell you, SPP is going to give you the same message. They are pleading with people, do not shut anything down right now. Now there's a difference between whether it runs versus whether it's available. We have what we call the integrated marketplace at SPP, and that's how you dispatch energy on a 5-minute by 5-minute basis. And they're going to run whatever the lowest cost option is, and by and large, that's going to be wind. I mean, when we get solar online, it's going to be solar. They're going to dispatch the lowest cost energy. So nobody's saying we have to run a coal plant more and more and more, but that's different than saying it shouldn't be there and be available when we need it most. So that's capacity, not energy. So I mean, at least from my perspective, in the short run, we don't have affordable technologies there that could feasibly be built to replace that capacity in just the next few years. So those facilities need to stay there so that we can remain resource adequate. If we closed a material amount of coal in the next few years, I guess I have no problem telling you we would not be resource adequate. Again, there's a difference between having them available versus having them run. We want the lowest cost source of energy to run at all times, but that doesn't mean we don't have a backup. So does that answer your question?
It does. And there's a couple of us in this room that took trips out to Wyoming, and we toured coal mines, and we hit it was about a half a gig power plant that was a coal power plant. They called it the test plant. And I believe they had the particulates down to 90 to 95% removed coming out. Does KCC play any role in that, or is that strictly EPA? Or
it's KDHE under our state implementation plan, and then in working with EPA, but we have our own plan. I can tell you some other states they did not file their own plans, and so now they're getting some plans forced upon them. But no, environmental regulation is not part of KCC regulation, except insofar as if it has costs and those have to be built into rates, we would decide whether that's just and reasonable. Now, we obviously track that very closely because we care about reliability, service quality, resource adequacy. So we want to know if something is going to have to be closed for a regulatory reason. We need to see that coming. We need to have a lot of visibility on that, and we need to know what's the plan to replace that capacity with something that has attributes that can replace the attributes that might be missing. And I will say, I think there are technologies that are going to be coming that will be able to replace that. We're probably not there, but that's our role. That's how we think about things. It's more visibility and understanding what the plan is going to be to replace that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, let me speed. Where are we on time? Oh, we've got a little time. Let me just speed. Let's go along. Let's get into planning and cost allocation, because I know we want to talk about those. So this is just a little background on why we do regional planning. I don't know that we need to spend much time on this. For your reading pleasure, you can go read the FERC orders that got us where we are. But it definitely sprung out of, you previously had utilities sitting in their own little service territories, balancing their own grid, planning only to meet their own customers' needs. And there was definitely a recognition that we are not optimally serving customers if we're each doing that within our own silo, it's probably not the most efficient way to do things. And so a recognition that maybe we should start planning as larger regions to more optimally facilitate customer needs. So not going to spend any more time on that. Next slide. SPP transmission planning. This is the meat and potatoes of what they do. They facilitate a lot of different planning processes, but I've hit the main ones here. You may have heard about the integrated transmission planning process, the ITP process. They perform that every year, looking at the needs of demand and supply, and figuring out, where do we need new facilities. Primarily, they identify those lines on the basis of reliability to avoid something like a NERC violation. Sort of meet minimum quality of service standards, or for economic needs. So if they might say, if we put a line here, we can allow a lot more low cost energy on the power, or we can let lower cost energy flow more freely throughout the region. This line will actually pay for itself. If say it's got a 3.0 benefit to cost ratio, this line pays for itself 3 times over just by building it here. By facilitating lower cost energy on the system. They also do a generator interconnection study. That's one where when a new wind farm or a new natural gas facility, for that matter, wants to come online and they want to interconnect in a new spot, SPP will do a study and decide, okay, can the system handle this? Do no harm. What facilities might you all need to pay for to be able to interconnect to our grid? And then there are also, some other pieces here: transmission service, delivery point additions for large new loads. For instance, something like a Panasonic, they had to do a study to figure out whether any new facilities are needed for something like that. And just point out here, each one of these processes, I've laid them out in bullet points. You can go read in the SPP tariff. It's a legal document that lays out exactly how they're going to perform each one of these studies. So it's not as simple as my bullet points.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner French. Before we leave this slide, the last notation is the SPP was certificated as Kansas utility in 2006. If the legislature and the governor were for some crazy reason to change their mind and decide that SPP is really not of value to us, and we were to change the legislative scheme so that they no longer qualify for a certificate of public convenience or its equivalent, in other words, do away with the SP's certification of a utility as a utility in Kansas, what would be the consequence?
Well, if they didn't have a certificate, well, let me back up just a little bit. They need a certificate because to be able to run the grid, our utilities had to hand over functional control, not ownership, but functional control of their assets. They could not do that. You cannot control utility assets in the state without a certificate. So if they didn't have the ability to have a certificate, they could not operate in the state anymore. Kansas could not participate in the SPP. I'd need to think about it a little bit. I don't think they could probably participate in any aspect of the SPP, both from a balancing of the transmission aspects, but also, and probably more important, from a economic and financial standpoint, is I don't think they could participate in the integrated marketplace, which is the dispatch of lowest cost power. So I will get to later sort of some of the cost benefit of being in the SPP, and that might provide more color. I will tell you, something like that is clearly a policy decision that could be within a legislature's purview. The KCC has looked at this. I want to say 2016, 2017, we'd been in for 10 years and commissioners had questions about whether this was continuing to benefit Kansas, what would be the impacts of us pulling out. And we actually have a docket where you can go back and you can read all of the reports that our staff did on the implications. I will tell you, at that time, I'll summarize the evidence as being pretty overwhelming that we did not want to get out. I mean, there are hundreds of millions of dollars of exit fees, but it's also the lost benefits. But I would more just point you to that docket for the analysis.
I appreciate that response. And a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, with your permission, is SPP is now the RTO. RTOs are a FERC creature.
Mhm.
If we fire our RTO, where does that leave us in that structure?
Where does it leave us in that structure?
If we found a way to get the SPP out of Kansas by revoking its certificate or some other legislative means, where would that leave us vis-a-vis FERC and RTOs if we fired ours?
Well, I can tell you from my perspective, I would lose a lot of leverage.
I do understand that,
If-
Commissioner.
What we feel like, I would tell you, Kansas is as involved, probably more involved than any other state at SPP and influencing the decisions that our RTO makes, and getting those positions to be filed at FERC. If we weren't part of that decision making process, we would not be able to influence that process. I would also just think geographically, it would be difficult. Kansas sits in the heart of SPP. We're sort of surrounded by everybody else who's flowing together. I don't know operationally what that would look like.
I don't want to slow you down. What you're telling us is important. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. I think we were. Slide.
Can we get one
14?
more question in on you?
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In my days, excuse me, being familiar with the energy industry, there were baseload units, nuclear, coal, and you turned them on and you ran them full out. And it now seems, that we've got this influx of wind, and so we're using those units to kind of ramp and back up those others. And I realize the government picks winners and losers, and the government's kind of decided that wind and solar are the winners and others are not going to win. And they've made that happen through subsidies and other costs. And so I'm hearing you say, because in my mind, these things are not all created equal. Like you said, dispatchability, the reliability. And I'm hearing you say that that's a consideration now as you do capacity planning. But is it also a consideration when they are doing, you use the term, you strive to dispatch the lowest cost source of energy? Well, it's always going to win on a variable lowest cost source. And therefore, we use more and more of it, which makes those that we're ramping generate less, which makes the economics of those have a lower capacity factor, higher cost. It just seems like a cycle. I'm curious. I did have a question in there, and that was, I see you talking about it in capacity planning. Is it also on the other side in terms of dispatch? Thank you.
Oh, that's a great question and observation, and something we talk a lot about is how much of this should you attack through markets versus how much of it should you attack through requirements. I would say SPP, because we by and large have vertically integrated utilities that we all have control over, we have tended to go down the road of requirements that, the market is the market and we're going to use the lowest cost that's available. But we do have the ability to tell you, you need to retain a certain amount of these attributes. But that's not to say those conversations aren't taking place of what you proposed of, should there be market products that capture some of those attributes? And there already are some things like spinning reserves. They have introduced a market uncertainty product, which is sort of, you can bid in that we have a certain slug of a generation that we're holding back that is ready to go at any time. There is definitely the discussion of, should we have a market for availability? So you can just say, my unit's available to run at any time. I'll be compensated, not in somewhat on cost, but also on, am I actually able to perform? So that is definitely a discussion that's going on of how much we want to get into market constructs versus just requirements. So it's a relevant question. There was something else I was thinking, and I lost my train of thought on it. But I think, the one thing that's stunting that conversation a little bit is that you sometimes will hear about other regions that have what they call capacity markets. And I know I'm not going to go into what a capacity market is, but that is a dirty word in a lot of energy circles of, we're going to meet our needs through a market construct, because we've seen that markets in the real world sometimes don't actually cause steel to be put in the ground. They don't cause the resources you need to be built. And so I think people are a little afraid of trying to rely on a market incentive to compensate for all of those attributes, and feel more comfortable saying, no, we're just going to require people to carry this amount of attributes, which is, you're going to end up reaching the same result. If you tell them you have to have this, a certain amount of ramp, well, there are certain facilities you're not going to be able to close because they provide your ramp. The other way of doing that is to give them the carrot instead of the stick and say, we're going to compensate you through the market if you have this attribute. So, I mean, great question. And it's something that we're still tossing around of, should we use market solutions? Should we use requirements? I think a lot of people in SPP think we're lucky to have not be deregulated, so that we have the ability to just tell our utilities, I'm sorry, you've got to have this as a requirement, rather than just hoping the market will provide it. We'll tell you the Texas market was not able to procure all the attributes that they needed, which led up to Winter Storm Uri, and now their legislature is approving billions of dollars to just go out and build new natural gas plants. So, I mean, you want to carefully design those things if you're going to rely on a market mechanism. Be my only comment response.
Thank you, and I would agree. But absent those, in that they're not all created equally. I mean, even the energy information industry separates them into dispatchable technologies and resource constrained technologies. But if it doesn't carry any comparable qualities to say that, yeah, this is cheap on a per unit basis, but it doesn't carry any attributes to make it more comparable to dispatchable, they're always going to be dispatching the cheap, in quotes, energy. But anyway, thank you for your comments.
No, it's a good observation. All right, we should quickly get into cost allocation, because I know everybody wants to talk about that. So I'm going to speed through these. Who pays for transmission? That's, you hear this term cost allocation. That's really, who do you assign costs to? FERC does have a standard where they require costs to be allocated roughly commensurate with benefits. They've recognized cost allocation is somewhat of an art, not a science. It'll never be perfect. I think there's language that says, you don't have to allocate it down to the penny. You don't have to allocate it down to the dollar. You don't have to allocate it probably down to the $1 million. You may not have to allocate it down to the tens of millions of dollars, but it needs to be roughly commensurate. And again, this area is primary authority lies with the RSC to set that policy within SPP. I think that makes sense, and I think SPP is glad it's that way. They probably don't care which groups, how you split up the pie. They're the engineers figuring out what needs to be built. They probably prefer that the states get together and hash out, who's fair, what's fair for each state's customers to pay. So next slide. Whole point of this slide is basically that who pays is very dependent on which cost allocation path you flow down. So if they are locally planned facilities that the utility itself plans, not SPP, they get all paid for by the local utility and their customers. If they are identified through the generator interconnection process, a wind farm comes in and says, we want to interconnect, and they identify a line to keep the system reliable, they're assigned directly to that wind farm. If they're identified through what I discussed before, the ITP, the integrated transmission planning processes, which is their biggest and most used, that's what identifies most processes, they have a separate cost allocation that I'll get to later. Next slide. So first, I thought it was worth mentioning local transmission, because this, we have all these debates about SPP. Local transmission, which is not planned by SPP, it's planned by your local utilities. It's things like rebuilding existing facilities or lower voltage facilities, and it's allocated 100% to their local area. That is the largest percentage of transmission investment, and it's the largest component of customer bills. But again, that is not planned by SPP. It is part of the transmission discussion. It's part of the the transmission delivery charge that we had some legislation on last year. We had a really good discussion about local transmission. So, I mean, I think people sometimes laser in on SPP because that's an exciting topic. A lot of your cost lies in local transmission, and it's a big part of the bill, but that is not by and large SPPs planned by them. Let's go to next slide. So just want to focus in on two cost allocation pieces for SPP plan process. You have direct cost assignment, which I just described for things like a new generator trying to get on the system. And that is, here's the cost of this line. We need you to pay it. The second piece, which we're going to end up talking about the rest of the time, most SPP projects are paid for under this methodology. We call it the Highway-byway methodology. That's just the name we gave it. And it's a way to look at sort of the size of the line, and depending on how big the line is, that tells you how broadly you're going to spread the costs of those lines. So next slide, I'm going to describe the highway-byway cost allocation. So what you're seeing in this map here are, we call them the pricing zones of SPP. They by and large match up to either our large G&T co-ops or our local utilities like Evergy Central or Evergy Metro, Kansas City, Kansas, BPU, OG&E down in Oklahoma. And the way Highway-byway works is when SPP identifies a line and it is 100 kV and below, so it's a smaller line, we make an assumption there that that's pretty much just benefiting that local area. It's not big enough to really be flowing low cost power all over the region. And so 100% of that is paid for by the local area. If it's a mid-sized line, somewhere between 100 and 300 kV, there's an assumption there that, and by the way, I say assumption, there are studies to back this up, but there's an assumption there that 2/3 of that line is probably benefiting the local area, but it's probably providing some benefits. It's big enough. It's probably flowing power to some other zones within the region. And so we thought it would be fair for 1/3 of the cost to be picked up by the rest of the region. And then you can see for 300 kV and above. So these are the really big backbone projects. These are the superhighways moving energy around. Those are spread 100% across the entire region based on how much demand your utility has, what its load is on the system. But those are spread across the entire region because the entire region benefits from those types of investments. Those are the interstates.
Before you go on to the next page, and then just a forewarning, I need to cut you off in about 5 minutes, so we may have some questions. But on this slide, can you tell me what a typical wind farm that gets turned up, what kind of voltage are they playing with here?
I don't know about voltage. Typical wind farm size would be like 200 megawatts. Voltage wise, I don't know that I could tell you.
Because your scale is based on kilovolts. So what are we playing with? Where do they fall within this 3-tier?
Like how many could you put on a?
No, who pays for it? If it's a 150 kV system,
okay.
It falls into one category versus the other.
Yeah. So I would say our system, it depends on how much capacity is available. If the system has got a lot of extra capacity on these lines, you could probably a wind farm could get into the interconnection queue, and SPP might study it, and they'd say, you know what, there's capacity available. You don't need to buy anything more. And I think probably some of that happened 10 years ago. Our system is by and large at capacity these days, and so what's happening is they actually study the generators, like the wind farms, in a group, a cluster. So you might have 10 wind farms being studied in a cluster, and
that would be based on a power output. Here, your 3 tiers based on voltage output. So if I'm 300 kV and above, the region pays for 100%. So which category? Where are these wind towers put now?
So if it's identified through that, and even if it's a 300 kV line, if it's identified through the generator interconnection process, the wind farms pay for that. The load does not pay for that. Retail customers do not pay for that.
For all the transmission.
Exactly.
The connection, the whole transmission.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Even if it's, and that's, I was kind of hoping to get there, is even if it's a line, it's affecting the system somewhere kind of farther away. but their power flow models show that they're causing that issue. They'll identify it as an upgrade and they've got to pay for it. I will tell you that's causing a lot of what you hear about the delay in the interconnection queue right now. Is they're starting to identify some really big upgrades and people drop out because they can't pay for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, well, let's at least get this last slide. We may not get into the bid process, but so yeah, there we go. So I told you, we've got this, what we call the highway-byway process, which is the cost allocation that we use to pay for most SPP plan lines. And it relies on sort of an assumption that these allocation percentages are, roughly commensurate. And one thing that FERC required when we first set this in place is they said, yeah, you've given us some backup to show that those percentages look right, but we want you to periodically, every few years, go back and see our customers in each zone actually benefiting from that. And so, the question isn't are they all benefiting the same, but are they all getting at least their money's worth out of these projects? And so this is the latest and greatest, what we call it the regional cost allocation report. And it is a study to figure out, what are the costs and benefits associated with building transmission, specifically transmission that's funded under this highway-byway method. And I've highlighted for you here the Kansas utilities and what the costs and benefits look like in their pricing zones. And you can see they're all doing. Some are doing quite well under these projects. Some it's a lower benefit to cost, but I think the lowest we have here is a 3.8 for Empire, and then reaching up to higher numbers. And just a quick note on the methodology of that report. It's essentially, this is the first two times they did the report, it was very much just using planning models and it was estimates. This time, they went back and they're actually able to rerun the integrated marketplace, daily runs of the integrated marketplace. And what they did is they took out these lines, they took these facilities out, and they said, what would the prices for wholesale energy have been if you didn't have these lines in place and you had to turn on a more expensive generator in different areas? And so these are more real world results of what the benefits and costs have been. And I want to emphasize again, that's just for these highway-byway projects, largely identified through the integrated transmission plan process. So I've got a few more slides, but maybe at this point, I just pause to see if there's any more questions.
Looks like we have a question over here from Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation and the information. On the last slide that you were talking about, you mentioned that it was the latest and greatest of information. And I note on the graphic, it says the date exported is March 27 of 2020. So are the numbers on the chart, are they from 2020? Or are they more recent? Or why do we have the 2020 information? Or maybe that's just the most recent you have. And I see.
I think, are you talking about the map?
Yeah, the map.
Yeah, so I think the map is just that was the date of the map of these pricing zones. I actually overlaid the numbers on the right. I overlaid that. And no, those are from, I think, September 2023.
Okay, and you have Kansas City Power and Light on there. So that's.
Okay, so that's it's sort of an artifact. The pricing zones, they still list Kansas City Power and Light. They still list Westar. They have not updated those to be called Evergy Kansas Central or Evergy Kansas Metro, but the Kansas City Power and Light, that would be Evergy Kansas Metro.
And the Westar would be?
That would be Evergy Kansas Central.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Blackberry line that's being constructed, is that allocated? How's that allocated?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Wolf Creek's Blackberry line is a 345 kV line running in southeast Kansas. That is allocated, it's above 300 kV, so it's allocated across the entire region. So actually, Kansas pays, I think, about 16.5% of that, and the rest of the region is picking up the other 83% 3.5.
And that 16.5% that Kansas pays then is divided.
It is divided on our load ratio share. So which that just means if you're a utility that has a larger proportional percentage of load, somebody like Evergy Central, you'll pay more of that. You'll have a higher percentage. It's just by percentage of how much load you have. So Midwest Energy, Sunflower, their percentages are very small.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, we need to move on to the next speaker, but we sure thank you for being here.
Thank you so
And
much.
I think we'll see you again.
I'm going to try to stick around as much as I can. And if you have any follow-up questions for me or want me to address anything, please let me know.
Thank you, Andrew. Next up, we've got Federal Energy Regulatory Commission for an overview and jurisdiction with Emily Fisher, who's the Executive Vice President of Clean Energy and General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, Edison Electric Institute. Do we have, pardon? Yeah, we do have Emily on the WebEx here.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, there we can hear you. Hey,
Great.
there, now we can see you too. Welcome to the
Excellent.
committee.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a real honor to be here with you this morning. I'm sorry that I'm not in Kansas. I'm going to ask if you need me to drive my slides or if someone else is going to do that.
She needs to. Yeah, okay, we're asking you to do it if you can.
Let me see if I can figure that out. The ability to share. I will first say, as I look for the ability to share, that Chair French gave a truly excellent presentation that I think leads nicely into a lot of the issues that I'm going to highlight at a more generic level about sort of FERC jurisdiction and where the dividing lines are between FERC and the state and how SPP and the other ISO RTOs fit into this larger federal energy regulatory framework. So let me see. Share content.
If you're having trouble with it, I think we can do it for you, but we
I think
prefer
I
to let
did
you drive it.
Yeah, let me see if I think I'd figured it out. All right. Can you all see that?
We see you at this point.
Let's see.
It said sharing failed on there.
I'm going to try one more time, and in the interest of time, I might tell you to drive it, but we'll see what I can do. Success?
There it is. Yes, it is. We can see it fine.
All right, excellent. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger for you all. All right.
There you go.
So a lot of what, as I started off saying, a lot of what Chair French mentioned is going to be very relevant to this conversation. I'm going to say that I'm from the Edison Electric Institute, just as a little bit of a note. We're the trade association for all the investor-owned electric companies. So our members include many of those that are regulated by the Kansas Corporation Commission. We have members in all 50 states, and our members serve more than 250 million customers in the United States. And that's in contrast to the customers who are served either by rural cooperatives or by municipal or state-owned entities. So I'm going to touch this morning briefly on a couple of topics. What are the authorities and jurisdictions of FERC? What is the authority and jurisdiction of FERC relative to the state commissions? What are the authorities and jurisdiction of the North American Electric Reliability Organization, which I will only ever now call NERC? And then a little bit about the roles and responsibilities of the ISO RTOs. And I love to be interrupted, but it's really hard for me to see all of you. So please let me know if someone has a question. So a couple of things to keep in mind as we start this conversation. Despite the fact that we have about almost 100 years of experience regulating electric companies both at the state and federal level, and one would think that we would have sorted out exactly who has jurisdiction over what, there is still a lot of overlap. And it often can be unclear exactly who has decision-making authority, but more specifically, there's often overlapping or concurrent jurisdiction. But both FERC and NERC are creatures of federal statute, so they do only what they're permitted to do by the US legislature. I will say, though, that a lot of this legislation was actually drafted in the 1930s and updated certainly periodically, and actually recently the Federal Power Act has been updated, but by and large, the major structures and contours of that legislation haven't changed. And so we are definitely trying to put new wine in old bottles on a regular basis, and that this legislation was written at a time where there are totally different issues and concerns facing the power sector. And so sometimes we are trying to shoehorn things into existing regulatory structures. I will say that just as a regular matter, there's usually not a lot of interest from the Hill to reopen major federal statutes. And right now, I don't even think we would have the ability to do legislative business here in Washington. So a lot of people look at these pieces of legislation and see places where amendment might be needed, but it's often very difficult to say that that would ever be possible. As I said, similarly, the Kansas Corporation Commission is a creature of statute. It has the authorities that you all give it. And as I said, both FERC and the states, where their jurisdiction overlaps, can often not be as clear as you would think. And I will say that emerging issues often don't fit neatly into the existing regimes, and new technologies, which are important for maintaining reliability and resource adequacy as we transition to a system that is going to be more reliant on renewable energy. Often that really challenges some of the existing regulatory regimes. And as a final note, NERC and the ISOs are separate from, but they are regulated by FERC. But the amount of regulation that FERC exercises, or the oversight that it exercises over those entities, is very specific. Okay. So just a teeny bit about FERC as a little bit of a reminder for all of us. Actually, it was fun for me to make this slide and remind myself of some of these things. So FERC was actually created in 1977. I was unhappy to learn that I'm older than FERC, but we'll leave it alone. It inherited most of the authorities that had once been given to the Federal Power Commission, which was created in the 30s. Some of those authorities were retained by the Department of Energy, but since 1977, almost all of those authorities have been delegated by DOE to FERC. So FERC is the primary and most important federal energy regulator. I just want to point out one piece of authority that DOE has retained over the years. It's under Federal Power Act Section 202C. It has gotten a lot of attention in recent years. It does allow FERC to order generators to operate, or for transmission facilities to interconnect to the larger grid in the event of a national emergency. We have used that more recently, including the California ISO during some of their summer peak challenges about 2 or 3 summers ago, to require natural gas facilities to run to support reliability. So I think you were having a little bit of a conversation about how do we incent facilities to run or to be available because we need their capacity during peak periods. Sometimes 202C becomes an emergency tool that we need. 202C was amended in a very limited way about a decade ago that allows those units that run under order from DOE to not be subject to certain environmental penalties because they might be running contrary to environmental requirements. But it's a very limited sort of exculpation of their environmental responsibilities. It really only goes on for about 90 days. So this is not intended to be a long-term tool, but it is one that we have relied on more recently. I'll say the structure of FERC is for it to be independent. It is one of the few independent agencies that makes it different from like Treasury or EPA or the Department of State. It has 5 commissioners. Only 3 of them can be from the same political party. So that's to create some independence from politics. Its decisions are not reviewed by the president or Congress. You can only take FERC decisions to federal court. And parties to any proceeding cannot make ex parte communications with the commissioners. So that is to try to separate them from any undue influence from any particular party. Right now, we have 4 commissioners at FERC, and we will lose one of them by the end of the year. Commissioner Danley's term actually came to a close at the end of June. He's allowed to continue to serve until the end of the year, but he will have to leave at the end of the year. And so FERC will go down to it being a 3-commissioner independent agency. That's the smallest number of commissioners it can have to operate. So we are waiting to see if the president's going to appoint 2 FERC commissioners in the near term. I don't see any movement around that. So it is likely that we will be working with a 3-commissioner commission in 2024, at least for some period. I'm going to touch on a couple of things not related to electricity regulation and electricity authorities, just to remind us all that FERC actually does have broader jurisdiction than just electricity, although electricity is obviously my favorite stuff to talk about. But just for information, FERC does regulate some portions of the natural gas industry under the Natural Gas Act and the Natural Gas Policy Act. That generally means interstate natural gas pipelines, storage facilities, and LNG, which is liquefied natural gas facilities, and some interstate pipelines that operate in interstate commerce. We're going to have a conversation about the difference between interstate and intrastate as this presentation goes on. But even if you're a pipeline that is only located or operating in one state, if you're connected to the larger pipeline distribution system, you could also be regulated by FERC. In general, FERC does not have super heavy-handed regulation of natural gas. For example, it is not regulating natural gas prices. Those are largely set by markets, although FERC can investigate market manipulation. But generally, it's setting rates, terms, and conditions for the actual provision of the transmission service. And they use a standard that you will hear me mention again, which is they look to see that those rates are just and reasonable and not unduly discriminatory. Those are in the Natural Gas Act. Those terms are actually also in the Federal Power Act. They are very broad authority. You can see that a lot of things could fall under the rubric of just and reasonable. And it also doesn't say that it has to be least cost, although that is obviously also a factor in the decision making. One interesting thing that FERC has with respect to authority over the natural gas pipeline industry that it does not have with respect to transmission is that FERC can issue these certificates of public convenience and necessity that give interstate pipeline operators condemnation authority. So if you get permission from FERC to build an interstate natural gas pipeline, you can go and condemn land across multiple states. We do not have that for transmission lines under the Federal Power Act. So what else does FERC regulate that's not electric? They do have some even more lighter-handed regulation of oil pipelines and oil companies under the Interstate Commerce Act. It's generally about making sure that there's equal access to the ability to ship oil in existing pipeline systems, and they look at the reasonableness of rates for shipping petroleum products by pipeline, and they require some accounting practices, but it is not as significant as the authorities that FERC has for natural gas pipelines, and as we will see, it's much less comprehensive than their regulatory authority over many parts of the electric sector. So now we come to the Federal Power Act. So under the Federal Power Act, FERC has the authority to regulate the rates and services for electric transmission and interstate commerce. There's that just and reasonable standard. That is what governs their assessment of transmission rates and services. And I will say that it's important to keep in mind that most of FERC's regulation of the costs that are going to be passed on to customers with respect to transmission are still cost of service rates. So it is not a market-based determinant of the cost of transmission. In many ways, similar to the rate reviews that are put on before the Kansas Corporation Commission, those entities that operate transmission and interstate commerce go and file a tariff with FERC, and it really just spells out what their costs are to provide transmission service. Of course, as is very common in state regulation, companies are allowed to recover their costs of service through those transmission rates, plus a regulated rate of return. And if you'd like to have your head hurt a lot, you can look at FERC's process for trying to determine what the appropriate rate of return on investment is for transmission. I will just say that it's been the subject of many decades of litigation. So the other thing that FERC looks at is rates and services for electric wholesale power sales that are in interstate commerce. A lot of these now are really set by markets. FERC does not look to regulate the market outcome or to say whether or not the market has produced the right cost for wholesale power, but it does look at the structure of markets and the rules for participating in markets to make sure that those rules and structures don't skew prices in a particular way or subject people to potential market manipulation. However, there are still plenty of sales of electricity that take place in interstate commerce that are by bilateral agreements, by power purchase agreements. Those are also still technically under the jurisdiction of FERC. FERC does not tend to get into the nitty-gritty of those contracts, and it also just looks to make sure that those contracts are structured in fair ways. FERC also has interesting authorities over hydroelectric dam licensing and relicensing. It also has jurisdiction over the reliability of the bulk power system. I will get into that in a little bit more detail as we go on. It also has interesting set of authorities to investigate and keep tabs on corporate activities by public utilities. This means mergers, although clearly state commissions also have a role in approving mergers. This says disposition of jurisdictional facilities. It means if you're going to sell a transmission line in the United States, you will probably need to get some sort of approval from FERC to do that. They also have some oversight over utility security issuances and then how they structure their leadership. And that's what interlocking directorates are, is to make sure that there aren't people in charge of all the same utilities. This is something that definitely was born out of the sort of like robber baron era of the 30s and 40s. They also have a lot to say about utility accounting. And as I mentioned, a lot of their authority today is focused on energy markets and making sure that there isn't manipulation of those markets. So what else does FERC regulate? A little bit more on the electric side. Under the Federal Power Act, but also as amended by the Energy Policy Act of 2005, FERC was required to certify an independent electric reliability organization. It goes by the acronym, the ERO, and that ERO was required to develop standards for the reliable operation of the bulk power system. You might recall that 2005 was right after a fairly significant outage in 2004, where there was a cascading outage that started, I think, actually technically in Canada and ended up shutting off the power in a huge portion of the eastern part of the United States. And after that, there was a decision that there should be mandatory reliability standards for the power sector. There are not mandatory reliability standards for natural gas pipelines. That's an ongoing conversation in Washington about whether or not those need to exist, but there has been no legislation. So I think Chair French did a great job of looking at outlining a lot of the discussions about additional reliability standards and requirements that are currently part of a larger conversation. But I will note that NERC, which is the ERO, has issued standards that address cybersecurity that apply to generators like those cold weather standards we were talking about, and system planning. They do not, however, cover distribution system or distribution connected generators. Those are behind the meter generators. And there is a larger conversation about whether or not individual states need to be thinking about, in particular, cybersecurity standards for distribution connected generators. A lot of those are internet connected and can create new sort of pathways for those who attack the system. And our adversaries, both nation states and other bad actors, attack the power grid every single day, every minute of every day. And so we need to make sure that even those folks who are participating more on the distribution side have minimum cybersecurity requirements. So that's an active conversation, but NERC would not have jurisdiction over those entities. They are state jurisdictional facilities. So in general, NERC develops standards, they propose them. It has a very intensive stakeholder process to get to the proposed standards, where industry experts participate with NERC in the development of the standards, but they are ultimately proposed and approved by FERC. And FERC generally approves any NERC-imposed penalties for violating those standards, but FERC also has independent enforcement authority when it comes to reliability. And those penalties can be pretty significant. They can be about $1 million per violation per day. So what doesn't FERC regulate? Well, it does not regulate local distribution of electric energy. It doesn't regulate sales of electricity to end users, which in FERC speak would be sales at retail. It does not, as Chair French pointed out, have authority over the siting and construction of new generating facilities, except for hydroelectric facilities. And that really gets to the heart of that conversation about resource adequacy. FERC cannot require that anyone build new generation in order to address what might be a concern about adequate supply, either energy or capacity. However, FERC does have some oversight about the wholesale recovery of generation costs. And also, as Chair French pointed out, FERC does not get to say what transmission is built. They do now have limited what is referred to as backstop siting authority. In that Energy Policy Act of 2005, Congress tried to give FERC like a little bit of what they have under the Natural Gas Act to authorize the ability to exercise condemnation authority to build transmission. But it was really only if the states could not reach a conclusion, or if a state had denied a request to build new transmission facilities. That 2005 authority was challenged in court, and it was not upheld. And so in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, that was passed at the end of 2021, Congress re-upped that authority. No one has used it yet. I will say that a lot of my member electric companies would be very wary of going to FERC instead of working with their states to propose new transmission. But FERC is right now working through the regulatory process to develop regulations to actually implement their backstop siting authority for transmission. And so we should probably hear more about that in the coming years. However, FERC does dictate the transmission planning requirements for ISOs and RTOs, as Chair French mentioned. So they can say what sort of the standards are for thinking about what kinds of new transmission might be necessary to support system reliability and the affordable delivery of power to customers, but they can't actually say that any of that gets built. All right, so there was a question about this earlier. FERC also does not have authority over environmental matters. That is pretty much housed exclusively at the federal level in the Environmental Protection Agency. Although I do note that when FERC exercises siting authority for natural gas pipelines or that backstop electric siting authority that I mentioned, that it will have to do an environmental impact statement under the National Environmental Policy Act. If you've been paying attention to how difficult it can be to build new natural gas pipelines in the United States, you will know that almost all of the fight is about these environmental reviews related to new natural gas pipelines. FERC doesn't really regulate safety except for hydroelectric dams. They don't regulate any government-owned facilities or facilities that are owned by states or municipalities. They don't regulate co-ops, including those that are pretty small or those that are financed by the RUS, there is the Rural Utilities Service. And they don't regulate things that are like very clearly intrastate. And so these tend to be things that are not connected to the larger US grid. So things that are like geographically distant. So Alaska and Hawaii and Puerto Rico for obvious reasons. And then ERCOT, which is the Electric Reliability Organization for Texas, because it has chosen to be interconnected to the larger US grid in the most limited possible way. And that failure to be more integrated with the larger system largely means that FERC does not have a lot of oversight over what goes on in Texas. And in general, FERC does not regulate purchases. They can regulate sales and they can regulate how sales are accomplished, but they don't really get to say if that was a smart purchase or not. However, if purchasers are displeased with some market outcomes, they might be able to have some recourse to FERC if they're alleging some sort of manipulation in the market. Okay, now this is not advancing. There we go. I just want to pause for a second and talk a little bit about interstate commerce and state jurisdiction. As all of us know, a lot of the regulatory authority that gets vested in federal agencies comes from the Constitution, which in the 10th Amendment says that the federal government has authority over interstate commerce and everything else is left to the states. Obviously, a lot of federal regulatory authority is grounded in the 10th Amendment, but it's even a little bit more expansive than you might think with respect to electricity. So because of the interconnected nature of the energy grid, courts, including the Supreme Court, have determined that interstate commerce is broader than you might think it would be. I will say that Time Magazine at the end of last century listed the US power grid as the greatest invention of the 20th century, and it has been described as the largest machine in the world. And by and large, the grid is very interconnected. And as a result of that, the electrons, just by virtue of physics, have a tendency to go onto the grid and just go wherever, right? And so as a result of that sort of physical reality, if you are interconnected to the larger grid and you are capable of transmitting energy in interstate commerce, you are probably subject to federal regulation. And that means even if you are in a state and the customer is in that state and the transmission is in that state and it might feel intrastate to you, it might actually still be interstate in nature. And believe it or not, it can be incredibly complicated to determine if a power line is in interstate commerce or is part of the local distribution system. One might think that you could just pick a voltage level for a line and say, you know, anything under this voltage is clearly part of the state jurisdiction and anything over is clearly part of FERC. But in fact, there's actually a 7-factor test, and it doesn't just focus on the engineering, it considers the functional use of the line. I will say that while the federal government can interfere with wholesale electricity markets and pick winners and losers, as somebody mentioned earlier, through things like incentives, states cannot do that. So states cannot try to manipulate the outcome of the dispatch or the bid-based markets in wholesale electricity markets by trying to create incentives for example, in-state generation. Both Pennsylvania and Maryland tried that about a decade ago, and that ended up in a Supreme Court called Hughes v. Talley, and the Supreme Court said no, states cannot try to interfere with the outcomes of wholesale market decisions. So probably a bunch of this does not need to be said in light of the prior presentation, but just as a general matter, it's important to remember that state regulators, which are also creatures of state legislatures and state legislation, but in general, they establish and regulate rates for public utilities subject to their jurisdiction, and that can be electricity and natural gas rates for end users. Many states use a standard that is similar to the one that FERC uses, and that they want rates to be just and reasonable. But other states, some states also have a least cost requirement. But as a general matter, the way that it tends to work is that in exchange for a franchise service territory, which means that the electric company has the exclusive right to serve companies in that territory, electric companies are required and obligated to provide reliable service to all of those customers. And as I mentioned, sort of under the FERC regime, they're entitled to a recovery of all of their costs plus capital costs, plus a reasonable rate of return on those capital costs. Other authorities that state commissions can exercise: siting and permitting of new generation and transmission facilities, and the safety and reliability of energy supply to customers. We mentioned all the ISOs, RTOs earlier. This is a map of them. Sometimes it can be interesting to look at that map and see what's covered and what's not covered. You will see that there's a big gap in the Southeast and a big gap in the West. Southeast has now put together sort of a semi ISO RTO. It has some of the features of ISOs and RTOs, and that the states in the Southeast are operating under a new regime called the SEAM, the Southeast Energy Market, that allows them to do more energy balancing and sharing more power across state lines. That's generally seen as a pro-reliability, pro-customer move because it allows access to more power and therefore also more cheap power. And although that has been challenged in the federal courts because it doesn't have all of the attributes of an ISO and RTO, and other folks think that it should, I will say the West is actively considering whether or not it should create a Western ISO RTO structure. Actually, both Nevada and Colorado passed legislation in the last 2 years that will require their electric companies to join an ISO RTO by 2030. So those guys are in the middle of a fairly significant study as to how to move forward. But there's already an energy imbalance market that covers huge portions of the West. And that means that they are already sharing power across state lines in a more sort of orderly way. And that is really important as we bring more renewables onto the system, because being able to draw power from a larger geographic area really supports reliability. And I will say that most people in the West see real benefits to being part of the energy imbalance market, and they're trying to wrap their heads around whether or not going into a full ISO RTO structure makes sense. It was certainly complicated by the fact that a lot of people who participate in this conversation think that they should just be part of the California ISO. And as state legislators, I'm sure you're sympathetic to the fact that a lot of the legislators in that state do not want to cede control to the Legislature of California, which has right now ultimate oversight of the California ISO. And so there's going to have to be some changes to their governing structure if there's ever going to be a West-wide entity. Here's just a list of them. I put a couple of stars by ERCOT to note that ERCOT is not necessarily subject to the same requirements as some of the other ISOs and RTOs, given its weird jurisdictional status. So how did we get to the ISO RTO world? FERC had an order in the late 90s called Order 888, and I will tell you right now that FERC orders don't make sense in terms of how they're numbered, so don't look for sense there. And it really opened up the transmission system, saying that all generators should have non-discriminatory access to the transmission system. It was really right around the time that there was some deregulation in other states, and that they were separating the generation function from the transmission and distribution function of some electric companies. And so it was important for generators that did not have a sort of corporate relationship to the transmission system to be able to get access. That was a pro-customer move to get access to more and cheaper sources of energy. Back when FERC issued Order 2000, which is kind of around the year 2000, so that kind of makes sense, they encouraged the development of regional transmission organizations to sort of grow on the benefits of the wholesale markets and their ability to dispatch power in an orderly way. So pretty much ISO RTO is used interchangeably these days. And so the name that a particular ISO or RTO has is just a function of when it was created. But they operate bid-based energy and ancillary service markets. They use those bids to determine economic dispatch. So they dispatch the least cost energy first always, although I note in parentheses that it's always security constrained. And that means you might not always be able to dispatch the least cost source because there's a constraint on the transmission system. And their dispatch models allow them to take into consideration those reliability issues. And then as consistent with some FERC approved processes, they plan transmission. I feel a little bit like Chair French, in which I put this down in 3 bullets and I made it seem really simple. These things are very complicated. And as he mentioned, the tariffs that the ISOs and RTOs file to govern how they actually do these things are thousands of pages. But an important thing to note is there is no standard market design. So each ISO and RTO can really operate relatively differently. FERC maintains oversight over all of them to make sure that they are all operating in ways that in order to benefit of customers and don't, allow different market participants to skew the market in any particular direction. It might be easier if there was standard market design, but we rejected that as a country long ago. I will say one of the biggest debates in ISO RTO land right now is one of governance. And I think SPP, as Chair French pointed out, is really unique in the level of involvement that the states have sort of legally in the governance of SPP. It can be a lot harder for states to have have a voice in some of the other entities. So FERC has oversight over the ISOs, RTOs, in both their markets and their transmission operations. But as I said before, the prices are largely set by the market, and FERC just looks to make sure that there hasn't been any manipulation or that there isn't any flaw in the market design. FERC has used its authority to ensure that markets are designed in a way to produce just and reasonable rates to really require a lot of, I would say, recent changes to how these markets are structured. So, for example, FERC has issued orders in the last couple of years that require the ISOs, RTOs to change their market participation rules to facilitate energy storage being able to participate in those markets. Some of the just basic rules about how big you have to be or what kinds of services you would have to offer in order to participate in the market sometimes would keep battery storage out of those markets. We don't see a lot of storage in those markets just yet, particularly smaller storage. However, FERC also passed an order 2222, a number that doesn't necessarily make any sense, that was designed to encourage ISOs and RTOs to create participation rules that would allow aggregations of distributed energy resources to participate in wholesale markets. Those are still sort of in the design phase, and we still haven't seen a lot of distributed energy resource aggregations participate in those markets, but FERC wants to make it possible for them to do that. And they do that under the rubric of saying that it would be just and reasonable to have these resources able to participate in those markets and able to provide those services. As I said, so FERC can mandate that ISOs, RTOs consider certain issues and submit compliance filings to modify their tariffs to accomplish whatever goals FERC is seeking, but they also often can propose their own market changes. I will say that the structure of certain ISOs and RTOs really limit sometimes their ability to propose changes to their own tariffs, which is an interesting twist. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to review some of these things, and I think probably some of you, based on the questions you asked before, already know well. And I'm certainly happy to take questions now or at any time if that would be useful to you all.
Thank you, Emily, for being here. Committee, do we have any questions for her while we got her online here? I don't see any hands raised, and I was going to throw one out at you. It was on slide 5. It was, what does FERC regulate? It was the first one of that, but I assume I know the answer to this, but it talks about interstate natural gas pipelines, storage facilities, liquid natural gas facilities, et cetera. As we get moving more and more toward hydrogen, is that going to fall under the same categories?
That's such a great question. It's actually unclear. So the Natural Gas Act defines what is natural gas, and it does not appear to allow us to neatly fit hydrogen into that definition. I think a lot of people think that it would make sense to regulate hydrogen pipelines under the same sort of overarching structure that we have for natural gas pipelines, but it is not currently clear. So it's very strange, as we spend a lot of time talking about the emerging hydrogen economy. It's not clear who would regulate hydrogen pipelines, either from an economic perspective or from a safety perspective.
Is
And
it,
so,
is it
yeah,
something that's being currently discussed within your circles there?
it is. It definitely is. I will say there was some siting and permitting legislation that was included in the budget deal that addressed the debt ceiling in June, and there was a discussion about whether or not there should have been something that clarified FERC's jurisdiction over hydrogen pipelines that had been sort of up for consideration to be part of that package. It wasn't ultimately part of that package, but there have been bills introduced in Congress to examine or provide more clarity around who would regulate hydrogen. So right now, I think states are going to continue to have a pretty big role in that because the federal government has not figured out what its role is. I think that will happen over time. You might have seen that the Department of Energy on Friday announced its awards for the hydrogen hubs. And so there's such interest in hydrogen as an alternative fuel for many industries that we're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I did not see Kansas listed on there. So, okay. Looks like we have another question over here, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, it was with great surprise that I see that Uncle Joe left us out of the game. Yeah. Ma'am, I want to take you to slide number 5, exactly where the chair was at, because the bottom of that slide says natural gas prices generally set by markets, but FERC can investigate manipulation. Does not include prices paid by LDC customers. First, can you tell me what an LDC customer is?
Oh, sure. I apologize for using an acronym. This industry is so acronym laden. It's a local distribution company. So it's in the electric company, it's usually the person.
Got it.
Yeah, it's great.
Got it. For some reason, I was thinking long distance for some reason. Okay.
That would make sense.
So does this mean that FERC has occupied the field, if you will, when it comes to investigation of natural gas price manipulation, particularly on the pipeline system? Or is there also jurisdiction in the hands of of states, for example, under perhaps consumer protection laws? Or is there proper authority for corporation commissions like our KCC to conduct their own investigations into price manipulation in the natural gas market?
I think there's a difference between your ability to investigate and ask questions and your ability to impose penalties or to require like disgorgement of profits. So I would probably generally say that most states probably have the right to take a look at what happened, for example, during Winter Storm Uri and some of those price increases that were related to extremely constrained supplies of natural gas. But whether or not you have the authority to do anything about it might be a different question. I don't know that FERC has occupied the field so much at the federal level. I do think that both the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice have also considered whether or not they have authority in those instances. So I think there's a lot of jurisdiction around, but I think the key question is between investigation and then taking any action.
The reason that I ask is there is now private litigation going on in Kansas by affected plaintiffs against natural gas pipeline companies and or others. I want to use that generically for alleged price manipulation, but in particular violation of the Kansas consumer protection laws as it relates to profiteering during an emergency. And also, sadly, there has been what appears to be unsuccessful litigation by our Attorney General to try to deal with Winter Storm Uri's effects under the commodity trading statutes. So, and I know you're electrics, but on the other hand, your consumers, your members burn natural gas. Is it clear whether there is still yet room for state-sanctioned consumer protection action against companies responsible for manipulating the gas markets? Is there room for states' attorney general in the enforcement process? Or is this an area where only FERC has that authority if it's been decided? And I don't know that it has.
I'm certainly not an expert on natural gas price investigations. I don't think it's clear. I think, as I pointed out, with respect to a lot of FERC jurisdiction, it's overlapping and concurrent. Electric companies are actually the largest purchasers of natural gas. We got about just under 40% of the electricity consumed in the United States last year from natural gas. So as coal has been retired, particularly over the last decade or so, we have increased both the amount of renewables that we use and the amount of natural gas. And so significant portions of those natural gas price increases are actually going to be passed on to electricity customers because we were contractually obligated to buy that fuel. And then in many instances needed that fuel to keep the lights on during a very cold snap. So I think lots of folks have authority and jurisdiction here, and I'm not giving out legal advice, but I would say that those are fights that should be had. And you should let the oil and gas companies who made a lot of money be the ones to raise questions about your authority.
And finally, I sure would be happy to have your members join the fight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Emily, we sure appreciate you taking your time today to join us.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your session. I appreciate the opportunity.
All righty. So we're running a little bit ahead right now. To the staff, is there any chance our next one could be bumped up a little earlier? I don't know if there's a way to get a hold of them. We had them scheduled for 11:15, and we're going to do a break here pretty soon. Okay. So why don't we try and be back here? I'm going to say 11:05, 11:10 or so, and see if we can get this one started earlier. So with that, we're adjourned until, I'm going to say 11:05. Thank you.
Hi, Lindsay, are you there?
Yeah, if we get everybody in their seats again. Next up, we've got Andrea Brooks with Department of Energy, looking at national transmission study needs. She's the senior technical advisor for the transmission division of the U.S. Department of Energy and the Grid Deployment Office. So, Andrea, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Do
Great.
not see you yet, but we can definitely hear you.
All right. Hopefully the video is coming soon. Let me share my screen.
Okay, we can see, well, we could see you
Great.
there. Yep. We can see you
Great.
fine and we can hear you. So if there,
Excellent.
and we can see your slides. Thank you very much. And the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. As stated, I'm going to talk about our National Transmission Needs Study. I'll note I'm going to talk about the draft. We do have a final version coming out in just a few weeks. So I'll highlight where there's some differences between the draft and the final, but just to make that note up front. And then, of course, a notice, given that we're the Department of Energy, none of the information presented herein is legally binding. The content included in this presentation is intended for informational purposes only, relating to the draft 2023 National Transmission Needs Study. And then any content within this presentation that appears discrepant from the needs study language is superseded by the needs study language itself. And am I driving slides or is someone else driving? It looks like there's a split screen happening.
Yeah, we're driving it at this point in time. For some reason, we lost your slides, but we have the slides up at this point.
Is it okay if I drive, or would you like me to just tell you when to go on to the next slide?
If you can drive, go for it.
Great. I guess that might be a question for the facilitator and whether or not I'm driving or you are. Do you see the agenda slide now?
We can.
Great.
Looks like maybe when I talk, it maybe overrides it. So I'll be quiet here, but it looks like it comes up otherwise.
No worries. Okay, great. Glad to have that figured out. So I'll just talk very briefly about the Grid Deployment Office. We're a relatively new office within DOE. I'll keep that brief and then provide you with some links to where you can find out more information if needed. I'll give a background on the needs study, but I'll spend the most of the time talking about draft results that are in the needs study. And then I'm planning to leave half of the allotted time that we have today for questions and answers. So chair's prerogative if you want to interrupt me to ask those questions during, but I'm otherwise happy to take them at the end and there will be plenty of time. So briefly, the Grid Deployment Office, this is a new office. It was stood up a little over a year ago with the Department of Energy. We work to provide electricity to everyone, everywhere, by maintaining and investing in critical generation facilities to ensure resource adequacy, improving and expanding transmission distribution systems, main goal to ensure that all communities have access to reliable, affordable electricity. We have three divisions. There's the Power Generation Assistance Division, the Transmission Division, and then the Grid Modernization Division. I sit in the Transmission Division. So any questions transmission related, analysis related, happy to take them, but can't speak to the programs that are being run out of the other divisions. Then I'll just briefly name that thanks to several recent laws that have passed, including the IIJA, the Inflation Reduction Act, our office has over $25 billion to distribute. That money is split up across all three divisions. All these programs are in various stages of development, so some are actually being developed, some have already been developed, and we've solicited applications to receive the funding, and then others we've already made award selections. So lots of money to go out, lots of different ways in which trying to address needs on the power grid. So if there's a question among your staff or those within your various jurisdictions that have questions about how to access DOE money, this link at the very bottom was set up to help stakeholders understand which funding programs they may be eligible for to apply to. So this is in your slide materials, so you can go to this link to try to answer those questions. Okay, with that, I'm going to focus on the needs study itself and just give a brief background on the study. So this study used to be called the National Transmission Congestion Study. The Federal Power Act, Section 216, directs the department to conduct assessments of historic transmission constraints and congestion every 3 years and in consultation with states and the regional grid entities, so those NERC entities that were discussed earlier. This has served as the department's triennial State of the Grid report. It reviewed historic industry data, and we've published versions of this congestion study in 2006, 2009, 2015, and 2020. Now, the bipartisan infrastructure law reframed what the department is required to look at in the study. And as such, we've rebranded it now from the congestion study to the needs study. So now we need to look at both historic and anticipated future transmission capacity constraints and congestion. Still required to do this at least every 3 years, and then in consultation with states, Indian tribes, and the regional grid entities. So this still serves as our State of the Grid report. As such, we draw on lots of jurisdictions or lots of authorities to try to expand what all we can look at nationally in terms of the power grid to really be sure that we're capturing a full State of the Grid report. We're reviewing historic data, recent power system studies, and published capacity expansion results in this version, in the needs study, where we didn't do a lot of that in previous congestion studies. And again, the final version is going to be published within a few weeks, so later in October 2023. And I'll show a link to our website at the very end of this. So if your staff wants to be on our mailing listserv to get a copy of when that study comes out, they can put their names there. All right, so how will the needs study be used? First and foremost, and this is where it gets a lot of attention, is that the needs study is used to inform designation of national interest electric transmission corridors, or what we refer to as NITSEs. The NITSEs are related to the FERC's backstop siting authority, which was referenced in the previous discussion, just to draw that parallel. I want to point out that the needs study does not designate any NITSEs. This is purely an analysis document, an assessment document. It is not suggesting where corridors should be placed. And again, designation considers both the needs study, but also many other statutory factors that are laid out in the Federal Power Act. Secondly, the needs study results are going to inform department transmission priorities that can help support the implementation of many of the funding programs that I listed on our previous slide. Some of those funding programs are specific to transmission corridors that are located within a NITSE. So there's, again, a link there. And then briefly, in the needs study in the final version, we do encourage planning entities to revise their planning processes based on a number of things that we found to be important as a result of doing the needs study. And then similarly encourage state policymakers to incorporate the findings into the regulatory processes. Now, the needs study is national in scope, so we don't get into the very specifics of what could happen within each state or within even each planning region. It's not meant to really be a recommendation for policy. It is meant to be an assessment of technical or engineering need. But we did have requests from stakeholders during public comment period to address some of these things, so we try to touch on them lightly in the needs study. Again, just a little bit more framing here of what the study is and is not. The objective of the needs study is that this is an assessment of needs. We're not prescribing specific solutions. So we're not saying this is where a corridor should go, or this is where a very specific transmission facility needs to go in order to address this need. We're just trying to lay out the needs at a national scale. For methods, we consider published data and reports. It says here 80 references. I'll note this number nearly doubled as a result of public comment period. We now have much closer to 150 references in the entire report. But we're not doing any new modeling. We're not doing cost-benefit analysis of specific transmission projects, and we're not doing system planning. We're leaving that to the system planners, to the utilities that do cost-benefit analyses. We recognize those are very important things, but it's not something we considered in scope for the needs study. Then for the outputs, I'm going to show needs based on geographic regions. These are pretty large geographic regions. These regions are not synonymous with corridors. However, again, really want to stress it. We're not naming any NITSEs in this report. And then here is just a high-level timeline of the study and our public outreach as a result. So in January of last year, in the department's Building a Better Grid Notice of Intent, we named several different things that we were going to be undertaking related to the power grid, and starting on research of the needs study was one of them. In March, we sent preliminary notification to all those entities that were required to consult with, as required by the Federal Power Act. reached out to the national state associations, so like National Conference of State Legislatures, NERC, NASIO, hosted a DOE tribal consultation webinar where we announced the study. And that's really when writing of the study and research on the study began. And then in July, we sent a formal notification again to those same entities that were required to consult with. We visited several state conferences or national conferences for state regulators, for example, in order to talk about the study and what we're doing. And then in October of last year, so a year ago, we released what we're calling the consultation draft. So this was the first draft of the needs study. We allowed all those entities a consultation comment period where they were able to respond. We hosted a number of webinars. We took calls from consultation entities. We received both written and verbal comments on this. In all, we had about 20 entities provide roughly 180 unique comments, which we took into account when we were revising the study. And then in February of this year, we released a draft for public comment. So again, all those same consultation entities had the ability to comment a second time round, as well as the public. That public comment period ended in April. We had 58 entities provide about 330 unique comments. We've taken that all into consideration in releasing the final study, which should come out in the next couple of weeks. So I'm going to talk through draft results. This is where I'll spend the bulk of time and then open it up to questions. So here is the structure of the draft study. So we had an executive summary, which at a high level addressed or discussed needs within each region. And I'll show you how we defined regions in a few slides. An introduction, legislative language, transmission concepts to try to bring folks up to the same page. And then those last three sections were really focused on results. So we looked at historic industry data to try to understand the current needs of the transmission system. That's most similar to what previous congestion studies were like. Then we reviewed a lot of existing studies to try to understand both current and future needs. So what does industry suggest is going to be needed on the power grid in the future? What does academia think? And then the last chapter is where we're really trying to look at that expected future transmission need, where we look at several different capacity expansion models and what they think the transmission system is going to be needed in the future. Here's the link at the bottom to go download the draft national study. And then this link will be updated soon with the final version. Okay, so here are the three major takeaways, right? If you can take a 200-page report and then boil it down to 3 talking points, at national scale, this is what we find. So there's a pressing need for new transmission infrastructure. Interregional transmission results in the largest benefits. And of course, these needs are going to shift over time. Now, the national scale maybe isn't as useful as trying to look regionally. So we also broke up the US into 15 different regions. I'm showing the 13 here for the contiguous US. There's also Alaska and Hawaii. So we further broke up not only the regions, but then how do we define need into these 6 buckets. So geographic areas where a transmission need exists could benefit from an upgraded or a new transmission facility to do a number of things. First, in dark blue, to improve reliability and resilience of the power grid. To alleviate congestion and unscheduled flows. In green, to alleviate transfer capacity limits between neighbors, and to deliver low-cost generation to high-price demand. Now, when we start looking into future need, this is where we have to understand what future demand is going to require of the system. So we have how to meet future demand given interregional transfer capacity, so transmission that's going between the 13 regions you see here. And then finally, to meet future demand with regional transmission deployment. Now I'm going to focus a majority of my conversation today on the Plains region, as that is most relevant for Kansas, but do know that there are needs for all these other regions throughout the needs study. So if we just focus on Plains, we can see that there was evidence found in our research for need for more transmission for 5 of these 6 categories. So everything but alleviate congestion and unscheduled flows. I'm going to go over some high-level details of some of those results that we found, but I'm obviously not going to be able to touch on everything. Okay, so jumping into the first section that actually has results, historical data and current need, this is how we organized the draft need study. So we talk about historical transmission investments, and I'll show some of those results today. We also talk about market price differentials, understanding how wholesale electricity prices both within regions and across regions, what that tells us about congestion. I'll again show some of those results today. Then we talk about qualified paths, which is really only relevant in the West, and then interconnection queues, which I will not talk about today, but happy to answer questions. Okay, so first finding is that transmission investments decreased during the second half of the 2010s. So what's shown here is historical transmission investments. So how many miles, circuit miles of transmission came online every year from 2011 to 2020. Now we weighted that by terawatt hours or by the load of the entire region. So in the Plains case, go ahead and highlight the Plains. This is the annual load for SPP generally. So we can see that there was an increase in investment for the first half of the decade, and then that dropped off, at least in terms of transmission lines that came online in those later years of the 2010s. So 2016, 2017 through 2020, lower investments in the first half of the decade. That was generally true across all regions of the United States, and was as well true for the Plains. We can also look at who is installing these transmission lines. So non-incumbent developers, also sometimes referred to as merchant developers, their share of energized projects decreased from about 40% in 2013 when we had the most equal distribution to less than 5% in 2020. So the incumbent developers are the bottom portions of these charts in the dark salmon color. Those are the regulated utilities, the regulated transmission owners. And then we have in the lighter peach color, the non-incumbent or the merchant developers. Now this is data that is nationwide. We did get requests during public comment period to break this out by region. So in the final study, we do have these charts broken out for each individual region as well. In addition to who was installing, we can also look at why were transmission lines being installed historically. So we find the share of projects addressing reliability concerns shown in purple, the bottom portion of each of these charts, each of these bars. Those generally increased. So in 2011, about 50% of all projects installed were specific to reliability concerns. And then not necessarily consistently, but over time that increased to more like 75% in 2020. Now the share of high capacity projects, so these are the portions of the chart that are in light blue, those decreased. So we see a good portion of high capacity projects being installed 2011, 2012, 2013, and that dropped off the rest of the decade. Now these high capacity projects, these are the projects that were mentioned earlier, 345 kV and above. These are really meant to be interstate, interregional projects to move lots of generation long distances. Nothing shown here includes those local transmission projects that just utility installs at the local transmission or distribution level. All right, so now getting into historical prices, we can also look at the prices at each node within the country. We're relying on RTO data, which is why we talk about SPP, MISO instead of Plains, Midwest, Delta here. But in regions where there's RTOs, we can look at historical cell prices to understand what they tell us about congestion. So this is data for 2021 specifically, but we have the same data going back to 2012. Any dot here in blue means that that portion of the grid, that very small portion of the grid, on average in 2021 had a lower price than the regional median. So if we just look at SPP again, focus our attention on the Plains, we can see that generally in Kansas and the northern part of SPP, pretty low prices compared to the overall region. However, in red, we see where there's high prices on average compared to the region. So in SPP, there is this general south-north congestion that we see. It doesn't exist necessarily east to west. Another way to look at this data is to look at how persistently do we see those really low or really high prices. And in this case, these areas of congestion really pop out a little bit more than the previous chart. So now we're looking at many years of historic data to understand, okay, where do we persistently year after year see really low, really high? Same trends, light or dark blue means several years of low prices compared to the average. And then in red, several years of high prices compared to the region. Doing it this way allows us to see not only within region congestion, so again, within SPP, we have really low prices in the Oklahoma Panhandle and Kansas, and then higher prices over in Missouri or southern parts of Oklahoma. We can also see how that congestion trends interregionally. So when we even go across the regional borders. One thing that we know is that if we were to install transmission between these low price and high price regions, that helps lower the prices in the high price regions. Of course, you need to be strategic about where those transmission lines go, but in general, transmission connecting across these low price and high price regions does help reduce this congestion that we see on the power grid. Okay, so this is just another way to look at the same historic data. Now we're trying to look a little bit more clearly at the price differences every hour of the year between very specific locations. So instead of just kind of generally showing up all the prices on a map, let's actually compare prices between 2 points. Now, a dot on this map doesn't necessarily mean like that specific city. It really is the entire region around it. So for example, Phoenix, Arizona, that's actually all of Arizona, New Mexico. It's not just Phoenix. But now we get a sense of how is there interregional congestion. And this is again another way for us to try to understand how would a transmission line, or what we're calling the congestion value of a transmission line in dollars per megawatt hour, what would that allow us if we were to build new transmission to lower the congestion by this particular amount? So in general, the higher the number, the darker the color, the more value there is in new or upgraded transmission lines between those locations. Of course, immediately ERCOT, connecting ERCOT to its neighbors, jumps out as where there's high value. I'll note this is data for 2021, so this is heavily influenced by the price surge during Winter Storm Uri. But we also see the pretty high prices between the West non-ISO and SPP, and then SPP to MISO. That's where we see the largest value of this interregional transmission. Now, I noted this is 2021 data, so of course the numbers seem really high because of Uri in this particular year, but the same trends exist going all the way back to 2012. So we again see really high congestion value if we were to connect ERCOT to other portions of the country, connect SPP to other portions of the country. The values aren't necessarily as high as 2021, but the same trends do apply. Okay, so leaving the historic data and then briefly touching on this 5th chapter of the need study, a review of existing studies, current and future needs. I won't go into the details here, but I do just want to highlight the topics that were considered. That way you have a good understanding of the kind of breadth of the need study and what all we were trying to understand as we were doing this review. So we talk about reliability of the power grid, resource adequacy, clean energy access, and then also the ways that clean energy can impact the grid. Congestion within the various regions, curtailment of generation resources, resilience of the power grid, electrification, non-wires alternatives. I'll note on the non-wires alternatives, we took a very technology agnostic approach to the use of the word transmission. So we do not necessarily mean just poles and wires, right? If a battery can serve as a transmission function, then we're considering that as a transmission asset. And then finally, we touched briefly on barriers to transmission development. I'll note that this chapter did change pretty significantly from the public version to the final version. All the information that was included in the public version is still in the final version, but we did go in and try to add a little bit more detail or clarity where necessary. We also added a lot more studies, which I'll show on this next slide. In the draft version, the public version, we had 50 transmission studies reviewed. Generally, about a quarter of them were all Department of Energy reports, so both DOE and national laboratory reports. About a quarter came from consultants that have been working in the power industry space for a long time, so Wood Mackenzie, Brattle, for example. A handful of academic reports, and nearly half of all came from industry themselves. So what does FERC say are issues on the power grid? What does NERC say? What does SPP say? Trying to dig through those industry reports and really make sense of them, and then to paint a national or regional narrative. So we had 50 in the public version. This number doubled. We have over 100. I think the final might be 120 that are included in the final version. So staff really worked hard to try to understand more and more studies and paint a full picture of the state of the grid. I'm going to turn that now to capacity expansion modeling. So this is the most unique from previous congestion studies, where we really need a way to understand anticipated future need, which is impossible to do without some type of modeling. So in this chapter, we talk about included studies and scenarios, within region transmission deployment, inter-regional transfer capacity, and I'm going to focus there for the remaining slides. Okay, so we consider 300 different future scenarios from 6 different capacity expansion studies. And these studies analyze different future regional, interregional transmission needs. The way capacity expansion models work is they make assumptions about the future power grid's going to be. How much load is there going to be? What's the generation mix going to be? what policies are in place, what's the different market drivers for different technologies. And then they use those assumptions to understand, okay, what is the generation mix of the future going to be? Where's load going to be? How much transmission is needed? So we looked at the how much transmission is needed results and try to organize that to make sense of a national narrative. So the six studies that we considered, 4 came from the national labs, and then 2 came from academia. So both a Princeton study and an MIT study as well. So this is just illustrative data to explain how we organized things. I'll walk through a couple of illustrative examples before I actually show real results. So these 300 scenarios, they described a really wide range of power sector futures. And some studies considered really vast load growth. Some considered really deep decarbonization. Some consider we actually put more natural gas on the system and less renewables, right? So there's a pretty wide range, and we have to have a way to understand and to group those results. So we did that by looking at the underlying characteristics of the assumptions. There's 2 things that really drive transmission development. One is electricity load. If we have a huge load growth, whether that's from electrification or new industries like data centers that just require a lot more energy, that has a huge impact on the power sector in the future. The other is the clean energy mix, or how is the generation fleet changing? So we plotted all scenarios along these 2 axes, electricity load growth and clean energy growth, and then broke them out into 3 different groups. I'll just note quickly before I move on that we take a very expansive look at what clean energy is at the department. So it's not just wind and solar, which is what most people think of. This also includes coal with carbon capture technologies on. This also includes very efficient natural gas facilities, again, with carbon capture attached. This could be landfill gas. There's lots of other technologies that we consider here. It's not just renewables. With that said, our first scenario or scenario group that jumps out when we plot all of the scenarios along these axes is we see what we're calling a moderate load, moderate clean energy growth. Now the scenarios that fall into this group are market driven. So the researchers take away all state, local, federal policies that might impact the power sector, and they just let economics drive the system. Then there are also scenarios that included state or local policies to understand what the power sector will be in 2040. I'll note that existing state and local policies, that was the time of the research done, and all 6 of these studies came out at different times. They all have slightly different understanding of what policies were in place at the time of the research. But nonetheless, those are the types of scenarios that fall into this group. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we also have high load and high clean energy growth. The scenarios that fall into this group really require new state or federal policies. There was no way that just markets alone or existing policies was going to push the power sector into this world. And that's really because of the high load growth. They're anticipating, or researchers were anticipating, some external driving function to really push load into these high scenarios in 2040. Then we have our middle group, so the moderate load, high clean energy growth group. This was the most diverse group. There's a whole different range of scenarios that fall into here. So we have some that were market driven alone. So again, policies were removed from the models. Those that considered existing state local policies, and then also a handful that included some new state or new federal policies coming online to help change the power sector in the future. I also want to note that all 6 of these studies were performed before the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. Several different researchers have looked at the way the Inflation Reduction Act is going to impact the power sector of the future, including DOE. All of those suggest that the power sector in 2040 is going to fall somewhere within the bounds that we put on this moderate load, high clean energy growth group. So we don't know exactly, of course, where the power sector of the future is going to be, but if we were to just consider all the existing state local policies and the impacts of IRA, we anticipate that the power sector is going to fall somewhere here. So we're considering what we're calling this moderate high group. This is kind of our new normal. So all the results I'm going to show from here on out are going to be in this group, but recognize that we have results for the other 3 scenario groups as well in the study. So again, just one more upfront explainer slide before I get to the results. Across the top, we have these 3 different scenario groups, right? So our moderate, high group. On the y-axis, we also have different years that we consider. So we look at the power sector in 2030, 2035, and 2040. So we show results broken out into all 9 of these different categories. Today, I'm just going to focus on the middle. So this 2035 moderate high group, again, our new normal, about 12 years out from where we are today. And then here's what the results are going to be. So all the different regions of the country are on the left. In gray is the existing transmission as of 2020 within each region. And then in green, we show a range of estimated future need. Again, we don't know exactly what the power sector is going to be in the future. So instead, we try to capture transmission results from all of these studies, given a range, knowing that we want to be somewhere within that green area. So there's a gap to fill between where we are today in gray and then the green region of where we need more deployment. Okay, so here are the results for 2035 and our new normal, our moderate load, high clean energy growth. Again, I'll just zoom in on the Plains region. So in gray, we have about 7 terawatt miles of transmission installed within region transmission. I'm happy to talk about what a terawatt mile is. It's not a commonly used unit or metric outside of academia, but happy to talk about it. But what's important is that we need to about double, or at least capacity expansion results suggest we need to about double the existing regional transmission to get into this green range around 15 or so terawatt miles of transmission. Again, this is a range, so it doesn't mean they have to hit exactly in the middle, but somewhere in here is what's anticipated. Now we do the exact same thing for interregional transfer capacity. So now we're looking at sharing transmission between neighbors. And I'll again just highlight those neighbors with the plains. So at the top, and again, this is almost at the very top of the whole nation, we have the Midwest and the plains, followed by the Delta and the plains. Now the Midwest and Delta, those are both the MISO region. Further down about in the middle of the pack, we have the plains in Texas, interregional transfer capability. And then towards the bottom, moderate improvements or increases suggested or needed between the plains and the Southwest and the mountain and the plains. Now I'll note that, before, a few slides back, I showed the wholesale prices that showed lots of congestion between the plains and the Midwest and the Delta and the plains in Texas. So we're also seeing those same trends when we start looking into future transmission development as well. So it's good to see when there's overlap between two different data sources kind of pointing to the same thing. Now I'm going to stop here except for to just show our website where you can ask your staff to sign up for our listserv. That way you'll know when the final needs study comes out. So it's energy.gov/GDO. You don't need to put in Grid Deployment Office. It'll auto-populate when you put in GDO. This box here, the Grid and Transmission Program Conductor, this is what I talked about on that very first slide where I showed the dollar values of funding available. If you click here, it'll help you kind of down select or have constituents come here to help down select what type of money might be available to them. And then at the very bottom, subscribe now. Putting in an email address here will put you on our listserv to be alerted of when the final needs study comes out. And I'm happy to just take questions the rest of the time.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. That was some interesting information here. Committee, do we have any questions for Senator Schallenberger, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slides 16, 17, pages 16, 17. On 17, you show the plains and the 5 areas where we need improvement. And my question is, there's a blue one called alleviate congestion and unscheduled flows on 16. And the green one is alleviate transfer capacity limits. What's the difference between those two? I noticed that the Plains state does not have a problem alleviating congestion, but we do have a problem alleviating transfer capacity. I just want to know what the difference is.
Yeah, absolutely. So the congestion and unscheduled flows, that's meant to be within regions. So there wasn't a lot of congestion found within the Plains region. I mean, there was some, but the majority of the benefit that we see with connecting new transmission, given current need, is connecting Plains with its neighbors. This is the difference between slides 22 and 23 and then 24. We really are starting to look at that interregional transfer capability or interregional transmission congestion.
Okay, but so according to this study, alleviating congestion inside our area is not a high problem. So we're building a power, if we're building a power line to alleviate congestion, it's not within ourselves, it's to alleviate it somewhere else.
Right. So I certainly wouldn't say that across the board that there isn't a concern for congestion. That can be a very local issue and something that may be specific to Kansas or just a small portion of the plains, certainly. For the kind of example, for the overview chart that we show on 16 and 17, we do lay out where we have these different metrics by which we say, okay, for this chart's purposes, this is where we're going to count as whether or not we add a filled-in dot or not. So for this chart, we did find there was more of a need for interregional transmission than within region transmission. But that's not to say that there is, of course, no need for alleviating congestion within the SVP or within Kansas's region should local utilities find that to be true. But looking nationally, looking at the metrics that we were considering for the purposes of that example chart, it's not highlighted.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when Senator Schellenberger and I are right on the same page, it either means we agree or I'm about to become the devil's advocate here. And I'm not sure where I'm at on all this, but I do appreciate the senator's question. I'd like to return to slide 23 that I think you made reference to just a moment ago. And I think as the senator's question pointed out, if I look at this congestion map, it looks a lot like some other new congestion maps that have come out within the last year or two. And it looks to me like we don't have a congestion problem in Kansas. Is that a fair conclusion?
When looking at national wholesale electricity prices, given the metrics that we were considering, that's right. There's not a lot of price differences between, or not persistently high and low price differences within Kansas. Again, congestion can be at a local level, so we can't say that definitively for what utilities may bring forth. But at the national level, at the metrics we were considering, that's right. That doesn't show as a really high differences in Kansas.
Now, these blue dots that we see here on slide 23 that represent, I believe, areas where there's not congestion, is that calculated based upon the economic price? How much it costs to sell power generated here to somewhere else, or how much it costs us to buy power? Or is that based upon looking at how many wires there are and counting up how many KVs and figuring out what the load and need for transfer from one region to another? How do you get to the conclusion that we don't have congestion in Kansas?
Right. So for slide 23, it's those differences in wholesale prices only. So not what you and I pay when we pay retail utility bill, right? But what do the utilities pay when they're buying and selling?
Yeah, we actually have, I believe, some of the very lowest wholesale prices in the nation for electricity, yet my constituents pay some of the highest retail cost in the region for electricity. So I'm really worried about protecting the people in Wichita, Kansas from rates that inhibit economic development and keep people from being able to keep their house warm. So that's what I'm focusing on. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were moving a little bit further there, please.
No, again, just to highlight, these are wholesale prices. So I can't speak to how the retail rates change from the wholesale prices, but we were only looking at wholesale prices and again, at a national level and making this determination, not getting into the local details of retail rates for any individual community.
And then, Mr. Chair, with your permission to kind of follow up on that whole scenario, if I look at slide 32, that's regional transmission expansion results 20 to 35 for a moderate to a high range. As you point out for the plains, it appears that there's a gap between the anticipated need and what we currently have available for transmission. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That's right. For these capacity expansion result scenarios.
Now, does that represent a need to expand transmission in the plains so that we can move power out of Kansas into other parts of the plains? Or is that so that my constituents in Wichita, Kansas can import power from outside of Kansas somehow to their benefit?
It could be a
I mean, it
combination of those.
looks to me like for Kansas, we're talking about exporting Kansas power, really not importing power.
Right. Yeah. So I think, so there is definitely lots of data to suggest that Kansas or the Plains as a whole really is a net exporter. There's lots of opportunity to be an even larger exporter in the future as the load on the coast changes drastically or grows drastically, as there's a desire for various types or more diverse renewable energy resources or more diverse generation sources writ large. So in that case, I do think that there's a large export opportunity for the Plains, including for Kansas. In terms of the import portion of that, there is also a resiliency or a reliability component to this as well, because there are times when extreme events obviously are going to impact one relatively large, but one region of the grid at a time. And being able to import power from neighbors that are not experiencing that same extreme event is really valuable for reliability. Now, that's going to be a few times of the year, perhaps. That's not necessarily going to be on average the whole year, in which case the Plains is certainly more of a net exporter than importer.
So if I'm a protectionist and I want low rates in my community to attract capital investment by companies who would like to move to Wichita, Kansas, if only we had affordable electric power, with the exception of those 2 or 3 days when I need power from MISO for resiliency purposes, wouldn't I just be better off if we just cut all the transmission lines at the Kansas border and generated our own electricity? It looks to me like it'd be cheaper for my constituents. Now that's my devil's advocate question, but why doesn't that follow? Why shouldn't we just cut all the transmission lines at the Kansas border and have cheap wholesale electricity translated to cheap retail electricity translated to more business in my town?
Well, whether or not to cut the lines would be a policy call, so I won't get into that. But
Sure.
in terms of the engineering analysis of it, it's not just transmission isn't going to be built necessarily just on its own. It's going to be accommodating a lot of new generation and a lot of new load. To the extent that there is a lot of new generation and a lot of resources that would accommodate new generation to come online in Kansas, that is perhaps where there's this export opportunity to build more lines.
Ms. Brooks, I wish I knew 10% of what you know about this. Thank you. 5%, Mr. Chair, 3%.
Thank you, Representative. We got another question here from Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of it was covered in the earlier questions there. Yeah, it really gets down. I noticed, well, first of all, I've never heard of the Grid Deployment Office. When were you created? I didn't see that in the slides.
A little over a year ago, so about 14 months ago, perhaps.
Okay, because I was looking at your mission statement, and it seems to, at least in words, have a balance of affordability and reliability. So, to the earlier questions, as you map the needs, well, earlier even, the grid was cited as one of the greatest inventions, right? And so in the beginning, it served its native load, and then we tied them together to say, hey, I'll back you up, you back me up. Then we tied states together. Now we've tied the whole country together, and it seems that the priorities of providing folks elsewhere with cheap power results in cost bearing by some of our folks. And I think that's the point that was made there. Would you agree?
So the benefit cost analysis of any one project can't speak to, but of course, no one project is going to get built without high benefit. So we're looking holistically, and none of the transmission lines, and we're showing these really large gaps to fill, none of those would be, or those results would not be shown if it weren't coming up as being cost effective for the entire nation as a whole. So again, in our capacity expansion model, we're not getting into that super level of detail of looking at cost benefit of any one project, but we are only going to see results of future transmission need if it's shown to be cost effective compared to other combinations of generation or transmission mix nationwide. So we do feel like these are cost effective solutions, albeit not necessarily into the granular detail of how that might impact any one ratepayer, any one region.
Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? I do not see any. So, Adria, we appreciate you being with us for the past almost hour here. So, appreciate your information, and we may be reaching out to you in the future.
Yeah, please do. Thank you so much for having me, and have a good rest of your session.
Okay. With that, got a few other things I wanted to get here. Can I get Laura Lutz up to the microphone? Laura, you're with Evergy.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
I look out in everybody here, and I know most of the faces here, but there's somebody sitting by you that I don't know. And would you mind introducing?
I would be happy to introduce her. I have a shadow today, Sarah McCoy. She's a KU student in her sophomore year. She's majoring in political science and economics. And I was connected with her. Her father works at Wolf Creek.
Very good. Welcome to the committee, Sarah. All right. And then I've had a few requests. If we had a little extra time, could we get Andrew French back up here and have you just kind of continue on? We cut you off a little bit early, and if we could get through the last few slides, I'd appreciate it.
I'd be happy to.
Before I cut you off again, right? So.
So if we could go to, I'm trying to remember where I left off here. Get you a slide number. I assume somebody's pulling up my deck. We could go to 19 real quick. I'll finish up cost allocation. All right. So I was giving you sort of benefit cost analysis for SPP planned projects. And I wanted to say, this paints a pretty rosy picture. And I think by and large, you could say Kansas utilities, Kansas customers have benefited pretty well by at least the build out thus far of the transmission system. I do want to tee up a couple issues, though, that there are some specific facilities, particularly, I remember I talked about the highway-byway cost allocation method. Well, those byway facilities, those are sort of the mid-sized lines. And there is an assumption within that methodology that 2/3 of the benefit goes to the local area of those facilities. There's an issue bubbling up. We've identified some specific facilities that are those just mid-sized lines, but they are really being used to support pushing power. I don't know. I certainly wouldn't say interregionally, and it may not even go to the far reaches of the region, but definitely to areas outside of, for instance, the Sunflower Zone or the Midwest Zone. It's just a few facilities at this point, but it's something we've been working on for a while. I think there is a concern that more and more of those types of mid-sized lines are going to be built to support that type of activity. So that's a real concern. I just want to tee that up. I know that'll be a big topic of conversation. There's a lot of different ways to attack that. We've definitely got some reforms in the pipeline, perhaps looking at, just let's build a few bigger facilities. Stop getting these little mid-level facilities more enmeshed in the local zone. Maybe build a few bigger facilities that the whole region pays for, and recognize that those are benefiting the whole region. So there's a few different approaches to that. I want to make sure that I tee up that issue for some of the other folks that are going to talk, because it's been an issue the KCC and the co-ops have worked pretty hand in hand on, and want to make sure it's teed up, even though don't want to miss the forest for the trees. The benefit and cost is still very good, but we always keep an eye looking out on the future and what may be coming. So the last few slides here, I think Chair Delperdang, you wanted me just to tee up what is the competitive bid process in SPP. And, I've kind of laid it out. These are not exciting slides. Basically, FERC Order 1000, again, the order number doesn't mean anything, but that required the RTOs to remove the federal right of first refusal, the ROFR, as you've heard the last couple of years in this building, from their tariff, which means that when they identify certain projects within a utility's service area, that utility does not have the automatic right to build those projects. It allowed competitive bidding to come into SPP. SPP created attachment Y, which is a tariff that had to be filed at FERC, and that lays out its entire process for competitive bidding. Let's move to the next slide. These are the bullet points on when competitive bidding applies. I don't want to get down into the minutiae here. Just suffice it to say that essentially these are large, new greenfield type of projects. They're not rebuilds of existing facilities. You're not building something within an existing utility right of way. It's something above 100 kV, and it also applies in states without a state ROFR, which Kansas does not have a state right of first refusal. Next slide. So the competitive process, only qualified RFP participants can participate. As of this year, we've got 41 of those. They already have to pass screening for certain financial, operational, and managerial criteria. And the way it works is an expert panel, an independent expert panel reviews, ranks, and scores their proposals, and they come up with a winner and a runner-up. And then that recommendation has to be approved by the SPP board. Also, just want to emphasize here, these people aren't proposing to build projects they aren't proposing projects. The project has already been identified. They're bidding to become the one that builds it. So they're telling you, here's how we build it, and here's the cost we would build it for. The expert panel then makes a decision on who should get to build it. Next slide. This is the scoring criteria. So you can see it's not like, I think everybody thinks of competitive bidding and it's just, what's the lowest cost? It's a drive to the bottom. Well, of course, this was a competitive process that was put together by engineers. And so, yes, the overall rate analysis and cost to customers is a very big part of that score. But operations, engineering design, project management, how can you actually bring this project to fruition? Is it going to support reliability within the region? Is it gonna, you have the credentials to actually manage this and make it work for the next 40 to 60 years? Those are all part of the scoring criteria. So that's how you get to the project. Next, okay, we're there. This slide just tells you how often this has actually happened in SPP. So I don't remember when attachment Y was initially adopted, but I do know the first project was not long thereafter. It was identified in 2015. That was identified, it's the Wackemeyer North Liberal project, but that's in the Sunflower Zone. But you can see here, only 6 projects have ever been identified over the last, say, 8 or 9 years. And that project actually, the Wackemeyer to North Liberal project, never actually happened. The Sunflower people will keep me honest, but my recollection is they went out and won that bid because they thought they could do something different and not have to build a line. And eventually it was restudied. That line never got built. There's another line on here, the Butler to Tioga line. That was in the Evergy Central Territory. Evergy did not believe that line was the right solution. They had a different line they wanted to build. And so that line, I don't think ever even got bid. So 2 of the 6 never even happened. I don't think, so the Wolf Creek to Blackberry and the Sooner to Wakiwa, those are farther along in the process, but neither of those have been built. And then the lower down ones are still percolating up through the system. Next slide. This is just a map to show you where the competitive projects have been. I thought people might be curious, what's in Kansas, what's in other areas. By and large, it's been Oklahoma, Kansas. The Butler Tioga line is not even shown on there. And then New Mexico has the most recent competitive project. That's a very large 345 kV line. And that was just approved, gosh, I think 3 months ago. So I think that's my last slide on that. It's basically just to tee up what the competitive bidding process is. It applies only to a certain subset of projects, and it's a bidding process not for people to propose projects. It's for the right to construct those projects. So I'd be happy to take any questions on it. Also think you're going to have some folks from SPP here later. They will be a very good source of their process for this, but I hope I've teed it up for you.
No, I appreciate you jumping back up there. Looks like we have one question here from Senator Shellen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming back and answering questions. I'm going to talk specifically about the Blackberry. My constituents are going to get to see that beautiful line running through their district, and I get to hear a lot about it. In the competitive bid process, do you take into consideration the loss of productivity of the land? I mean, is there any, or is it assumed that that's going to happen no matter what? Or is it not considered at all?
I guess you're saying loss of land value or landowner compensation?
The loss, if I'm farming a section of land and I end up with 3 concrete power poles on it, I can't farm that anymore. I have to farm around it. Is the loss of that value calculated?
I don't know that I could tell you what the industry panel, how they would consider that in ranking their selections as to, this one burdens the land more versus another one. I know the way I would look at it is whoever's going to build it, they probably need to show that they have the ability to acquire that land from the landowners. And once you get into negotiations between a utility and landowners, it's pretty subjective what the value of land is. And I think you've got to make an assumption that there's going to be a negotiation there.
Okay. So there's an assumption, I'll just be direct. There's an assumption in my neck of the woods that if Evergy would have gotten that, they would have constructed it on right of way they already had. That was the assumption. Maybe false, but that's what I hear from the farmers. The company that was selected at much lower, well, I don't know how much the other bids were, but the low bidder is putting it on basically on new right of way. So the belief is thousands of acres, hundreds of acres, thousands of acres of farmland will be taken out of production. Their value will not be of any benefit to the people other than, I guess, I'll get paid for it. And that was not that was not used in the calculation of the cost.
Yeah, I think where cost comes in, I mean, the company that won, we now know that they proposed a cost cap along with theirs and their bid, and they had to include in the valuation what they were going to have to pay folks for that additional right of way. So I think that's where cost would come in. As far as the question of whether it's good or bad for them to acquire additional right of way, my suspicion is that they did not, the industry panel did not consider that. Now, to be fair, that is something we heard a lot about in the state siting case. And it was something we considered in hearing the public's comments because we had to decide whether the route was reasonable. Ultimately, we did hear a lot of back and forth on where the line's going to go in the additional right of way. For us, it was, we did ultimately find that the route of the line was reasonable.
Has it been selected? The entire route's been selected where it's going to?
Yes, at this point, it has. And there were a number of reroutes. Mr. Hanos, who's here with me today, is going to talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry to take the committee's time.
No, it's a good question.
Local question.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Turner.
Thank you. A thought that came to mind is, I'd always heard hydropower was very cheap, and I'm thinking about the last presentation, but I don't recall in those days, and hydro's been around for a long time, this flurry of activity to move that cheap power around the country that I see now. So is this really about moving cheap power around the country, or is this more to like a full court press to expand renewables at any cost?
So I don't think I can answer that question for you. I mean, I do think, as I've looked at these studies, they are highly driven by just differential costs of energy based on modeling assumptions of what resources you assume are going to be there. Now, I can't speak to the reasons why people are pursuing that, but I think they're highly influenced by differential costs of energy. To Representative Carmichael's question, I agree. Within Kansas, we're sitting on a lot of low cost energy. If the reason you're purely building lines is to move low cost energy to high cost areas, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but there's definitely a cost allocation issue there. You want to make sure the people that are benefiting from lower cost energy are getting it. I do assign some value to our ability to import and export energy from a reliability standpoint. During Winter Storm Uri, we were importing, I want to say 7,000 megawatts at one time. And it was actually when that began to get curtailed was when we had to have outages. So we know being able to wheel in power does have a reliability benefit. So I think that should be taken into the mix. But if the primary reason is to wheel our low cost energy, then cost allocation needs to reflect that and who pays for it. So I won't speak to the motives behind any of the studies in particular, though.
Thank you for your comments.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I realize that my questions are probably the only thing between us and lunch. So I'll keep it short, but to direct it to some of the answers that you gave to Senator Schallenberger, what, if you can just briefly pinpoint, what considerations were made to determine was the route selected for the Blackberry line reasonable? Because even in my area, I'm getting questions about the exercise of eminent domain and that kind of thing. Was it the most direct route? Was it the route that would require the least amount of exercise of eminent domain? Or what, if you could speak on that briefly, the process to determine was the route reasonable?
So it all starts out with the company files a routing study. So in this case, Burns and McDonnell from engineering firm in Kansas City performed a routing study. I think they looked at 60 or 70 different potential routes. They had different ways that they scored them, staying away from residences. Obviously, the most direct route was very important to them. So they had a lot of different ways they looked at what would be reasonable. Our staff looked at it. They had some recommendations for some differences. We took public comments, talked to landowners about, would it be possible to move the line in certain areas? And we did approve a certain number of reroutes where it was, cost feasible. But ultimately, yeah, there's a lot of considerations. I mean, you want the most direct line that doesn't that minimizes the burden or the impact on the land. But at the same time, when you do that, at least in this case, that means a diagonal line. And that's something landowners also don't like. And so, you could have stair-stepped the line all the way down on roadways, but then your cost is going to be so much higher. And you ultimately are benefiting more miles of land or burdening more miles of land at that point. So it is a mixed question, and it's one where you have to look at the routing study. You have to look at the testimony of all the different parties and say, ultimately this route with quite a few different recommendations on some modifications and conditions, does that ultimately end up being reasonable? Not to say that there aren't other routes that are reasonable, maybe even more reasonable. But our question that the legislature tasked us with is with whether that line is reasonable, the route of the line is reasonable.
And if I may, just one more question. And considering the reasonable question, this is to provide energy from Kansas to Missouri is the purpose of the route. And so in the consideration of the exercise of eminent domain here in Kansas was one of the considerations, how does this route benefit Kansas?
I'm really glad you asked that, because that's one we got. There were some, I will say, unfortunate statements in the press to that effect. The line is not being built to deliver low cost energy to Missouri. Although that is sometimes fine. I mean, we recognize that we're in a power pool here and we're trying to move power around. The biggest beneficiaries of this line, if you looked at the studies of the congestion relief, which means letting lower cost power flow, the biggest beneficiary would be the Westar area, the Evergy, Kansas Central area. I'm going to get the number wrong, and Justin Grady can correct me, but I want to say their benefit cost was something like 7. It was like for every dollar a Evergy Central customer would spend, to construct that line, they would see their bill reduced by $7. So that was a misconception. It's just the physics of how electricity works. It's even though you build a line from here and it drops off right on the other side of Missouri, it's not a funnel. It's congestion relief, and it allowed low cost energy from sort of that Burlington area to start to flow more frankly into Representative Carmichael's area. And so actually, actually, in this particular case, the Kansas City and the Wichita areas were the big beneficiaries of this line and only paid 16.5% of it.
Is it because you assert it relieves congestion in the Kansas City and Wichita areas?
Yeah, it relieved congestion. Well, it's a congestion that's really the congestion point is right around that Wolf Creek area. And that's what was preventing it from flowing. So that you see these, they call them heat maps of energy prices. And on one, that area is sort of in red. And then after the line, the power flow modeling shows it turns a little more blue. And so you've got lower cost energy flowing into those areas. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just real quick comment on that, and then we've got one question over here, but I'd like to get it out in the public here. Everybody's hearing about this Wolf Creek power plant to Blackberry line. There is no such thing. Can you give us, what is this line really to and from?
It's connecting to a substation that just happens to be called the Wolf Creek substation. This is not necessarily like a direct connection to the Wolf Creek power plant. Electrons are electrons, and you happen to be connecting in an area that is a big power producer. I mean, you got Wolf Creek there, you've got wind farms in the area. There's a lot of power being generated in that particular area, which tends to cause congestion. But no, it's not a siphon from from Wolf Creek into Missouri. So good question.
With that, one more question from Mr. Schellenberg.
Thank you. So you said $7 a month. Has the KCC author require a $7 a month reduction? Can you tell me when consumers will see that on their bill?
No, I was just saying for every $7 or for every dollar that they would spend, they'd get $7 of benefit. We did look at what the retail rate impact would be. And I want to say for an Evergy Central customer, actually, no, for all customers in SPP, because this is getting spread across the entire region. I think it was 4 cents. 4 to 5 cents. Yeah, 4 to 5 cents per month.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to have to cut you off again, sir. I appreciate you coming back up.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Good slides. Before we break out of here, I just want to make a comment that many of you have received invites to lunch today. If you end up at a common location, please, no committee business to be discussed. That would be known as a coma violation, and it is a punishable misdemeanor with fines. I don't want to get into that. If anybody has questions on it, feel free to ask, but use your own discretion. Thank you. And we will be back at 1:15. Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, you know what? It's not. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay. We're waiting on others to get back, but we're going to go ahead and get started here. We've got a WebEx presentation next on the generational interconnect queue. Paul Suski from Southwest Power Pool is Executive Vice President and General Counsel. Paul, are you on here?
Yes, sir, I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Cannot see you quite yet, but we can hear you fine.
And I'll see if I can, if I heard from this morning, I need to share my slide deck.
Yes, if you could.
All right, well, I'll try to share it and let me know if it comes through okay.
And then I have to be quiet after that, because otherwise it overrides the screen.
Can you see this okay and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. So let me know when you want me to begin.
I would say go ahead. Let's, I was trying to get you going about 10 minutes ago, but it's our fault. I'm still waiting on some people, but I'm sorry. Oh, I think it'll go back on once I quit talking, but anyway, go ahead and get started, Paul. Make sure you're sharing it.
All right, so I am sharing it, my screen. I do see somebody else's slides up, Midwest Energy slides is what's showing up on my screen. Can you see my slides that are up?
Right now, we do not see you.
All right.
We've got IT taking a look at it.
All right.
And it was good to meet you last month.
Yeah, so I want to thank all of you for coming down to SPP and visiting and touring our headquarters and our offices. It's great to meet many of y'all, sometime for the second, third, or even fourth times. It's been a number of years we've had the opportunity to present to you. And I apologize for not being there in person. We actually are having our quarterly stakeholder meetings where a lot of the policies that you are actually talking about today are going through our stakeholder process and receiving votes. So as a result, we have activity going on as we speak on, in particularly votes on resource adequacy. So what I thought I'd do is just walk through the slide decks, and I'm assuming to observe the slides, will I need to advance or somebody there local?
As far as I know, are we driving it? Okay, we'll be driving it here then.
Okay, great. So I'll go to the first slide we have there. Is what I'm going to cover is generation interconnection. And I figured the best way to probably cover this is to simply show you all kind of the current generating fleet in our footprint. And then I'll transition to some recent changes we've seen over the last, I'd say, roughly decade in our generating footprint. Then I'm going to talk about the current generation interconnection queue process, including SPP's role. And then what I'll do is talk about the backlog clearing challenge that SPP, as well as many regions of the country, face with a significant amount of generation going through the process to tie into the grid. Then I'm going to talk about a recent FERC order known as FERC Order 2023. As we said, there is no rhyme or reason to FERC numbering system, but I assume Order 2023 was adopted this year to reflect the year 2023. If you can, next slide. Now I'm going to talk about our generating fleet, but one more slide. But before I jump into this, a lot of times there's a lot of misunderstanding as to the role of the SPP RTO or all RTOs. That we are tasked when it comes to generation interconnection, we are tasked with studying the generation interconnection request in a non-discriminatory manner. And so we do not choose to build the generation, and we cannot own the generation, but it's ultimately the utilities, generation developers that decide what type of generation will be built. SPP does not decide that. So in other words, we don't pick winners or losers between types of generation. Actually, under our mandates, we have to be fuel agnostic. We just make sure that we get the interconnect in a non-discriminatory manner when we plan the grid, but then when we dispatch generation, we do it reliably first and then low cost second. Next slide, please. So this gives you a snapshot of what the amount of capacity we had on our system at the beginning of this year. And let me clarify capacity. This is how many megawatts we have on the system that is available to be used to keep the power on for our region. So this is the total amount of capacity. There is almost 100,000 megawatts on the system. You will see natural gas has the most amount of capacity on the system, followed by wind, which is 32%, and then coal, 22%, and then you get smaller amounts of other type of generation. So this is the amount that's on the system as of the beginning of this year. Now, if you can go to the next slide, I'm going to talk about, well, where is it located? So the generation within our footprint is located all across the region, as you can see. Some actually is outside the region where they can import in. And so as a result, this is the generation we have. It's there first for reliability purposes. And then second of all, through the day-ahead market, it is dispatched with the lowest cost generators providing power to end-use customers in a reliable manner. Now, if you go to the next slide. So I want to talk about the changing renewable mix or generation mix, primarily driven by new renewables coming online. So you see, this is the footprint of each of our footprint, including the states within it, as well as all states in this nation. Most states have adopted some type of renewable portfolio standard, and our region is no different. You can look and see in our footprint, most of our states have RPS standards. And I'll note, while this map shows Nebraska as no RPS standard, I think it's a little bit misleading. While the state of Nebraska does not have renewable mandates or goals, they are purely public power. And so their state established public power entities all set individual goals for their state, with each one being a little bit different. So for the large part, our footprint has followed most of the nation and having type of renewable standards, RPS standards. And as you can see, the date to meet those goals have already passed. But like most of this nation, not only did we exceed as a region state requirements set by states, in whichever form or authority sets those, but we have actually exceeded those, helping them to comply with their state or local requirements. So now those are some of the driver, and obviously the drivers behind, in addition to state goals, you have federal financial tax incentives. Next slide. This slide here shows you the significant amount of wind that's been added to our grid. We're at over 32,000 megawatts of wind on our system. As you can see, the significant growth of both taking advantage of federal production tax incentives, in some cases state tax incentives, as well as complying with state RPS mandates. Next slide. So now we'll talk about the nameplate generation capacity. As you can see here, this shows over time the amount of growth. As you can see in the green part of this graphic, as wind has increased, you can see in the yellow, the gas has remained relatively the same. And you can see the coal, while we still have a significant amount of coal, can see that we've seen a fair amount of coal retirements in our footprint. Again, those decisions to retire are ultimately the utilities or the independent power producer that owns these plants that they make under whatever business decision they need to make those retirements. And so you can see the fuel mix changing. One kind of interesting note, you can see the hydro, which is the dark blue, which is the third to top part of this graph, had a significant increase in 2015. Well, that is when Western Area Power Administration, a federal agency, joined SPP in 2015, and you can see the amount of hydro on our footprint increased at the same time. Now, the next slide, this slide shows you the capacity. Now, this is actually energy mix. So while you may have 100 megawatts of a plant available, whatever type of fuel it is, but it doesn't run all the time. This slide here shows you the energy mix change over time. So as you can see, back in 2012, about 60% of our energy was from coal. And then in time, coal has, through retirements or less economic dispatch, has reduced the amount of coal to where you can see in 2022, it was 33%. And then the green line, you see the increase in wind. As the wind has come online, it's cheapest. Generation, both from a fuel standpoint as well as a federal production tax incentives. So coal is now our number one fuel source. Then if you see in the yellow line, you see the gas. You can see gas has been somewhat relatively flat. Over the last couple of years, natural gas prices have increased. And when natural gas prices increase, gas does not clear the market as often. As a result, you can see a slight drop in the amount of gas on our footprint. So you can see not only is the capacity change, but at the same time, capacity change, it makes logical sense that the dispatch of the grid changes as well. Next slide. This gives you an idea of where the wind is throughout the region. These dots identify where wind is located in our market. And that's obviously been the biggest change in our footprint. And now you go to the next, what we expect to be the next big change is solar. You can see, solar, we have very little solar currently on our system, but we do expect this to increase, which I'll show you in a bit. So if you go one more slide, I will show you where the solar is located on our grid. Now, if you go to the next slide, so that's where we stand today. Now, what we can do is I want to transition to talk about the generation interconnection queue. This is how we can somewhat look into the future to see what happens. Our generation interconnection queue is a tariff-based, so the rules are specified in our tariff as approved by FERC. What that means is our planners and developers, they submit requests to be studied to add on to the grid. We validate the study, analyze the request, then ultimately, if the generator chooses to connect to the grid with the appropriate cost that they have to pay for, they will then sign an interconnection agreement to do this. So we have a number of details, very engineer driven and cost driven as to how these work. But on the right, the governing documents, you can see the various governing documents that dictate the rules of how we conduct our generation interconnection process. Next slide. This kind of shows you the 5-step process. So first you have what we call the intake in the blue. A generation interconnection customer, again, that could be a monopoly utility, which could be an investor-owned, a cooperative, or a municipality. Or it could be an independent power producer that says, I want to tie on to the grid. So they submit an application and we go through that process. Once they apply, you go through this model build process. You look at the grid, you look at the flows they would put on the grid and the impacts it would have. Then you go to the yellow spot. Could go back one more, sorry. The yellow box, you do the study and the analysis to see what are the costs they are responsible for paying, both to interconnect to the grid and any network upgrades they are responsible for. And then ultimately, you have contracts that are signed. They sign the contracts. We file them for regulatory approval, and then you proceed with construction. And occasionally there is, on the far right, kind of the brownish color, you can have dispute resolutions through this process. Sometimes you got to do some restudies to look at any verification, but it's the process. Now, if you go to the next slide, this gets a little more detail of a timeline. In the 2019 timeframe, we filed and FERC approved what we call the three-phase study process. And so basically phase one that you'll see in the first line up top is they have to put up a study deposit. They pay for the studies and financial security for upgrades that they would be responsible for paying. Go through that study process, and then you can see they are at decision point number one as a generator trying to interconnect. They can withdraw and go to the green box and it's over, or they can choose to proceed. Financial security increases for phase two. Then we do a more detailed study. And then again, at the end of that, you see decision point two, they can withdraw or remain in the process. Then if they go to phase three, again, additional financial security is required all the way to completing the study, and then they can decide to sign a generation interconnection agreement. This is very engineer intensive. It's a significant process with a number of stakeholders involved. SPP gets data and information around the grid. We build the models to see the impacts and the upgrades responsible for the generator interconnection customer. So FERC approved this, as we said, and that has really helped us to reduce the significant backlog we had. So a lot of times, and this was raised when members of the legislature were at SPP last month, well, there's sometimes a misbelief that interconnection customers do not pay for costs. That's not accurate. They do. And some of the cost here shows you, we kind of pulled an average. So between 2020 and 2022, it was about $125 per kW. So as an example, again, this would be a very small generator, but they would pay $500,000 for a 10 megawatt generator on average. And also we can look at the data and see, like most projects in economics, you see in economies of scale, if you have a larger generator that you're tying on, a larger wind farm or a larger thermal generator, generally your costs are less per kW hour. All right, next slide. Now, this is what is in the queue today. We have about 95,000 megawatts or 95 gigawatts of wind in the queue. And you can see the number one trend we see in the queue is solar. That is substantially higher, almost double what we see wind in the queue. Historically, the queue was primarily wind. We see new technologies, batteries and storage. We see some hybrid, and then you can see thermal, which is gas generation, or it could be nuke or coal, but in the queue, it's just gas. This is a concern that the queue, that we don't determine what's in the queue. Individual companies make that decision, and we have 3% of the 95,000 megawatts as thermal units. And so as a result, normally all of this will not be built. Some of these generators will drop out at phase 1, 2, or phase 3, and some may choose not to build even if they complete the process. But this somewhat gives you a snapshot into the future of what we think will be added to the grid. If you go to the next slide, for those of you interested in really looking at the grid, particularly what is coming on or being studied, I should say, in say Kansas, you see in the blue graphic on the right, that is a website. You can go click. You can click on many of these icons on this slide and you can see the details. So if you take a look at the middle part, the green section, that is what we call like this central area that we do our transmission studies. And you can see that is both Kansas and Missouri, with a lot of your utilities crossing state lines into Missouri. And as a result, you can see in that on the far right in the middle, the 03 central area, you can see the number of projects that's in the queue. It's 135. And you can see how many megawatts by the type of generation that are out there. So you can see in the central area, you have 166 megawatts of thermal units. And you can see you have 12,000, over almost 13,000 megawatts in solar being studied about potentially tying onto the grid. Very interactive webpage here. You can really learn a lot and get to the details and see where the projects would be developed and some of the processes as they go through. Now, if you can go next slide. So that's kind of the future. Now let's talk about backlog clearing. This has been a significant issue for this nation. You know, as I said, our peak load is just over 55,000 megawatts, but we have 98 already on the system and another amount, 95,000 being studied. And so in reality, they will not all join the system and tie on, but under our national policies, we go and we look at these in a non-discriminatory manner to take a look. So you can see these are the regions of the country, the amount of generation that is being studied. And so the backlog queue challenges SPP has is not unique to SPP. All regions of the country have a challenge with this significant amount of queues or generators you have to study in the queue. Next slide. So what are we doing about it? So you can see in this graph on the left-hand side, in the last 18 months, we've had over 10,000 megawatts added to the grid. And so as a result, they're either new GI customers or new market participants that are joining. And then if you look in the orange block, since 2017, 31,000 megawatts have been added to the grid. So while the queue is a challenge, our three-phase process is really helping us make headway, and a lot of new generation is being added. There's been complaints. All RTOs been one of the higher complaints is the time it takes to get new generation tied onto the grid, and we're making improvements that have to be approved by FERC to proceed with this process. Next slide. This also shows you a bit more detail about our backlog. So if you take a look at fourth quarter of last year, 2022, you can see the number of requests, which is the numbers. The green is the amount that we hadn't even started studying them yet. And you can look at third quarter 2023, we've made significant amount of inroads of that, and we've completed over half of what was in the queue with the next in the study process. So a lot of success and moving it through. It's been a challenge for us as well as many parts of the country to get through this study backlog. Can go next slide. Well, in an attempt to try to improve the backlog process, FERC has opened a docket to take a look at and make required changes. So FERC in July of this year adopted Order 2023. Again, the numbers make no sense, except for I assume they picked the year they approved this number, this order. So it's called Improvements to the Generation Interconnection Procedures and Agreements. You see the docket number there. The effective date is November 5th, and we have a December 5th compliance deadline. As y'all know, that's a very tight period of time, so we have asked FERC for an extension to give us more time to make our compliance filing so we can use our robust stakeholder process. We don't have an order back from them yet on our request, but we're optimistic and have our fingers crossed that we will get that extension. So I wanted to highlight on the next three slides some of the issues that FERC is trying to address. So this is like a hypothetical example of what FERC is proposing. First, you have the host transmission provider. In this case, it would be SPP. That gray bar would be arrow up top would be our process that they propose to follow through, similar to our three-phase process. Well, then if you have a generator, this is some of the complexities. You have a generator on the SPP footprint that wants to tie on. It can have impacts because of the nature of the grid on your neighbors. That's called an effective system. And so one of the challenges of the grid is one region will finish a study, but then you have to wait on the neighboring region's affected system study. So FERC is trying to put rules in place for the green arrow to make sure the effective system studies are done timely so you can finish the process. Another one, next slide, one of the issues they're wanting to address to reduce the amount of speculative developers, and that is requirements and under the new rule that you have site control for the generating facilities. I won't get in the weeds of that. And then the next slide talks about commercial readiness, some requirements of security deposit that you are ready to actually build and move forward. Part of the challenge with the queue has been you have some speculators in the process. Studying them and they never come to fruition has delayed other needed projects that need to get on the grid. As I said, this is a challenge nationwide, not only in SPP, but in other regions of the country. And we continue to work to try to reduce that timeline so people can get through the study process. And then I believe that is my last slide. So again, thank you for the invitation to speak. Thank you for letting me do it remote as I'm here in Little Rock where we're having our quarterly stakeholder meetings. And I look forward to your questions.
Paul, I appreciate you being here again today. Do we have questions from the committee? Mr. Carmichael, or Representative Carmichael, take it away, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Susky, it's good to see your smiling picture here. I want to apologize to you. I didn't make it to Southwest Power Pool about 3 weeks ago because after 3 years, I finally contracted COVID. So I've had my experience with COVID, but it kept me from enjoying the Pinot Noir at the Clinton Center. And so we'll try it again in the future. I've got a couple of questions, though, for you. Two of them are pretty simple, I hope. If I direct your attention to page that I thought I had folded over and now I can't find it. Well, let me go to this one and then we'll come back. Slide number 20. It's the slide that has to do with generation interconnection dashboard. And I do really look forward to playing with that dashboard. Just help me understand what's the definition of thermal as used in the chart on the right. I think I know what it is, but I better ask you to make sure.
All right, let me pull it up. Yes, thermal would be like gas, coal, nuclear, those types of generation.
In particular, I was wondering whether nuke fell within the definition of thermal, and I understand it makes heat and makes steam and makes electricity.
Yes, I would add nuke as well.
Right. And the second question I had, which is really, again, my own ignorance, on slide 17, that's SPP's three-phase study process. At the 120-day level after the posting of presumably of additional financial security, then there's a study of steady state, stability, and short circuit. We've got electrical engineers on the panel here, and they all know what that means. But as a lawyer, which I think you are one, could you tell me in simple language what it is that's being studied?
Yeah, sure. That has to do with studies, engineering studies. Again, I'm a lawyer, not the engineer, but I occasionally stay at a Holiday Inn. But essentially what these are the studies that show the impact that it would have on the grid and whether or not upgrades are needed to make sure the grid is stable, and you take a look at the various circuits, the impacts it has. One thing that's always amazing to me to learn is that electrons flow where they flow. It's path of least resistance, and they do not stay within state lines or within the territories of utilities. And so they conduct these studies to get a little more precision on what upgrades the developer or the utility has to pay for. So I hope that's helpful.
It is a bit helpful. I'll rely on one of the electrical engineers in here to explain to me what steady state, stability, and short circuit studies mean. Mr. Chair, do I have time for my real question? Thank you. The SPP is expanding principally now to the north and west. It looks like they're planning to go across the seam between the so-called Eastern Interconnect and the Western Interconnect. It's not KG&E making power to manufacture aluminum in World War II and then to build bombers at Wichita anymore. It's a behemoth throughout the central part of North America. What is the advantage to my constituents, ratepayers in Kansas, to the continued expansion of the SPP, and in particular, the move now into the Western power grid?
Yeah, good question. So when you expand a market like we have expanded 2 other times, you have a bigger pool of resources. So what that means is whenever there is power cheaper in one area and that can displace more expensive power in another. So as a result, anytime you expand a market, you have a bigger pool of resources to generate and flow. Also, when you have a bigger market, the inherent natural cost of operating a market goes down. So while you have a bigger pool to share in the cost of running the market, operating the market, it will reduce your cost. So ultimately, like we have seen, our original market stopped at the Kansas-Nebraska border. Nebraska joined and we saw more cheaper power to be able to be dispatched and the sharing of cost. And then when we expanded in 2015 to the Canadian border, we saw that. So what you have, as you pointed out, there is the DC ties between the Eastern Interconnect and the Western Interconnect. Utilities in the West, most of them are members in the East, want to join the footprint as they did before and expand it so we have more trading opportunities. In time, you can have a lot of value and benefits. So for instance, Kansas has a lot of wind. And so at time when, say, a wind front's coming through and the wind's blowing in Colorado, that cheap power can get shipped into Kansas. And then in time when the wind quits blowing in Colorado and the front moves to Kansas and y'all have surplus wind, you can then sell it into Colorado. That's the nature of the grid and the operating of finding the lowest cost generation to dispatch to save end-use customers money.
But we're told earlier this morning that Kansas has some of the absolute cheapest wholesale power in the country, that the areas of congestion that were identified on the hot map are in Missouri and a lot of other places, but they're not in Kansas. So it looks like we've got generating capacity in Kansas to take care of ourselves. What is it we're going to be replacing in terms of Kansas generation with Wyoming coal generation, for example, coming across what used to be one of the 7 ties? I don't know how many there are now.
Yeah, there's still the 7 ties. So ultimately, when you have a day-ahead market, whatever is the least cost power would flow to the market.
But you have to build transmission lines to accomplish that, and that's where my concern lies. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions? I don't see any. I would like to elaborate on a part of what you were talking about there, is because you talked about the least cost, but is that not the disparity between retail and wholesale? You're dealing with wholesale prices. Is that a fact?
Yeah, correct. We do not get involved or delve into retail. We are wholesale market. And so our market moves power between utilities. And then once a utility buys or sells power, in other words, if they profit from the market or they, and what they do with those revenues is dependent on their retail construct. And if they are buying from the market, then it's up to their retail construct of who pays for that power.
Okay. Do you have any information on what other states do from the retail to wholesale markets? In other words, if we can, there was a time, I think back here not too long ago, we had like 71% of the energy generated in Kansas for a day was wind, which I would think would be ultra cheap on the wholesale side. But are other states taking any of that into consideration to maybe give a relief on the retail side? Are you aware of any?
Yeah, I would defer to the local regulatory construct. Obviously, you can have vertically integrated investor-owned utilities that whatever regulation they have is decided by their state commission. You sometimes have state agencies that have to go to the appropriate state agency or a small municipality that sets those rates. Each of them is a little bit different. I will say my background, I used to be city attorney for the city of North Little Rock, Arkansas. We're our own municipal owned utility. And prior to joining SPP, I was chairman of the Arkansas Public Service Commission, similar to Chairman French. And so we regulated the investor owns. So each regulatory construct's different, and it's really up to that contract how they handle both wholesale savings as well as wholesale cost.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. Paul, I appreciate you being here. It's good to see you again, and I think you're going to be with us again tomorrow for a while too.
Yes, sir. I look forward to it.
Okay. We are running a little bit ahead now, but do we have Bill Dowling, Vice President of Engineering? Would you mind coming on a little bit early for us? All righty. And you're with Midwest Energy, correct? Welcome to the committee, sir. Very good.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Chairman Delperdang and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I am Bill Dowling, the Vice President of Engineering and Energy Supply at Midwest Energy, with, of course, our headquarters being in Hayes. Just a little background, Midwest Energy is a member-owned cooperative. We serve about 50,000 electric and 42,000 gas customers in central and northwest Kansas. And then for our electric operations, we own 115 megawatts of generation. We contract for 350 megawatts of thermal production capacity, along with 107 megawatts of wind generation capacity. We also own and operate about 11,000 miles of transmission and distribution. We do deliver directly to the end use customer, and that is what makes us a little bit unique in the cooperative world. So today, I'm going to focus a little bit on each of three issues. We're going to talk most of the time about some of the inequities in the current SPP cost allocation process and its methodology related to the construction of transmission lines. We're going to transition then to a possible method to at least partially address some of those iniquities. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about some suggestions for improvements in the transmission siting process. Just to back up a bit, and some of this will look familiar to some of you, but I want to just set a little background. So in simplest terms, cost allocation is about who pays for building and maintaining the electrical transmission lines. As you've heard a little bit already, FERC talks a lot about who does the planning. And for us, the regional planning is coordinated by SPP. Now, each transmission owner is also required to do their own planning. And so Midwest, Sunflower, Evergy, we work hand in hand with SPP on that. SPP goes through the integrated transmission planning process. You saw a little bit about that earlier. And that's where a lot of needs for new transmission facilities are identified. And part of the way that they then talk about afterwards who's going to pay for these new lines once the need for them is established, that's through, among other things, the highway-byway process that you're familiar with. And then so what you see on the slide is just that quick reminder that for the highway projects, it's completely regionally funded based on that load share allocation. For the byway projects, which is what I'm going to be spending some time talking about, 2/3 of the cost of that falls on the transmission owner that's building that improvement, and 1/3 is then spread across the entire footprint. So that's a distinction that's really important. And just to set a point that I'm going to come back to shortly, when they justify a byway project, they still justify it based on the economic benefit to the region as a whole. They compute the benefit to that individual transmission zone, but it's justified based on the benefit to the region as a whole.
So again, this was a chart that you had seen earlier. Now, this analogy is a little bit helpful, and we're going to use this here in a few minutes to talk about the way these are broken up and what we mean when we're talking about highway and byway. But at a cursory level, you can think of the highway used for moving large amounts of energy long distances. The byway generally is thought of having more of a local function. And that was very true in 2010 when the highway-byway methodology was first conceived of and put into place. So, with respect to Midwest Energy, we've got about 945 miles of line that are 100 kV and higher, but a lot of those lines even predate that 2010. Some of them predate it by quite a bit. Most of those lines were paid for not on any kind of regional basis, but by the customers that are served within our transmission zone. So keep that in mind for a little bit too. What I would say is that the highway-byway methodology in 2010 made a lot of sense. I think Commissioner French mentioned that it was based on studies, and it was. Today, that may not be quite as true. It still works reasonably well for most reliability projects, but not so well for economic projects. And so I want to make a little bit of a distinction here. An economic project or an improvement generally refers to projects that are going to result in savings. And a lot of those savings, though not all, come from changes in the production cost. In other words, how you can change the scheduling of generation within the SPP footprint to reduce the overall cost of energy. But you can't do that if you don't have the transmission in place. So you're looking at transmission that enables better scheduling. How much does that save you? And that's where the savings come from. And you've heard a little bit already about computing a benefit to cost ratio. Well, that benefit, a lot of it comes from that change in production cost. And again, when we look at that, we're looking at the cost savings across the entire region when we decide, yes, this project, or more commonly, this portfolio of projects makes sense, or it does not make economic sense. So moving on, there's a basic cost principle here, and we don't ever want to lose sight of this. Some people just make it simple and call it cost causer should pay. But I think for what we're talking about today, I'm going to rephrase that a little bit and call it there should be a reasonable matching of cost payers and the recipients of the benefits from having that cost incurred. No secret, Kansas is a wind-rich area, as is much of the High Plains. And as you can see on, whoops, we didn't. There we go. As you can see on this map, the High Plains are a wind-rich area. What I want to direct your attention to, though, is that chart on the right-hand side. Kansas is in the top 5 of wind energy producing states. Someday we may be showing up on that chart on solar as well. We're clearly not there yet. But keep this in mind. It's one thing to be able to produce that energy. It's another thing to be able to move that energy. And if you've got constraints in the transmission system, you can't always move all of the energy, including the low cost energy, off to be serving load. Sometimes it gets isolated in an area because of those transmission constraints. Midwest, as you saw from a table earlier, is a beneficiary of that today because we're on the generation side of some transmission constraints. So that energy there it's kind of trapped. And the way SPP manages that is by sending price signals. And they will try to send a signal to price down generation. If that generator kept producing, it might damage the transmission system. So you price it down. You give them incentive to back off that generation. Now, how does that work? Well, it works because wind energy, among other things, a lot of it was built based on the availability of production tax credits. And so if you keep generating or sending a price signal to that generator saying you're going to get less and less for your wind energy, they have this counter incentive that says, but I want to get my production tax credits and I only get that if I'm producing. So there's a couple of things going on there, but that's why we can benefit for being on the what I'll call the upstream side of that constraint. So again, there's a bit of a problem here, though, and there's a root to it. Transmission revenue that people pay to use the transmission system, generally speaking, stays in the load zone. That's how the revenue from transmission services are distributed to the transmission owner. That works good when the generation is in the same zone as the load, but as generation picture has changed over the last 20 plus years, not all the generation serving the load in Kansas is located close to the load centers. So it's having to move in some cases long distances. So why does this make a difference to us? Well, just a couple of facts. Midwest and Sunflower between us account for about 14%, and this is based on 2021 data. 14% of the wind energy produced in SPP, yet we serve less than 3% of the load in SPP. So that energy is being produced and it's going somewhere. For Midwest, the amount of wind connected in our zone increased by about 260% since 2010, when the Highway-byway methodology was implemented. And now we're sitting at about 3.5 times our average monthly peak load. So again, that energy that's on our system, we're not a huge system. It's leaving, a lot of it's leaving our system and going elsewhere. So this isn't the first time the cost allocation has come up. It's been an ongoing topic for a long time. Some of you have some familiarity, particularly if you're on the SPP tour a few weeks ago, with the so-called C2 cost allocation waiver process. I'm not going to speak a lot to that. I think my colleague at Sunflower is going to spend a little more time on that. But let's just say that that is tied up right now. It was intended to provide a narrow workaround for certain inequities in the way costs are allocated compared to how the lines are being used. It's tied up at FERC, and now it's also going to be tied up in the U.S. Court of Appeals. And there's not a real clear path forward on that right now. So we're not real sure whether we're going to get the real benefit that that was intended to bring. And Kansas would have been one of the areas that would have received some benefit from that. Essentially, it was going to change the cost allocation for certain lines meeting a specific set of criteria to, even though they were byway, to not fund them like byway, to fund them like a highway line, meaning spread across the entire footprint, because the benefits of those lines are going to the entire footprint. So with that, let's move along. Again, just a little more background information. Inequity comes up all the time, partly because we're continuing this drive to add more renewable resources and more resources. Frankly, it's not limited just to renewables, but that leads to constraint issues. And again, a lot of this goes back to the cost allocation issues that came out of the Highway-byway system. But with this dramatic increase in wind energy, there's a couple things that we need to recognize. As we've heard before, the new resources that are being added are using up what we used to think of as spare transmission capacity. We're going to have to reestablish that spare capacity. A lot of the lines out there aren't getting any younger, and at some point, just age and condition is going to dictate those lines being improved, rebuilt in some manner. And thinking about Commissioner French's presentation, that's a project that doesn't qualify. If you're rebuilding a line for age and condition reasons, you're not going to get regional funding. That's on the transmission owner. So he's got that obligation to keep that line available, to maintain it. And if it gets old and it's becoming a reliability problem, that owner's got to do something about it. So local load is paying for all of that. Another just observation for you here, the graph, and you've seen a similar graph of that now, but the amount of wind energy being produced in Kansas has increased dramatically since about 2012. And again, I'll just note that the cost allocation method, the Highway-byway, was established in 2010. we didn't necessarily foresee this rapid acceleration of wind energy development. So that's been a big deal. So here's another piece of information that I want to share with you. And again, I'm sort of setting the stage for something here, as you might expect. So if you look at this particular slide, there's a couple of things I want you to take away from it. If you look at the byway rates, and those are the orange lines there, that's the amount of dollars we have tied up in our byway transmission systems. Midwest and Sunflower have two of the three highest byway rates in the Southwest Power Pool. It's not a coincidence that if you look at also on that same chart, you see the ratios of wind capacity to peak load. And Midwest and Sunflower have the highest ratios of wind capacity to peak load. Again, that's not a coincidence. There's a relationship going on there. So there's kind of an obvious conclusion. The byway facilities are indeed being used to export wind energy. So make this a little easier to follow. Let's think about transmission systems, kind of like we think about roadways. And so we'll start off here as the system probably existed around the year 2000 or so. And the byway portion of the network, it was used almost exclusively for bringing resources to local load. But then that began to change. So if you start thinking about the middle part of the 2010s, 2012 going forward, you started seeing expansion. You saw new wind coming onto the system. The wind has to pay for those on-ramps to be able to put its product out there and get it moving. The generator interconnection process recognizes that and assigns those costs to build those on-ramps. What that process doesn't always capture, however, is the constraints that may develop later. And so those usually get resolved, discovered and resolved in that integrated transmission planning process. So there's two different sets of studies here that have a bearing on where costs are going to be allocated as new transmission is required to be built. So what happens here, or what has happened over the last 8 to 10 years or so, is more resources are added, more lanes on the road are being added as new product is being pushed onto this roadway. But you get to a narrowing at some point where there's a constraint. And just like when you're driving down the road, when you got one lane closed on I-70, traffic slows down. It doesn't move as effectively. And so eventually somebody's going to say, hey, we need to resolve this constraint. Meantime, the folks on the upstream side, the left, as you look at the screen, they are benefiting a little bit from being on the good side of that constraint. But as you start to relieve the constraint, you see the little green benefit dollars starting to flow towards the right. As you start undoing the constraint, that helps those benefits to go to some of the people on the downstream side of that constraint, because you're freeing up more of that generation to be a low-cost provider. If you switch forward now to kind of where we're at today, we've removed some of those constraints. Absolutely, not all of those constraints. So we've freed up more of that energy to move to the east, but that came as a price. And a lot of that price was on the byway facilities that had to be built to make that happen. So what we've seen here is the benefits are getting bigger that are flowing to the right, but as you free up more of that generation on the left-hand side, the energy price on the backside of that constraint starts to rise. Part of that, again, goes back to those wanting to generate, to be able to procure those production tax credits, and wanting to sell energy into the market at obviously what the best price they can get for it. So as the price comes down on the downstream side of the constraint, it begins to come up on the left side of the constraint. So one of the things that we have to reluctantly look forward to is, as constraints are removed, and we're sitting on the backside of some constraints, we get to pay at least 2/3 of the cost for removing the constraints on the byway system. And our reward for removing that constraint is going to be higher energy prices. And we're having a little trouble explaining that to people who start questioning it, and rightfully so. So just to move on here, I accidentally clicked this back a couple. I want to draw another piece of perspective here. On the left-hand side, you'll see a chart similar to what Mr. Susky showed a little bit ago. Commissioner French also showed a chart very similar to this. And I apologize, this is a bit of an eye chart, but I want to just talk more conceptually. And if you've got the handout, maybe you can read some of the numbers. So you saw some big benefits, and I highlighted Midwest Energy and Sunflower. Midwest Energy in particular, a seemingly major beneficiary. But this is from a study that's looking backwards. This is looking at things that have been done in the past decade or more, transmission improvements that have been made, and they allowed more wind energy to come on. They didn't address all the constraints. We're just starting to worry about the constraints in the last couple, 3 years. So yes, we were beneficiaries of that at one point in time. Our energy costs are good. They're relatively low, at least at the wholesale level. But then I want to direct your attention to the right-hand chart. And again, I apologize, it's a little hard to read, but the two highlighted areas there, again, are Midwest and Sunflower. This is from a draft report of the latest round of the integrated transmission planning process. And what it shows is that Midwest and Sunflower get negative benefits. In other words, the projects that are being proposed are going to increase our energy cost. And we're the only two zones that face that dilemma. And yet, if you look down at the very bottom of that chart, you see that for the region as a whole, the cost to benefit ratio is 5.8. The region as a whole is going to benefit, but at the expense of Midwest and Sunflower. And incidentally, that 5.8 in this latest ITP study is almost identical to the region-wide benefit that was determined in that backward-looking study that was just recently updated. Mr. Susky spoke a little bit about that. So that is also concerning. Now we're going to continue the march to renewable energy, and I think we've just about beat that graphic down here. Yes, there's a lot of wind on the system. Yes, there's more coming, and yes, there's more solar coming. And if we continue to try and connect these assets to the byway system, then we're going to have a little bit of a challenge. So we've talked a little bit about the cost allocation piece. There's one other idea that we're going to get to here in a few minutes, and this goes to how much is being connected to the byway system. But I'm just going to pause for a minute and see if there's any questions at this point, because I'm going to shift the conversation a little bit to a way we might be able to mitigate some of this.
Mitty, any questions? Okay. I do have one I'd like to throw out.
Yes, sir.
You touched on it on slide 7, and you're back here with the current slide 17. But what we're seeing a lot of talk of as Kansas residential customer using 100 kilowatt hours, et cetera. What's highlighted on slide 17, is that kilowatt hours? Is that megawatt hours? Is it? It's one that had a picture of the country on the
right, and you're referencing in particular the note at the bottom of that chart. I'm thinking
the note, but
we get the chart back up there.
Page 7.
Oh, 7. I'm sorry, I thought you said 17.
Well, it was referenced at 17, but again on page 7 is what I'm looking at. So anyway, what I'm looking at is the overall concern about the megawatts running through the local infrastructure, if you will. But yet when you go to page 5 on yours, and we heard it before where it was it's looking at the voltage breakdown on who pays for what. We're looking at apples and oranges here. One's looking at a kilowatt hour study, another's at voltage. I mean, I could have 110 volts out of these outlets here, and theoretically I could get up into the watt power out of it. So what kind of voltage is coming into you guys? That would determine where you're falling into this chart. It sounds like you're at a 1/3 and 2/3 type.
We are. So specific to Midwest, we operate lines all the way up to 230 kV. We do not currently operate any lines at 345. So the wind that we have connected in our system is connected at either 230, 115, and we actually have one small wind farm connected at 69 kV. So everything we have to do to remove constraints is a byway facility, meaning we get to pay 2/3 of the cost.
Except on that 69 kV, then.
Oh, then we get to eat 100% of it.
On that one.
Yeah.
So I'm just seeing a little bit of a disconnect here of we're building out more and more wind farms, pushing the electrons through you. You're paying upwards of 100% of the facilities to go through, but yet where's the benefit coming from? For
That's exactly the mismatch that we're speaking to. The benefits are not going to who's paying the cost of developing those benefits.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Turner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Say on slide 8, you said some things. I'd like you to go back and give me a quick clarification because I didn't quite pick it up. But it's about the price signals involved with the PTC being there.
Mm-hmm.
So you said to the extent that the PTC comes in, then of course they have to be producing in order to get that. So that tells SPP to send a signal to the other producers to back down. I'm just trying to understand how that works. Could you help me a little?
Well, I might go back and just say that's slightly different. The producers have the obvious incentive to produce in that when they're producing, they're selling something and presumably earning some sort of profit on that. They have an extra incentive when they have production tax credits because it's the tax credits that often financed a lot of that construction of the wind project, or could be any kind of project. So they want to be producing. If the SPP who's sitting there looking over the transmission says, wait a minute, we've got this particular line or this group of lines that are loading up. And if we're not careful, they're going to overload, which could result in damage and possibly some sort of a failure. Then they will start to send a lowering price signal to certain generators that can impact the flow on that facility that they're watching. And so they start pricing them down, and eventually you price them down enough, those generators will back off and say, okay, I get it, I need to back off. And that will relieve the pressure on the line. So when you've got those production tax credits in there as that extra incentive to produce, you have to send another signal to kind of offset that. Does that help?
So let's say I'm a coal producing plant.
Mm-hmm.
What signal am I going to get that tells me to back off?
You would get the same signal. Now, if you're coal, you probably don't have a production tax credit that you're working on. So now you're watching that price signal much more closely. And if it gets to a point where it's not economical for you to generate based on the coal you're burning and everything else, then yes, you're going to back off.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Did I make it better or worse? Okay. I hope so. That was my intent.
Any other questions this time? If not, move on. I will have to cut you off here in a little bit, but
Yes, we are.
it goes fast, doesn't it?
Okay. Might not believe it. I'll try and talk a little bit faster. So let's talk about a mitigation strategy here. And this goes back to the cost allocation mismatch. We've got something in mind here that we see as a possible Kansas solution. And we want to talk about that just a little bit. But the idea is we want to be able to align the cost allocation with benefits and take some of the burden off of Kansas ratepayers. So we're looking at some sort of a user fee that we might be able to develop. It'll be assessed on some portion of the generation in Kansas. That money will be collected and then sent back to transmission owners as a way to reduce their total transmission revenue requirements, which translates into their transmission rate, which will deliver a benefit back to the transmission customers in their respective zone. This is very much exploratory at this point. We don't know exactly how it's going to work. We're envisioning some state agency perhaps managing this process. The KCC may be charged with providing data for it, but we've got some open questions on that yet. We aren't sure how we're going to assess it, what the basis of that's going to be. We aren't sure exactly what the basis of the distribution will be, but the idea is to be able to collect some money on some of the generation and have that exceed what we are, I'm sorry, have that be less than what we send back to the transmission customers. The net effect being that there's some of this energy that's leaving Kansas. We know that. We've established that. So some of that energy is being produced is going to generate a fee for Kansas. We'll send that back, and that'll be a net benefit to customers by a reduction in their transmission rates, even though they had to maybe pay just a little bit more for that energy in the first place. We hope to more than offset that through a benefit on the transmission side. And it's not a lot of money, but here's a little tidbit for you. We talked about using the byway facilities. If you looked at the current SPP generation queue, about 24% of the megawatts asking to connect right now are going to connect to the byway if they connect at all. And that's just in Kansas. SPP wide, over a third of the megawatts that are asking for interconnection status would interconnect at the byway level. So our thesis here is that this is a problem that's only going to get worse. And so we're looking at this as a possible mitigation strategy. We hope to be able to run this down and talk about it a little more specifically by the end of the year. Obviously, we'll be collaborating with some of the other utilities and other entities along the way. But we want to get out in front of this before this problem gets too much worse. So with that, I'm going to skip ahead to just a little bit, if I can have a couple more minutes, on transmission siting. We talked about that a little bit this morning. I think everybody kind of watched the transmission siting issues over the last couple of years, and it sort of culminated in the Wolf Creek to Blackberry project that we saw play out over the spring and the summer. And there was a lot of questions that came up, and I'm going to catch my slides up back to where we are now. So there was a lot of questions that came up, and we're going to talk specifically about two recommendations that came out of the work that the staff of the Kansas Corporation Commission provided. They had a total of 11 recommendations in the staff report, but two of them we thought were particularly poignant, and they went directly to some of the discussion that we heard around that siting process related to impact on landowners, how do landowners get involved in the process, the timing of these various things, and why was the KCC not involved in siting this project that was issued as a competitive project in SPP. So we're envisioning a couple of changes that we're going to propose through this docket that the Kansas Commission has opened to investigate the siting process in general. And we're going to suggest a couple of things and work with all the transmission owners and all the other stakeholders, because clearly landowners and others are going to be involved in this docket as well. And we want to talk about a couple of things. We want to talk about the KCC working to establish maybe some slightly more definitive requirements around siting. There's a lot of talk about the route study that NextEra used and some of the criteria they had for selecting Route A over Route B and how they weighted those criteria. Kind of the flagship was proximity to residences. You heard that one come up a lot. So we want to talk about the KCC maybe doing some things to establish a little more criteria around that siting process. And that would apply whether it's an SPP competitive project or a project that Midwest is proposing to build a new 230 kV mile that's a line that's 20 miles long. We're not proposing any changes to the threshold for admission into the KCC siting process. We think it's okay where it is. But the other thing that we want to talk a little bit about is getting the SPP more involved in the competitive projects at the bidding phase, not waiting to find out until the contract has been proposed to be awarded to a specific bidder. And so we think having more tools in the tool bag about those specific siting requirements and metrics that you use and the weighting on those metrics. And then we work with the SPP to build into the current competitive bid process that goes out when the bids are requested that says, hey, if your state that you're building this line in has siting requirements, you have to demonstrate in your proposal that you're going to meet those siting requirements and how you're going to meet them. And get some of that transmission siting and route selection stuff in the proposal. And then we would also propose that the KCC then have a adjudication role, so to speak, in looking at each proposal and saying, yes, this would meet our requirements, or no, it doesn't meet our requirements so well. They would work with the so-called industry expert panel at SPP and say, here's our recommendation on this piece of the scoring. And right now, there's very little scoring in the competitive process for route selection. That needs to be changed. But the KCC then would have input to the industry expert panel and say, well, proposal A, I don't know who it is, but they did really well on following our siting requirements. Proposal B, not so much. They don't look like they're really wanting to follow our requirements. So we think that's something that could benefit the siting process as a whole. So I kind of sped up there at the end. But
Any questions before we let him go here? Well, he started a little bit early. Nah. Well, we're cutting him off for 30 minutes because of an agreement we had there. So, but anyway, you'll still be around.
I'll be here.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you being here. And with that, we're going to move on to.
Thank you. And by the way, if you have other questions, my contact information is at the end of my written testimony. So thank you.
So no, we had to split up an hour in increments, and he took 30 minutes of it with the agreement that Sunflower Electric is going to take the other. So we've got Tamami. Am I pronouncing that right? Okay. So welcome to the committee, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Trying to figure out if my slides come up. All right, my name is Al Tamimi. I'm CEO of Transmission for Sunflower Electric based in Hayes, Kansas. I'll be talking about our view of the transmission costs and cost allocation. I will probably want to tell you a story before I start the slides, just to be fair with you face to face, tell you what's happening. You're looking at the guy who started going to SPP back in 2017, saying we got a problem with cost allocation. And when I went there the first time, talked about cost allocation, they ran me out of the room. Say, what are you talking about? I said, well, we're building a lot of wind farms. We're seeing our transmission costs increasing exponentially. We do believe there is a problem with the byway cost allocation in Sunflower Zone. In the SPP arena, we went from 2017. I made several presentations on the same topic in front of the regional state committees and other committees, the board. And at the end of the day, SPP formed a special group called the HIT. The HIT is a committee to look at issues with transmission in general and transmission cost allocation. We went through the HIT program for about 2 years. Through the SPP process, we felt like we're a member of SPP, and the best route is to work with the stakeholder organization like SPP to see if we could convince them we have a problem and we need a solution. And in reality, in 2021, SPP agreed with us, and we actually filed some kind of what we call the C2 waiver to give us the relief from the federal government. And we thought, hey, we won the day. We got some relief here on those byway projects, similar to what Bill Downing was saying. And throughout the process, we received a lot of support from many, many members at SPP. In addition to that, we received tremendous support from the Kansas Corporation Commission. Commissioner Andrew French, thank you for your support. Paul Siskey and SPP executives were really supportive. However, we're at the point where the federal government rejected those solutions that came out through the SPP stakeholder process. Throughout my conversation today, I want to make sure you understand we're not against renewables. I'm talking about sunflower. We led the pack. We said, here's the problem. We led the pack at SPP. We invested tons and tons of times and money on this. SPP, which is the right arm of FERC, said, yes, they deserve a solution. The federal government at one point agreed with the solution until July of this year. They reversed their order out of the blue, and they left us hanging. My problem right now is FERC, and I'm not afraid to say that. FERC did us wrong. FERC did Kansas wrong. Two of the senators in Kansas, Senator Marshall, Senator Moran, wrote letters to those commissioners at FERC, say, you guys got it wrong. So with that said, I'm not going to sit down and cry and moan about it today, but I'm going to give you a couple education here to help you understand this complex topic. It's extremely complex, and you're going to hear a lot of stuff, and byway, highway, benefits, and all this stuff. And you're like, what does that really mean? It means my ratepayers in Kansas are subsidizing other states, especially in the western side of the states. We're not against, like I said, we're not against being part of the SPP RTO. We have a lot of benefits being an SPP. However, this issue is so critical to us. People who are on fixed income, think about the inflation. On top of that, you're adding more cost to the ratepayers to subsidize SPP members who are benefiting from our cheap energy. Something is wrong. Needs to be fixed. Okay? So with that said, sorry, that's my passion. we would go down to some of the slides, and you could see, some of the things I'm showing over here may be a repeat, but I'm going to focus on some bullet points. I guess I'm a little bit taller than Bill. I'm going to get this one up a little bit. We talked about transmission expansion. When SPP does transmission expansions, they project 10 years out how much system load growth, where the generation is, and they build transmission to facilitate generation, serving load. We talked about the annual transmission. You heard about reliability projects and economic projects. The transmission analysis that they do at SPP, they look for problems where the lights, we need to keep the lights on, okay? Those what we call reliability projects. Then we have what we call economic projects. And those economic projects is basically to reduce the cost of power. They're not there to keep the lights on. They're there to make sure cheap generation can reach the load. One of the things that was mentioned all day long is benefit. We get a lot of benefit from transmission. The key element, can we quantify those benefits back to the ratepayers? Do they see it on their electric bills? Or these benefits is basically may happen, may not happen. When they showed you the benefit to cost ratio for each zone in SPP, I want to tell you something. The devil in the details. When SPP approve an economic project, it's economic for SPP, not necessarily where it's built. When they say benefit to cost ratio more than 1 or 2%, that's for all SPP. I could be in a very bad negative benefit. If the line gets built in my zone, I'm paying 2/3 of that cost. I may have negative benefit from SPP perspective. It benefit SPP. So when these economic projects to reduce cost for SPP as a whole, all these entities summation, that's what it is. Economic projects shows up in my zone. Why do they show up in my zone? Because I have a lot of generation. They want to move out. When I put a transmission in Kansas, that transmission is benefiting all SPP, not necessarily sunflower ratepayers. SPP issue a mandate, go ahead, build this line, it benefits, it's economic. But if you do the math right, it's not economic for me, it's actually driving my cost higher. But I'm still paying 70% of that cost because it's a byway, for an example. The last bullet point here, transmission gets built to serve load. I mentioned that. We really don't have load centers in Kansas. Where's the load center in SPP? It's Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and so on, Omaha. We don't have it in Hays, Kansas, Garden City. So any transmission we build in our zone is really serving that energy to get out to the metropolitan areas. But I get stuck with the cost, 2/3 of that cost. Just a historical view about SPP. How did this highway-byway came about? Back in 2009, SPP examined cost allocation. They ran some analysis and tests. They developed what we call the highway-byway in 2010. When they developed the highway-byway in 2010, there were no centralized dispatch. Basically, Sunflower had Holcomb Power Plant. We have gas units. We dispatch our generation to our load. We're part of SPP. So if move the generation to the load and you build transmission, it's really to help us move our generation to our load. That was back in 2010, 2011, 2012. Then we start seeing a flood of renewables on our wires in Western Kansas. Over the last 10 years, there were less than 6,000 megawatt load growth in SPP. However, we have 32,000 megawatt of wind addition. So when we talk about we build more transmission, you look at that. Did we build it for load or we build it for generation? It's pretty obvious the majority is for generation. In wind-rich zones like Sunflower, we have 3 times more wind than our load. The byway cost allocation does not satisfy well-established cost causation concepts. Period. Here's the data for Kansas. We pulled that out of the latest SPP modeling. You could see SPP load in Kansas about 15 gigawatt. Currently, we have 8.6 gigawatt. This is across the state. That's 57% penetration. The last column is important for everyone. Currently, we have 97 additional interconnection requests in the GIQ in Kansas. So we're talking about if this behavior continue moving forward, let's assume half of what's in the generation connection comes and connect. Where are we going to be on rates 5-6 years from now? Just think about that. Okay. So these are major numbers. And if you look at Sunflower Electric, quite a bit of renewables. Again, over the last 10 years, Sunflower has built, we were the 4th largest builders in transmission in SPP over the last 10 years. We're a small entity, guys. We're not the 4th largest load in SPP. We're one of the lowest loads. We're probably number 11 or 12. But we were building more transmission than even big entities. And in addition to that, the cost allocation comes with it. Sunflower load increased 82 megawatt in the last 10 years or so. But you could see our renewable connected to our wire is almost 3,500 megawatt. That's 28 times increase in wind within Sunflower. Most of the Sunflower system, one of the FERC commissioners in the rejection of our C2 waiver said, you guys brought this problem to yourself. I couldn't believe that was said by one of the FERC. You guys wanted the wind. So be it. Why are you complaining about it? We did not have a state goal, state mandate that requires me to connect 3,300 megawatt to my system. My system is only 1,200 megawatts, so that's 3 times. We didn't need that, am I right? Most of the wind energy installed on Sunflower, I said that it's not a state requirement. It's basically in our wires to be exported. The SPP planning process allows for resources to connect as an energy resource with minimal network. So let me clear this up. In SPP, we have generation interconnection process. You heard from Paul Siski and others that they pay for their own transmission need. Devil in the details. We have witnessed, and I'm not against, I love having renewables. I love having clean air and all this stuff, but we have witnessed that there's games that people play. If 5-6 wind farms want to connect to facility in western Kansas, and they tagged in with a transmission that they have to build and pay for it. Some of them in the past we experienced, they wait until the project shows up as economic in the SPP regular planning process. Once we get built, all of a sudden they want to connect because they could sign generation interconnection and wait for a few years before they connect. So it's kind of like well, let's see if the utility build it. This way it's base plan funded, which is highway-byway instead of directly assigned. I'm not saying all of them like that, but in all my 3,300 megawatt wind interconnection, there's only one wind farm that paid directly assigned cost. Everybody else connected on available capacity. Just think about that. Okay. Where does our wind go? It's very obvious. We don't use it. It's going to get out. Mentioned earlier, I lost the slides. You can see mostly goes east. However, we have a bunch that goes south. So we're basically, most of that export gets out of our state in general or go to the Kansas City and further to Missouri, Oklahoma, and Nebraska and other places. The data that we have supports that byway system usage is different between zones where the excess generation in rural area. What I'm saying here is basically the foundation of the highway-byway, as Bill Downing was mentioning, was who uses those facilities. If it's 115 kV, 161 kV, 230 kV, mainly is used by local loads. That worked fine in 2010, 2011. But right now we build so many of those byway projects, especially in sunflower area, that those byway projects are no longer serving local load. We have instances where those lines, 80%, 90% of their capacity is actually exported out of western Kansas. The question is, if they export, if you look at a line carrying so many megawatt and 80% of that, 90% of that is going to Missouri, why am I paying 67%, 2/3 of that cost? It doesn't make sense. You could see some data on the bottom. One of the numbers are really interesting to me was between 2015 and 2022, sunflower zone wind generation exceeded 63 million megawatt hour. Okay, a large utility is 4 million megawatt hour. Take 63, divide by 4. Okay, it's quite a bit of energy we're giving out to SPP. And that's clean energy, which is great. And like I say, I have no problem with connecting more wind, more solar, because that's good for the environment. Problem is, why am I subsidizing that in a significant amount? This is not just simple dollars I'm talking about. My load in my system is not growing. We're not seeing data centers. We're not seeing what is the new one, the Phillips major facility that happened on the east. We don't see that in western Kansas. So anytime we add cost, steel in the ground, it goes for 40 years. I have to collect that. Don't tell me how much my benefit is, because your benefit could not be getting that benefit. But when I put a steel in the ground, write a check, it's gone. Okay. So significant amount of energy coming out. We talked about the problem with cost allocation. I listed here the FERC principle on cost allocation is just and reasonable cost. Cost causer should be cost barrier. Cost commensurate with benefit received. Guys, none of it worked in western Kansas. The way this cost allocation is, none of it. On the projects that we get for while we have this much saturation of renewables. I don't want to repeat some of the data that Bill Downing, but this is another way of looking at where wind-rich zones like sunflower is the highest dollar per megawatt month in all SPP. Then we did have fun. We're engineers. We did have fun. We start saying, hey, what if we interrupt all the wind that we have in Kansas? What happened to the SPP market? Just turn them off. What's going to happen? Okay. And there's a lot of assumptions here, but give you the idea. When you look at the green bar, it shows average megawatt export is 852 megawatts. So we looked at hourly data, and this is, I think, 2022 data. And we average how much exports we really get out of the what we call an affiliated wind. And we came up with 852 megawatt. If that 852 megawatt does not exist today, the price in SPP is going to go higher. How much higher? So we did some conservative calculation. We said every year, $3.4 million, all SPP yearly must pay if our wind does not get out. You looked at the generation interconnection. We said, okay, what if another 3,000 megawatts showed up, part of that 7,000? And we got it out of Kansas, Western Kansas. Then you're looking at about $15 million a year. Usually transmission rate recovered in 40 years. Take 15 million times 40 times interest. This is significant benefit to all SPP. And when I went to SPP and I started complaining about that cost, a lot of other states came on me. No, you're getting cheap energy for your load. You don't need to complain about that. They fought me hard. But they're not looking at this stuff. 15 million times 40 years. And if I shift cost to them, it'll be pennies. They won't even notice it on their ATRR. It won't even move their ATRR numbers. So anyway, if we even increase it further, you could see we're getting up to $36 million a year. So somebody tells me they don't get benefit from our wind, I'm sorry. What else I need to show you? So we did the C2 waiver by, can't remember how much time left for me. Probably 5 minutes, give or take.
You're doing good on time.
Okay, thank you. So we went through the SPP process, and I really want to commend the process. The process really came up with a good solution for us from SPP perspective. The problem I have right now is the federal government that stopped it. So what we did here, as you could see, the byway cost allocation sunflower zone is not just unreasonable. The byway cost allocation sunflower is not cost causer should pay. And then the last one is benefit commensurable with the cost. We don't have that. So we created a process which we call the C2 process, where it takes those byway projects, if I could prove that they're exporting, and take it, and instead of having 2/3 of that cost paid by sunflower, it will be socialized across all SPP. So we went through the FERC journey, and that was my first big FERC journey. It was a wake-up call for me. It's complicated. It's unpredictable to the point where I would say we're Kansas. We're not like Texas or New York or Chicago. So the attention is a little bit different, am I right? However, we went through the process. We filed, here's the dates and all the stuff. October the 28th, we were celebrating at Sunflower. FERC agreed, said, yeah, there's a problem. Your C2 waiver solution is reasonable, just and reasonable, and we're looking good. We have two commissioners who dissented, Danley and Christie. Danley is totally opposed to socialization cost, and I understand other states who resisted us. They say, "Why are you dumping cost on me? I look bad in front of my regulatory. Am I right? I have to show them I'm fighting. Even if a penny you have to socialize with me, I gotta fight you." And I understand that. However, we're a stakeholder membership. When we show the proof, we went through the stakeholder process, and we showed it, and FERC agreed to it. Enough is enough, am I right? We thought we're done with it in 3-2 vote. However, July the 13th, FERC reversed themselves because those other entities in other states, they protested the FERC decision, and 6 months later, FERC came back and said, "Oh no, we changed our mind." They picked something in this in this whole filing. The filing is over 80 pages. And they pick one sentence that said, when you do your C2 waiver, the SPP board has full authority on approving this. We don't like that. Really. You don't like it. Why? Nothing. We didn't get anything that says other than we don't want to grant the SPP board to make a final decision on this. SPP take it back and rework it without prejudice. So that was a slap in the face. The problem with the FERC rejection, it was very shallow, very light. We couldn't understand why you flip-flopped on us. No specific reason other than we agreed to it at 6 months ago. We don't want it. You know, we just don't want it. So anyway, what can the state of Kansas do to help? Okay, we're still a state. We're not a federal government. We know we're limited. Am I right? But we want to make sure that we continue to promote, enable outreach and involvements. That's all what I'm asking for. Okay, I cannot change the federal government, but I know I have a problem, and I have a very significant problem. The problem is getting worse. It's not getting better. The whole RTO is with us on this, and we still couldn't get it done. The KCC is with us. We still couldn't get it done. I know you can't fix federal problems. However, the more we talk about it, the more we be engaged. Again, I commend the senators that supported us and really stepped up and sent direct letters to the FERC commissioner say, you did Kansas wrong. That was good to get that. So I can talk forever about this stuff, but the reality is it's our neighbors, it's our customers, it's our people that we look after. We're not against hosting and having somebody harvest cheap energy, renewable energy. We love it. We're fine. We're good. Okay. But don't make me subsidize the rest of SPP and call me I benefit from that more than anybody else. So I think I'll conclude at that. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Committee, questions? Senator Schellenberger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just trying to understand. So if I'm Acme Wind Company and I go out to Goodland, Kansas, and I say, I want to put in a wind farm, you don't have to hook me up. You don't have to put me on the grid, right?
No, I have to. It's open access. This is under FERC. The transmission I have is open access. I may own the facilities, but I have no control over the connection. SPP has it. Southwest Power.
So I'm Acme and I built this wind farm in Goodland, Kansas. Am I connected? I'm not connected unless you want to connect me.
Until SPP, they go to SPP and say, I got 50 megawatt. I want to connect to sunflower facilities. SPP study that and they tell us, go ahead and proceed with the connection. I can't just physically go connect. They have to go through that. We have functional
SPP
control.
says it's a good deal. So then you have to connect to it.
We're forced to connect it.
Even though it gives you no benefit.
No.
It may cost you money like you've just said.
Yes. Yes. One of the things about when they connect and they go home. A tornado comes in, something happened, who fixed it? My ratepayer fixed it, even though I'm not the buyer of that energy. It is exported. The being part of SPP membership, that connection, what we call network upgrade, is my responsibility to fix. I can't send them a bill 5 years later. Hey, I want to fix it.
Okay, I can ask one more question. So do these wind farms? I'm Acme and I'm building a wind farm in Good. Do I get approval before I start putting poles in the ground from somebody, or do I just go to the landowners and?
Well, you could go to landowners, get easements. You could work with the landowners. I don't know about the KCC oversight on these things, but reality is I deal with the grid and the connection of the grid. I don't care how you get there. But the minute it comes to my wire, I say, did you follow the process from SPP perspective? I don't get involved in the land acquisitions and things like that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Tamimi.
Tamimi?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Tamimi, I want you and Mr. Dowling to know that your presentations this afternoon are well worth the price of admission being here today. I have learned a great deal in the last 2 hours from both of you, and I appreciate it. As I look at the last slide you have, basically, it talks about what happened to the C2 cost allocation waiver. And I can't help but note that a group of utilities filed rehearing requests before FERC changed its mind. And it looks to me like they're all out of state with the exception of Kansas City Board of Public Utilities, which really benefits in the same fashion that out of state utilities do through this allocation of transmission. So when you say the RTO is with us, well, sort of, would be my impression.
Yes, I'm sorry if you're done.
That's my question. Yeah.
We got the majority votes in the RTO. These people who protested are part of the RTO membership. They're significant, but they're not the majority. So I'm commending the majority, which include Nebraska's and the Dakotas and other states that really stood with us.
That's a helpful perspective. I appreciate you letting me know about that. In addition, I think the FERC, although it's supposedly a bipartisan organization with equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats and so on, they're down now, I think, to 3 members, are they?
Right now, there are 4, 2 Democrats and 2 Republican. In reality, the previous chair of FERC, Commissioner Glick, was a big supporter of the C2 waiver. We suspect when he left, it became 2-2 vote instead of 3-2, and somehow the 2 on the Democratic side went to the Republican side for whatever reason it is. We don't know what the reason is, other than they said we don't like board discretion, even though they like it in the first run when they approve it, and then 6 months later they change their mind. But right now there's 4, and I think Dan Lee is going to be, his term expires the end of this year, so they will go down to 2 Democrats and one Republican, unless Biden nominate others.
Well, I think you led up to just what I was hypothesizing, that perhaps changing commission of the FERC may have had something to do with the decision to grant the reconsideration, not actually new data or new ideas or new information.
I believe it's not the merits of it. It was purely political.
Sure, you're right.
In my opinion.
Mr. Chair, do I have time for a couple more?
I'm going to cut them off pretty quick, but I've got a question after you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, let me get one in here. You're a vertically integrated utility. You generate and you distribute, sell it retailed. I don't know if you own transmission, I assume. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm a generation and transmission. I don't have distribution.
Okay.
My distribution is served by my cooperative members.
Cooperatives.
Yes.
I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to implement what FERC didn't let you do, okay? But if you were to implement that, would you be levying that assessment or that fee on your own conventional generation, your coal generation, your natural gas? Would you be paying that fee as well?
If I get relief on the transmission cost, that goes directly to the ratepayers. Has nothing to do with my generation. It will reduce their transmission costs.
But I thought you were wanted to levy an assessment of some kind.
Yeah, that's
particularly on renewable generation that has come into your footprint and has overloaded your transmission and is costing your company and eventually the ratepayers and from the member co-ops money. I'm just trying to find out if we were to implement this, if FERC would let us, or as you had designed it, would you be levying it against all the generation in the footprint, your generation, Acme generating companies, brand new nuke plant, and so on, or would it just be against the renewable industries?
Well, this is a concept that Bill Downing introduced. Sunflower did not introduce this concept. I think the details on how you do that is still need to be figured out. But I do think we need to figure out, make sure we're not discriminating, treating everybody the same, and look after the ratepayers if that is the intent.
So how much does it cost per kilowatt hour, megawatt hour, per whatever hour you want to call it, to levy a fee against whatever generating resources are responsible, so that can be used to lower, in essence, the cost of transmission? How much money are we talking about at the generating level? Because I've got separate lines on my bill.
Yes, I would say if you do a fee, you're not going to make up the transmission cost you're paying. You're not going to get up there. It's
Right.
not going to be enough.
But am I talking about 25 cents on my bill every month and saving $1 on my transmission cost? Or am I talking about $1 on my bill every month to save 25 cents on my transmission?
I would probably defer to Bill Downing, who is the author of that, to help you. It's a great question, but I don't want to butcher that, Bill.
And I've taken too much time. I look
No,
forward
it's
to
good.
spending some quality time with both of you because you've really opened my eyes. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. We got a short question from Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know he's hurrying, but I wanted to say the same thing. Thanks to you and to Mr. Dowling, because I think these last couple of hours have really started to turn and shed light on areas that we need to look at. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got to cut that off. I do want to say that was a very heartfelt testimony, and I appreciate it. I was wanting to hear that. Can I get Andrew French up here? I've got a quick question, sir. And this is not a drilling. Yeah, there you go. I need some help, sir. We've all heard him, and now I know there's a difference between regulation that you guys do, KCC, between co-ops versus IOUs, et cetera. This is transmission in nature. So with what he's experiencing, is that a KCC issue? Is that a legislative issue? Is that an SPP issue? Where do we go?
So it's not jurisdictional to the KCC. I mean, if we had jurisdiction over that, we would change the cost allocation on some of those facilities. For the ones that qualify, we would have changed it. I think, as Al mentioned, because this is FERC jurisdictional, the KCC is essentially, we are a stakeholder in the process at SPP. We have votes on cost allocation issues, including the C2 waiver. We voted in favor of that. We have the ability to go to FERC when they filed, or when SPP filed this waiver process at FERC. We intervened and we made comments in support of it. We supported Sunflower there. Sunflower has filed for rehearing. We filed comments supporting that. Sunflower is appealing this to the federal courts. We'll be intervening today in that appeal. So we're basically a stakeholder trying to support them in this issue.
And in your opinion, is there anything we as the legislature can do?
I think a legislative solution is difficult. I know Midwest is working on some thoughts. We had a meeting with them. We've talked to them. I think we want to continue that dialogue to try to refine whether there is something the state alone can do. I think, in talking to Sunflower, we do want to continue to pursue what we thought was a really good solution, and it's tied up in the courts now. There are some other things moving forward that we want to try to move through the SPP stakeholder process that I think would probably be more elegant solutions than some sort of fee or something right now. I'm not saying that couldn't be pursued, but I think there are other fixes to cost allocation. I don't want to bore you with the details, but we do know that power is moving out of that western Kansas area and moving, perhaps to the Kansas City area. We know it's moving beyond those local utility borders. Do we need to consider what we call pricing zones? I showed the map of those earlier that are bigger. Instead of putting the 2/3 cost all in the Sunflower zone, should that zone cover all of Kansas City? Maybe cover part of Oklahoma. Maybe cover part of Nebraska, so that 2/3 gets distributed much more widely to the areas where we know the power is flowing to. I will tell you, me personally, I think there's another, maybe even more elegant solution, which is we know all of this, these new generating sources are going to locate in Southwest Kansas. They're going to continue to locate there. Wind may be getting closer to tapped out, but there will be solar. I mean, they're going to locate where the resource exists. Let's stop putting in these little mid-sized lines that the local area has to pay 2/3 for. Why don't you just build a few backbone highways that the entire region pays for, because you know this is coming? So those are the types of dialogues that we're trying to have at the Southwest Power Pool to get more proactive. I will say, if you look at the cost benefit ratios today, we're all still getting our money's worth. I do think Sunflower's, being hurt by this a little bit. Midwest is definitely being hurt by it a little bit. Overall, they're doing well. I'm more worried about what they've raised, which is in the future, you're building more and more of these mid-sized lines that we pay 2/3 for, but don't get the benefit of. Let's figure out a way to make sure that doesn't happen. And there are avenues for us to work that in the SPP stakeholder process, but we're going to continue to dialogue with these guys. We'll have dialogue with Evergy. If we can come to terms on there may be some fix or role for the legislature, we'll certainly bring that to you.
Okay, because I don't want to dialogue until they file bankruptcy. I mean, we need to be.
I don't think we're there yet, but I'll
No, but we need to, as the state, be standing up for them. We've got a good resource here. They're a player in it.
Yeah.
How do we cover their back?
Absolutely.
So thank you for coming up. Appreciate it. We're going to be on break here until 3:30, and we'll come back to a presentation from NextEra at that point. Thank you, everyone. Can I get everybody to sit down? We're going to start moving along here. Okay, we'll start announcing it. Okay, next up is transmission line builds and infrastructure and cost allocation. We've got Matt Polowski, who's the Executive Director of Business Management and Regulatory Affairs with NextEra Energy. Matt, welcome to the committee, sir.
This room, that they must be printing money. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I just want to congratulate anybody from Kansas, number one in the preseason poll for basketball. So congratulations, and I've managed to piss off everybody from Kansas State, which is great. But number three is I am really glad to be here again. Thank you so much for having me. It is, this is a really important topic, and I think you just heard two great testimonies on that. It couldn't be better timing for both of those testimonies because the C2 waiver is up at SPP today. It's up at the MOPC today. They are voting on it to approve it. And I am very proud to say that NextEra has supported both the waiver process in past committees before it went to FERC, and we are supporting it today as well. We think that this is definitely an issue that exists out there. And there are ways to fix it. There's a process. I think we're going through that process. Regardless of what you think, FERC, FERC's actions or inactions on this has done, it is a really important process to fix. Building the right transmission, it's not about building transmission. It's about building the right transmission, the right solutions that are cost effective for everyone. I think Chairman French alluded to what's really the ideal solution, which is to build out the backbone. Right? Don't focus so much on the lower voltage lines. Focus on the stuff that really has a lot of impact, which is the backbone. And that's what a lot of studies have been advocating, and that's what we're advocating for SPP. Those are lines that are really going to have the most benefit to both wind generation, solar generation, any type of generation, but also to ratepayers. And I think that's really important for the committee to know. So again, we cannot be more happy to support the waiver process at SPP. And we think that hopefully it will move forward. And, we're going to get this administrative issue of how the board selects projects resolved. And that hopefully will push it forward at FERC. Because that's, as Al said, I think it was really a technicality that it got rejected over based on the rebuttal testimony of certain parties. So, but anyway, so yeah, just a real quick introduction again. Matt Polowski, I'm now the Vice President of Development for NextEra New Transmission, which is NextEra's transmission arm. A little bit about NextEra. So we've got about $3 billion invested of capital in the state of Kansas. One of the first players in wind and solar in the state of Kansas, and we're very proud to be a taxpayer and a landowner payer and all the other things that come with building generation in the state. As you probably also heard, since it was mentioned several times, we are the developer for the Wolf Creek to Blackberry, the Wolf Creek substation to Blackberry substation line, not the Wolf Creek nuclear station, which we're really proud of winning that bid. We've also won 2 other bids in SPP, which are competitive. Minco Draper, which is in Oklahoma, and we just recently won the Crossroads Hobbs Roadrunner project in New Mexico. So we're proud to be developing transmission that also helps with our renewable generation for our customers. So I think it's really important for you guys to know that as well, is that we're an active participant both on the transmission front as well as the generation front. So what I really wanted to talk about today is both the required investment in transmission and SPP, but also I wanted to get into a lot of the questions that I think you guys had on the generation interconnection process, and wanted to explain how the generation interconnection process works from a developer standpoint. So I think you heard a little bit about from Paul Susky just on the metrics around SPP. You heard some from Al and from Bill as well on the transmission side of things. But really, what I wanted to tell you is the process itself is a very well-defined process that has a lot of studies along the way to identify all the negative impacts that generation has on the grid and how to solve those impacts. right? That is really important for you to know, because each one of the phases of the generation interconnection process, each of the requirements of both what we provide as generation developers, but also all the entities that are involved in the process, such as SPP, obviously, and its engineers, also the transmission owners that are impacted, and finally the affected systems, which are neighboring systems that are impacted by new generation. All those parties have a say in the process. And that's also very important, because every step of the way, there are approvals and there are reports that come out, and the parties that are impacted have the ability to weigh in on the results of those reports. And in each one of those phases, we have the ability to say, we support the project, we don't support the project, based on cost, based on schedule, based on all the different variables that exist along the way. So that's the process itself is not a black box. It's not SPP just doing the interconnection studies in isolation, not consulting with any of the entities. It's also not that when we connect on the grid as generation developers, we do not connect cutting any shortcuts. We cannot connect if we do not fulfill all the requirements of those reports. In other words, we have to pay our way 100%, and we have to make sure that we address all those issues 100% before we interconnect. And that is by mandate. So that's something that's a little bit different than what was discussed earlier. I'm not aware of NextEra cutting any corners. I'm not aware of NextEra cutting any cost out of the equation in order to interconnect and interconnect the reliability. And that's 100% of the costs that are identified. So again, that's something a little bit different than what you heard, but that is the process that we go through. And that it's a mandatory tariff that's approved by SPP and by FERC. And that's the only way that a generation developer will get interconnected on the grid. So I wanted to clear that up, because I think that's not exactly what was discussed before. Again, it is a 3-stage process to interconnect generation. And at every step of the way, multiple parties are reviewing the reports, multiple parties are addressing any issues in those reports. And the final stage, which is called the facility study phase, is actually where the utility that you're interconnecting to directly actually gets to set the schedule for how the interconnection process is going to work. So for example, if I have to build a very large upgrade, what's called a network upgrade, I am not only funding that, but I also have to work with the local utility to make sure that it gets built on time for both my needs, but also for the other utilities' needs. So I'm enhancing their system along the way by doing the network upgrades, by putting the interconnection process through. So that's really important. And then, finally, the last stage, well, sometimes the first stage, but the last stage of the process is there's a lot of local involvement as well. There was a question about that as well. So in the interconnection process, obviously, we have to seek certain local permits. We have to seek, approvals from landowners. We have to go through that entire process in order to make sure that we have control of the land. It's what's called site control, that we put up certain financial securities, and that we ultimately get the permits that we need in order to go online. So again, just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware that is really how the process works. And yes, it is a lengthy process. And I think Paul talked a little bit about that. We're looking at, about 4 to 7 years, closer really to 7 years, to go through that entire process. So, the other thing that you hear a little bit about is what's called speculative projects. Projects that go into the interconnection process, that drop out along the way, that don't fulfill their requirements and things like that. Part of the reason for that is the 7-year cycle. So let me give you an example of how this works. You come to me today and you say, I want 100 megawatts of generation. It doesn't matter what the generation is. It can be wind, solar, nuclear, whatever you want it to be. And you come to me today, and I have no queue positions at all in the interconnection queue. The earliest that I can probably build you that project is probably going to be around 2030, 2031. Because being 2023, almost 2024, by the time I get through the interconnection process, which now is 4 to 7 years, let's just call it the middle of that. So if I get through that process in 4 years, gets me to 28. It takes me about 2 years to build a wind farm, solar farm. That brings it to 2030. That's the earliest that I can meet that date. That is why the steps in the process, why there's projects in the interconnection process are in there that may not necessarily have customers. Because unfortunately, we're forced into that process by the fact that it's such a long and strenuous process for us. So what we're doing is we have essentially some placeholders in there because we're constantly marketing projects to customers. And if we get a project that doesn't work, we have to notify SPP. And usually what that means is we actually lose some financial security along the way. So there is a real need to simplify that process. And that's why we're very excited about what Paul said with what's called backlog clearing, which SPP filed last year. We think that that has the capability of taking that 4 to 7 year study process and really putting it down to about a year, maybe 2 years. That would be a major shift in the way that we look at interconnection of generation. And SPP is really leading the way of that, and we're very excited about it. So there's a lot going on in the interconnection process itself. There's a lot to be excited about. But again, you do have these issues of congestion. And how do we address those? Which is where the transmission investment really comes in. And we think that there's a need to ensure that the planning of the backbone of that transmission system is done correctly. We don't want to burden the small KV lines. We don't want to ensure that utilities are paying for something that they don't get. But at the same time, we have a lot of customers that are demanding the power that's coming from these facilities. And whether they're cities, municipalities, corporations, anybody else, they're coming to us, and this demand is real, right? So if it's not going to be from Kansas, it's going to be from somewhere else. And that's kind of the conundrum that we have, is that when we're getting a lot of requests for generation, we can not do it, right? We cannot do it in Kansas. We can do it in Oklahoma. We cannot do it. If we can't do it in Oklahoma, we'll do it somewhere else, because there's so much of the demand going out there that's driving all the projects that are coming online. So I think there needs to be a little bit of a recognition too, that it's not that you're building projects just to build projects. These projects are being built for customers that are demanding it. So that's a real need, both on the generation side, but also on the transmission side, in order to accommodate those projects. So I wanted to leave you with some of that information, but I also wanted to say that, I think one of the things that was discussed earlier is how the bill's going up or how the bill's not going up. And I wanted to get a little bit into that. There are really three components on any bill when you look at your electric bill. There's a transmission portion, there's usually a distribution or customer service portion, and there's a fuel portion. All the things that we talked about today is addressing the transmission portion of the bill. That transmission portion of the bill is only roughly about 10% of an average bill on any given utility. The bulk of the bill is the distribution side and the fuel cost. So there's two things involved in that. The distribution cost is the measure of how efficient the utility is. And that is the main driver of electric bill at any utility. The fuel cost is going to be your any fuel. So for example, gas, right? We strive as much as possible to reduce the actual amount of fuel volatility that exists in that bill by putting resources online that are essentially fuel cost free. You're taking that fuel volatility, the cost that went up significantly over the last couple of years with the war in Ukraine, and you're reducing that fuel volatility to as little as possible with resources that, again, don't require that fuel. So when we talk about raising rates or raising bills, again, you can focus on that 10%, which is the transmission piece, or you can focus on the other 90%. So while we're trying to address the fuel costs going down for our customers, and we're trying to address having the right transmission investment, there's also a large portion that we have no control over. So that's something that I think you as a committee should be aware of and should understand, because that's really the driver of a lot of increases. So maybe I'll leave it there, because I did want to take as much time. I didn't want to run over on time. I also want to make sure you guys have a chance to ask any questions about generation, transmission, any of the other stuff that we do.
Very good. Committee, Senators Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm not on the Energy Committee. That's why I have all these questions. I don't know crap about any of this, but I'm learning.
I think you know a little bit more than
learning.
you're
I pay a bill.
That's right.
I have a couple of questions. So are you in the generation business at all?
Yes, NextEra is. Yeah, NextEra Energy Resources is our generation arm. So I've been with NextEra for 16 years.
Okay.
I've actually worked.
You generate how?
We actually generate from all different sources. So our utility in Florida is about 80% natural gas. Outside of Florida, we're the largest renewable generating company in the world. So wind, solar, we have 4 nuclear plants, 2 in Florida, 1 in New Hampshire, 1 in Wisconsin. Everything else is pretty much wind and gas, wind and solar and batteries.
And you also build transmission lines, and you're the one building the Blackberry.
NextEra Transmission is building.
Heard about that today.
The Wolf Creek substation to Blackberry substation line. Yes.
Okay. Do you know why your bid was so much lower? I'm assuming it was a lot lower than the others. What's your secret?
I'm not going to give away our secret, but our secret is really in the fact that we have different kind of cost caps. We have schedule guarantees. We have other things that when the independent evaluator panel from SPP took a look at our bid, they found it to be better than anything else that was bid on. So we bring to the table our expertise of building transmission nationally, which does count for something. We bring our balance sheet strength. We bring our operational strength. We have control centers all over the country, and we do this nationally. But we also found that we use other technological advances as well. So Wolf Creek to Blackberry, for example, different conductor sizes matter, right? So that we bring our supply chain and our engineering to the table. All those factors, by the way, including, I know you had a question earlier, including routing, which is considered in the IEP report and is considered after the fact as well for how we address the projects. I think that's our secret. That's what we bring to the table to come up with the best bid.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So just a short follow-up on that last question. My understanding, when we look at what SPP estimated the cost to be, and then when we look at your bid, we don't really know what the other bids were, or we do now at this point.
You do know from the public report. So there's a public and a redacted report, and part of that is that the actual evaluation process is important, right? You don't want to necessarily say, like, you don't want the word to get out about who the bidders are before the actual voting is done. So that's kind of a closely kept secret within the independent evaluator panel, because you want it to be as independent as possible, right? It shouldn't be about NextEra versus Utility A. It should be about Utility A versus Utility B and leave the names out of it.
And then the question that I also have is, I heard Commissioner French say what we really need to focus on is the backbone. For a long time we talked about the clean energy line, or let's take energy from Kansas to Chicago. But what would we be looking at in Kansas if we tried to focus on those bigger lines? I mean, what would be replacing? It's kind of, well, here's a idea. How would we make that work? What would the steps be?
So I think number one, and Commissioner can. I was gonna defer to you at some point. Yeah, he's gonna be out sick. No, I think when we talk about backbone, really what we're referring to is 300 kV and above. That's generally kind of, at least how I think about it. So what you're doing is you're creating, it doesn't have to be new incremental build. It can be rebuilds of existing lines. So for example, taking 230 kV lines and re-insulating them to 345 kV. This way, you're providing a significant amount more transfer capability without necessarily building new lines or encumbering new, land that wasn't previously encumbered by transmission. But at the same time, it's about SPP at a granular level, looking at the grid and saying, how do we create that structure, that backbone structure behind it, behind the resources to accommodate the flows that need to happen. So I'll give you an example because my home in Florida. In Florida, we have what's called a 500 kV system. That is a system that starts in Georgia and basically goes from the Georgia border down to Miami. That is our backbone. So it comes all the way down the state, obviously, or a peninsula, all the way down the state, and it splinters off a little bit going west towards the west coast of Florida. That becomes kind of our hub. And then everything else from there is lower kV lines. So we have a 500 kV system and then 230 kV lines that then lead all the way down to distribution level and all the way down to your home. So you want to create, like Commissioner French was saying, where do you want to focus? Where are you going to get the most bang for your buck? You're not going to get it by replacing some of the lower distribution levels. You're going to get it by creating that network that can efficiently move power from one area to another. It can be within the state. It can be intrastate. That's to be decided by like the actual studies themselves. But it's about having that efficient flow. By the way, the other thing that happens is with higher kV lines, you have much less losses over longer distances as well. So that's another factor that's important. And then I'll tell you finally, the other thing that has been starting to be evaluated is HVDC lines. So high voltage direct current lines. So those are really kind of point to point lines, but those are ones to use for really moving a lot of power, larger distances, 500 miles, 700 miles, other areas. So that's what we mean by creating a backbone, is creating kind of that highway network for electric transmission that is much more coordinated than it's ever been in the past.
So I'm obviously feeling that many of my constituents would love to see additional transmission built where there's already transmission, by what you called wrapping. But would that upgrade, how would that be considered? And maybe I need to ask the SPP tomorrow. How would they consider that on their highway-byway plan?
I think, generally speaking, that would be highway regionally allocated across all of SPP. When you talk about 300 kV and above, you're really talking about the overall footprint having that contribution, which makes sense, like if you think about it, right? Because again, they're larger lines, they move more power longer distances, but they provide the benefit to the entire system, not just to one specific utility, which a lot of local lines do. So when we think about it, going, if you do some upgrades to a 100 kV, 138 kV line in Sunflower's territory, that may have an impact somewhere farther than Sunflower, but probably not a lot. You build 345 kV lines across some of those footprints, you're going to create a lot more benefits across the full region. So therefore, regional allocation is important there.
Any other questions? Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Say, one of your comments was about the 4 to 7 years that it takes to have SPP do the interconnect study. So the purpose of that, of course, is to determine, and I think you're saying what the full impact will be and whether there's available space on that. So are they the ones that can forecast in 4 years, 5 years, what's going to be available on that?
So maybe I'll slightly revise your statement. It's not necessarily about how much capacity is available now. It's what generation I'm trying to bring on in a specific place and where it's going and what the impact of that is going to be. So I'm treating the current problem and addressing the current need of saying whether there is zero capacity at that point or there's 1,000 megawatts at that point. What does my 100 megawatts of interconnection do at that specific point? So it's not about available capacity. It's about the impact that I'm creating regardless. So it's a slightly different way of thinking about it. And if that's not clear, I can revise it if needed.
Well, it's my understanding if there's not available capacity, then the request needs to come along with the construction of transmission to move it, right? So
It's almost regardless though, right? It's almost regardless, right? Yes. If there's zero capacity in a specific area, yes, I'm going to have a lot of what's called network upgrades, which means I'm going to have to build a lot of facilities to accommodate that generation coming online reliably, because it's all about reliability, right? So, you know, I can bring a lot of generation on without the process, but I'm going to go and, you know, burn lines down or create issues. So what I'm going to build for is the reliable transfer of those megawatts from whatever point I'm interconnecting to the rest of the grid. That's not to say that even if there was more capacity available at that point today, that I still wouldn't have network upgrades. That's my point. Like, I may still have costs that are incurred. So I'll give you an example. It's not just building, you know, new transformers or building new lines. It's also about, for example, fiber optic communication, or about replacing old relays to accommodate the fact that now you have new generation coming online. Therefore, that relay has to read multiple points. So the upgrades to the system don't necessarily have to be the really big stuff you're talking about or you're thinking of. It can be smaller things that still cost money, but again, allow that generation to be incorporated in reliably. Does that answer your question?
yes, I think partially, yeah. I mean, you go on in your testimony to say that that it doesn't negatively impact others, right? So it seems like capacity to move the power to whatever market it's intended to serve, if it's not available, would need to be considered in the equation.
Correct.
And you're agreeing with that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And not only that, like, you know, the other thing that you have to look at is, for example, existing generation. So if I'm interconnecting next to another plant, I may negatively impact that plant, whether there's capacity available or not. So I have to address that. So any impacts that are identified to my new generation coming online have to be addressed before I hit the grid. So it's not just transmission, it's not just building, but it's also, you know, looking at what other generations available. I don't want to impact somebody else's path, right? Essentially.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Matt, I appreciate your testimony. And the call of time, we're going to have to move on a little bit here.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Savati, would you like about 60 seconds to talk about grain belt real quick? I know this is on.
Senator, good afternoon. Kimberly Ginsher Swati. And Senator Francisco asked a question about the Grain Belt Express, which had been developed by Clean Line Energy and is now under the process of being developed by Evergy. And so that project actually is designed to take 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts of any type of generation, largely in Southwest Kansas. The injection point would be Dodge City, and then move it to points east in Missouri, and then up into the essentially Chicago area. And so that is a backbone type of project. It's not interconnected into the full transmission system, but it is taking a lot of power that would otherwise have to go on to the SPP interconnected grid, and it is allowing it to be moved to market. And that project is paid for fully by the off-takers of the project. It is not paid for at all by Kansas ratepayers. So that's a type of project that could be constructed, as well as some additional, 345 kV backbone projects. So if that helps.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the next one, we've got a written testimony from Paul Sinelli. It's actually a white paper. I would encourage everybody to read it. I've looked through it and it's very informative. It's neutral as they go through it. So I thought it was just a fascinating read. With that, I'd like to move on to ITC Holdings. We've got Charles Marshall here, Vice President, Transmission Planning. Welcome to the committee, and you have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I am Chuck Marshall, as mentioned. I just want to thank all of you for the opportunity to get in front of this committee today. Transmission in particular is something that's important to me. It's something that I've spent the last 20 years of my career pursuing. I'm pretty passionate about it. And so I think it's just important and kind of commendable that you all would assemble and provide us an opportunity to to speak to, at least from my perspective, transmission. One thing I would note is, as mentioned, sort of 20 years of my career, and actually all of those 20 years have been for the same organization, ITC Holdings. I've had an opportunity to work in a variety of capacities within the organization. Transmission planning, per my title, I'm the Vice President of Transmission Planning. The one thing that I would note is, of all things that I've done for ITC, I would say transmission planning is the most challenging. And it's potentially not the most challenging for the obvious reason. I think the obvious reason, at least from my perspective, would be, well, because it's technical in nature, it's sort of complex, it's an interconnected system. But in my experiences, that is not the reason that transmission planning is challenging. It's largely because of the fact that it's the diverse stakeholders. It's so many different stakeholders with different perspectives, bringing different things to the table. Does everybody have a copy of my testimony? Okay, thank you, perfect. So I know it's been a busy day today, and you probably didn't have an opportunity to read my testimony in advance, which is perfectly okay. I will say that I did spend a fair amount of effort sort of trying to represent what it is I wanted to represent in my testimony. So if you happen to be kind of paging through the testimony and you see something and it's just like, yeah, I don't understand, I can't connect the dots, please, point me to that section to the best of my ability. I'll try to be responsive to any inquiries and questions, but hopefully you'll find some value in that. So to start today, really, I just wanted to tell a little bit of a story. Unfortunately, there's somewhat of a history lesson here, so you'll have to bear with me just for a couple minutes, but at least in my opinion, I think there's a fair amount to be learned from sort of the history, kind of where we've been and how that got us to where we are today. So to start, our industry, clearly high voltage electric transmission, why is it here? Like, why does it exist? What's the relevance? Like, why do we need transmission? And so to have some appreciation and understanding for that, I think you need to go back to the beginning. And where we started as an industry roughly 100 years ago is we built generation all over the place. And largely that generation was built in close proximity to load. So you built it, you delivered it, and customers benefited from that, right? There was a charge that we wanted to electrify society. And so over time, as customers had access to more energy and electricity, we sort of set expectation of, this is a great thing. We like energy, we like reliability. And from an industry perspective, we figured out there's a better way to do that, because I think that's an undercurrent or sort of that constant drum that's always pounding from a transmission planning perspective of, like, what's the most cost-effective way to serve customers? And so we started doing that. You started building bigger infrastructure. So these centralized generation units maybe were a handful of megawatts, and now maybe are dozens of megawatts, or in an extreme scenario back years ago, hundreds of megawatts. And so you started to recognize, well, we need to have a reliable system. And so what does a reliable system look like? Well, in a reliable system, you can have sort of redundancy. So you have a generation facility, and then you have a backup generation facility for that facility. Well, what if you take the first out and you've got the second? Now your second's your only unit, and then you need to back up to that. So you sort of have redundancy within redundancy within redundancy. And that's where, in my view, electric transmission, kind of high voltage electric transmission, came on the scene. There was recognition that if we pool our resources, right, not just operate as a utility, but if you coordinate with your neighbors, there's efficiency that can come from that coordination. So it was like, well, how do we do that? And so we started building interconnection, regional we're talking about backbone infrastructure. We started to build backbone infrastructure roughly, I would say, about 50 plus years ago, maybe a little bit more than that. How did we get to a point where we were actually building backbone infrastructure? Well, I think this is important because this is kind of the crux of everything that I want to share today. Is you had utilities that were largely like-minded utilities that came together, and they had a common vision and a common goal. And there was an opportunity to operate what I would consider in a safe space and have open and honest conversations around what they think the future looks like, right? So if you're going to connect to your neighbors, you need to understand what your neighbors' goals are, what your goals are, and what you can do to mutually sort of build to satisfy both of those goals. And we build out this grid, right? This grid that has served us well largely for the last, I would say, 50 to 70 years. So the rest of kind of this history lesson is we got to a turning point right around the year, I would say 2000. When we arrived at 2000, the infrastructure that we had built kind of 50 years ago, there was recognition that we'd kind of exhausted that infrastructure. Even though the infrastructure was never static, we had built forward with a mindset looking forward enough ahead, so we had adequate infrastructure for kind of that 50-year horizon. So we got to 2000, and we started having conversations around, well, what does the future look like? What infrastructure do we need for the next 50 years? So right around that same time was the development of SPP, the Southwest Power Pool, and MISO, and many different RTOs across the country. And once again, like we did, 50 years prior, utilities started to come together and they said, we need to build out infrastructure. How do we do it in the most cost-effective way? Well, those individuals that were working for the utilities right around that year 2000 were not the same individuals that were working for the utility 50 years prior. They had only focused on the operation of the infrastructure, not the actual development of the infrastructure. So now we had to get together and had conversations around, well, how are we going to build it? How are we going to pay for it? What does it look like? Where does it go? Who do we partner with? What do our neighbors think? And so we started to do some of that. And for some of you that may have been around in the state of Kansas in particular, there was KEDA, there was the V plan, and then obviously SPP was sort of facilitating these conversations, right? And so we had ultimately what became this priority projects and balanced portfolio. And we talked about, even today in the context of sort of highway-byway. And so we were building in kind of the first decade of this century, meaningful infrastructure that was really moving us forward. The one thing that I caution, actually, we talked about this a little bit today, is we are utilities, right? And inherently, utilities are risk averse and relatively conservative. And so when we got together again to decide that we need to build out infrastructure, I think we had kind of a conservative mindset. And so while there was discussions, much like the discussions today, that infrastructure should have been sort of like extra high voltage, like 765 or 500 kV, what actually was produced from the planning process was 345 kV, which is still good infrastructure, but unfortunately, it wasn't as forward-looking as sort of the 765 infrastructure would have been, which potentially would have alleviated, not all of them, certainly not all of them. Some of the conversations that we've had today with Sunflower and Mid-Kansas, had we built the infrastructure we were talking about in the early 2000s, I think it would have mitigated some of the issues that we've talked about today. So why are we having a conversation today around transmission? Clearly, the world continues to change. And so we talked about the first decade. Well, as we transitioned from the first decade of this century into kind of the second decade of this century, there was a order that was issued out of FERC. Many of you have probably heard of this order. It's referred to as Order 1000. And Order 1000 effectively attempted to further incentivize and encourage a regional build out of transmission infrastructure. At least that's my opinion. That's my perception of what Order 1000 attempted to accomplish. At face value, I would say it was kind of billed as the panacea of this will take care of all future transmission issues. If we introduce competition in the transmission space, it'll resolve the issues that we have concerning transmission. And I myself, actually, at one point in time, thought there was a lot of value to this. It's like, well, competition is good. I'm an American. That's sort of the operating philosophy. Competition is a good thing. Generally, it results in the desired result, or it results in the desired results. What we actually learned, though, in the second decade of this century is electric transmission and competition are largely incompatible. And specifically, when I think about what we've learned is competition in the transmission space results in project delays. So why do we build transmission? We largely build transmission to drive value to customers. So if you're delaying the development of that transmission, you're delaying the value that's delivered to customers. The other thing that I've experienced that I think we've all collectively sort of experienced more recently, kind of across the footprint, is what competition in the transmission space is done is it's created an alignment of and unified sort of landowners. So now when we as the utility go to build the things that we need to build, there's additional sort of resistance to the infrastructure that we need to construct. And so with that additional resistance, it results in changes in designs, cost, legal fees and bills. And so in essence, it raised the cost of otherwise the infrastructure that we would need to construct as we have additional hurdles that we have to kind of overcome. But more importantly, and this is kind of the crux of everything, is when you have an environment where there's a threat of competition in a utility space that's ultra conservative mindset, it pushes people apart. It sends people apart. How did we build the infrastructure, as I just said, 50 to 70 years ago to build out the grid that we have today? People coming together, sharing their goals, sort of their aspirations, what we need to do to serve our customers and our load. And you need those people to be united. So in this space that we're today, and what we again learned in this sort of second decade, is that Ord 1000 drives people apart. And so you're not building the right infrastructure that you actually need to build. You're building a piecemeal system that incrementally sort of builds out the system, as opposed to much of the discussion today has been around backbone regional transmission solutions. Why are we not seeing those backbone regional transmission solutions? Because people won't come together because of the fact that there's risk and there's uncertainty in this environment today. And so if there's risk and uncertainty, then you largely want to take greater ownership of what you can so you can reliably serve your customers. So how does this manifest in the SPP planning process? Well, it manifests in the SPP planning process when utilities are providing information to SPP and they're building futures, right? What is the future going to look like? Those are more conservative futures. So conservative futures don't produce regional infrastructure. And so that's just, I think, a very important point, that the reason that we're not seeing the infrastructure isn't because the planning process is broken. It's not because SPP is broken. It's not because MISO is broken. It's because of the fact that you've got utilities that now don't feel like they can operate in a safe space like we did 50 to 70 years ago to actually share the information that would provide an opportunity to move things forward, because there's too much uncertainty in that space. But what I would also say today is when FERC did issue Ord 1000, they provided an opportunity for utilities, I should say states, they provided an opportunity for states to sort of stand up and be empowered from a perspective of ROFR legislation and if you actually look at where many of the states have went, in MISO in particular, you've seen that many of those states have passed that ROFR legislation, right of first refusal, which is resulted in now regional infrastructure moving forward once again. So I know MISO is our neighbor to the east, but if you look at what MISO's accomplished more recently in terms of the long-range transmission plan, Tranche 1, they're working on a Tranche 2 right now, is utilities coming together, working in collaboration of MISO to build some of that regional infrastructure that we've been talking about. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Committee, any questions? Not seeing any at this time, Carl.
Yep.
Representative Turner.
Thank you. I'm wondering, you're talking about if left to your own devices, you would have built a 765 instead of a 375. Wouldn't there be a problem getting that into rates at a point where it would be potentially deemed as being overbuilt?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, so I wouldn't necessarily say there would be a problem getting that into rates as much as there would be a problem with advancing those solutions within the planning process. And so, again, as part of the planning process, you have all stakeholders kind of coming together to say, okay, what infrastructure do we need? And so if everybody's largely in alignment and agreement, then that type of infrastructure will move forward. And once approved, then you would have the ability to recover your cost and sort of collect, generate a revenue requirement. But at the point in time when some of the KEDA and the V-Plan projects were moving forward, there wasn't a level of comfort with the stakeholders to actually move the projects forward at a 345 or at a 765 kV level. Thus the fact that the 345.
So I didn't get to go, or I wasn't able to go on a tour. They just took down to SPP. Do you know what SPP has planned? I mean, we're talking about that Southwest Kansas area. I thought I had heard that there's some small, we've heard testimony earlier that there's some small lines anticipated. Do you share that view?
I don't have all the details on exactly what's going on specifically in that geography. I know there was mention today of, I know we do have a pending interconnection at our Saddle substation, which is HVDC, which is a different technology. But to my knowledge, most of what I see moving forward within the SPP planning process is more what I would consider local solutions, like the ones that we've talked about today, that don't have the benefit of the regional cost allocation.
Any other questions? All right. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
The trip here and your testimony. Next up, and it looks like the final ones for the day, we've got Evergy, got Steve Vetch. I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong. VP of Transmission, and Mo Awad, Director of Transmission. I think you're each going to come up separately, but I was asked to hold questions until you're both done, and then we'll just pile the questions on. So they're going to get him. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. We put you up a little bit early. So.
You're all right. I had a gopher, so good. Good afternoon. I am Steve Vetch. I am the Vice President of Transmission at Evergy. My responsibilities are to construct, maintain, and operate the day-to-day system of our transmission system. I brought with me today Mo Awad, so we're going to kind of split our duties up here a little bit. I'm going to give a state of the system, an overview of kind of what we're working on and the challenges that we have. And Mo's going to touch a little bit on some policy stuff. So with that, can we get to the next slide? All right, so some of the challenges that we have with the grid at Evergy, at least the transmission system. First of all, the grid is aged, and an aged grid is just not as reliable or resilient as a non-aged grid or a newer grid. Another aspect of our grid is that we are seeing more and more volatile weather in our service territory, and a less reliable grid just does not stand up to the weather like the one before. We're also seeing increase of threat actors on our system. So with this increase, we must increase our attention to these actors. And then lastly, I'll talk about a load pocket. So a load pocket is an area of our system that is designed, or maybe not designed, with redundancy or resiliency in mind. Mo's going to talk about this a little bit in his comments today. But generally, we've got a couple pockets on our system that are in need of repair to make sure that we're providing the resiliency and redundancy to Kansas customers. Okay, this is a depiction of our transmission system by age. If you look at the bar on the far right, what you'll see here is that 45% of our transmission system is over 50 years old. So I'll let that hang there just a second. 45% of our transmission system is 50 years old or older. If you move one bar to the left, that's letting us know that 19% of our transmission system is more than 40 years old, or between 40 and 49 years old. So collectively, those two graphs together are letting us know that our transmission system, 65% of it is more than 40 years old. And we've got about 6,000 miles of transmission system on our Evergy system, so nearly about 4,000 miles is nearing either its end of its useful life, is at its useful life, or is beyond its useful life. And the last thing I would mention on this slide is that at the rate that we have historically been investing in our transmission system, the two bars on the far right grow a little bit each year, adding about 15 miles of transmission per year to the bar on the far right. Okay, I get often asked, how do you guys determine what you're going to work on? Like what decision makers do you use, or what drives you to make the decisions that you make? And I would say this, our transmission system and the projects we choose are generally landing into two camps. They are either mandated to us or they are performance-based. The mandated projects fall into about 5 different areas. So the National Electric Safety Code projects are projects that we work on to bring our current infrastructure up to the latest standard. We also get notices to construct from the Southwest Power Pool. The Southwest Power Pool is our reliability coordinator. If they have identified an issue on our system that requires us to go build or increase the capacity of the system, they would issue to us what's called an NTC, and we would execute on those projects. Projects that serve existing load. So I would say load that is growing organically and needs additional infrastructure to serve it. We have this probably most, say often or most prevalent in Johnson County. And then new customers that show up on our grid that are maybe less of an organic addition to the load and is somewhat of a new industrial customer. Panasonic would be a really good example of that. And then something folks may or may not think about is back post-World War II, when we built out a lot of our transmission system in the 50s and 60s, a lot of it was placed in the road right-of-way. So either city or state road right-of-way. And as people are moving into the communities, the roads are not as adequate as they were before due to the amount of people that are living there. The cities or the states are adding turning lanes, widening the roads. And as a result of that, we are asked to move out of the road right away. As a response to that, we move our infrastructure. We find likely private easement to obtain and find an alternate path from substation to substation. And then performance projects, certainly making up the bulk of our investment. And performance projects are just that. These are projects that are intended to improve the resiliency and reliability of the grid, and by their very nature, improve the performance. I'm looking for slide 5. Okay. Yes, this is it. So what this pie chart is indicating is that 98% of the investments that we make on our performance projects are invested in parts of our infrastructure that are more than 40 years old. So I think when I look at this slide, I feel like our customers are getting the best bang for their dollar as we're investing in the parts of our system that are antiquated, aged, and performing most poorly. We take into consideration things as the criticality of the load that may be being served by the line. Is the line redundant? Does it have an alternate feed? But generally, parts of the system that we're working on are more than 40 years old, 80%. Or sorry, 98%. Okay. This apparatus is called a yoke plate. And this one is on the Wolf Creek to Rose Hill 345 transmission line. And I want to show this picture really for a couple different reasons. A lot of times when folks are looking at our infrastructure, and it has a broken crossarm or it has a broken crossarm brace, has a leaning pole, the imperfections are easier to see. This one is not, right? So this would be us in a helicopter taking a close-up view of this transmission line and finding something that likely isn't obvious to most everybody. And I'll move your attention to the little circular picture on the right, kind of the blowout there. And this is what metal on metal degradation looks like after about 40 years. So left without a replacement of this yoke plate, that line is certainly going to fall at some point in the future. It is almost all the way worn through the yoke plate. We have gone all the way through this line, identified every yoke plate that had wear that looked anything like this, and have replaced it. We have also done an inspection on the other yoke plates on the rest of our high voltage transmission lines and remediated those issues. Consequences of failure on this line, certainly none of them good. If this line were to fall, there's likelihood that we could potentially start a fire. Certainly that is in my mind and the minds of the folks at Evergy here, certainly in the recent history. There's definitely going to be an outage on this line. This is one line that feeds Wolf Creek. That plant cannot run at full capacity without all three of its 345 lines available. So when this line were to fall, it likely would take additional structures with it. And that line or that plant would be reduced in its ability to output power until this line is back in service. And with that, I will yield for Mo.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Mo Awad. I'm Director of Transmission Operations at Evergy. My responsibilities include maintaining the reliability and the integrity of the transmission system and the operations of the system. Steve did a good job talking about the aging infrastructure and the system, how it's getting old and it causes reliability headaches and it goes out of service and it causes operation. So I'm here to capitalize on my old job in a prior life. I was a transmission planner at Evergy as well. So a lot of these projects we dreamt back then when I was an engineer back in 2007. And I'm glad to see that they're on the list because they've been a headache back then and they continue to be a headache today. So what I'm highlighting here today is a bunch of projects all over the state of Kansas that will help improve the reliability of the system and upgrade it to the way that our customers expect power quality to be the way electricity is used today, which is not the same what it used to be when these lines were built. Standards have changed, standards have evolved over the years. The way they were designed, things were acceptable back then, they are not acceptable today. So what I'm going to talk about is probably the first line I will touch on is called Altoona to Butler. So it starts in El Dorado and it ends in near Independence, Kansas. It's about 75-mile line. That line was built in 1924. So next year we will celebrate 100 years. It'll be 100 years old. That line does not have an insulator on it. So every time we have a storm, weather, lightning strikes, that line's out of service. And and it's one of the most heavily loaded lines, or at least it has the potential to load up more power. However, because of that small conductor, we cannot ship more power across to serve the load where it needs to be. And that line was identified on NERC's most congested facilities of its class, 138 kV voltage in the Eastern Interconnection. That's all the entire grid in the East, west of the Rockies, north of Texas, the entire grid to the East Coast. That's one of the most congested lines. So we plan to rebuild that 75-mile line by 2025. In the process, that gives us the opportunity to make a great improvement for the city of Eureka, south of Emporia. City of Eureka has a single transmission line, 40 miles line of 115 kV radial line that feeds the city that experiences a lot of reliability issues and outages. Most of the time it's hard to maintain as well because it's a radial transmission line. So what we plan to do is that line runs near Eureka. So what we plan to do is tap the line, build a new substation and provide another feed into the city of Eureka, providing it another source into the area, and that will improve the overall Emporia area as well. So that's the Altoona to Butler. I'm going to talk about the next two in tandem. So Marmaton to Litchfield, Marmaton Neosho. So they're pretty much in the Pittsburgh Parsons areas. These are, again, 1950s, 1960s, poor design, a lot of operations on these lines, causing a lot of congestion, operational headaches when they go out, because from a transmission perspective, anytime we have an outage on the line, we have to operate the line anticipating the next single contingency. So we have to plan for outages as well on top of the line that's being out and operate the system reliably. So what we plan to do is to rebuild these approximately 40-mile lines each. We plan to rebuild those by 2030 as well. The next project, County Line here in Topeka to Arnold in Atchison, that's one of the oldest lines in the state. That line was built in the 1920s as well, and it used to go from Atchison all the way to Topeka on to Junction City, Salina, and straight south to Hutchinson. And one of the first lines that was built in the state. And that portion is still the original portion between Topeka and Atchison. It goes through Valley Falls, Nortonville, and on to Atchison. What we plan to do, or in the process of doing, and hopefully we would wrap up this project in 24, is this is a double circuit 69 kV line with no insulation as well, because that was an acceptable standard back then. And every time we have a storm, an issue, again, that line's out, affecting a lot of customers between Topeka and Atchison. So what we are doing is converting the line to 115 kV. So we completely eliminate the 69 kV, upgrade to a higher reliability project voltage, and tap the substations as in and out. So providing another feed. So if we lose one side, we would still have another side feeding the substation, not just a tap on the line. Finally, in the Salina area, we would go in west. We have a 230 kV line, again, poor standard, lots of weather-driven outages from lightning strikes, vegetation, or I'm sorry, not vegetation, wildlife. That would cause a lot of outages on the line. So we plan to rebuild that line by 2030 as well. So as you can see, we are trying to rebuild the oldest lines in the state that are critical for load pockets in our territory. Steve mentioned load pockets, and he said that I will talk about it later, and Parsons is one of them. Parsons is one of the load pockets that we're trying to look at and see what the future holds for Parsons, because a lot of load addition or economic growth would want to connect, for example, near the Great Plains Industrial Park. However, power quality is not an issue. It is an issue that prevents us from connecting certain customers that expect a certain level of reliability. Some of these lines on what we call the 69 kV Parsons Loop that feeds Labatt, Altamont, and many other smaller towns, they are built as taps. So if the line goes out, those customers will see a blink, or they will have a power outage on the system. Some of these lines were built in the 30s, 50s, and 60s, feeding the area. The power quality standards that customers expect today from continuity, and even sometimes when we have a voltage dip that we don't even recognize here in this room, but it prevents industrial customers from operating their processes, they are sensitive to that, while we might notice it here in this room. So what we plan to do is replace the 69 kV with 138 kV, and instead of having a tap, then we would make it an in and out as well. So each substation will have two feeds into it. So if we lose one side, there will be another side feeding into the substation. So that would be the ultimate design. And this is a 10-year plan. This is not a simple plan. It's over 10 years with a lot of money. So this is the strategic goal for Parsons, and we'll slowly work towards it as time and budget allow. I realize I'm between you and a cold Diet Coke, so I'm going to go quickly through the slides and get to the cost allocation. You've seen the slide many times. Cost allocation SPV, probably everybody has memorized the slides. So I'm going to address some of the comments that were made earlier and where we stand on them as Evergy. As you know, Evergy is about 20% of the SPP. Evergy, we have 3 zones. So we have the EKC zone, which is the legacy Westar zone. We have KCPL zone, Evergy Metro, and we have the GMO zone, Evergy Missouri West. So collectively, all 3 are 20% of SPP. However, transmission cost allocation is based on the zone where construction is taking place. So for this purpose, we'll talk about Westar, or formerly Westar, or EKC. So projects that get allocated by SPP, EKC bears approximately 10% of the cost. If it's 345 kV regionally allocated. Otherwise, it's 2/3, 1/3. Some of the cost allocation issues that were discussed today about what we should do from Sunflower and Midwest. Some great comments, and I kind of agree with a lot of my colleagues that I worked with and respect over the years that we do have an issue in cost allocation. SPP grew over the years. I mean, Kansas was the border of SPP, and since then Nebraska has been joined SPP in the upper Missouri zone. So SPP has expanded a lot. So it warrants, do they have a point? Yes, they do. Is it warranted to take a look in the cost allocation process? Then yes, we agree that the cost allocation should be evaluated. However, it should not be a Band-Aid solution. It should be an issue that should be discussed through the stakeholder process to make sure there are no unintended consequences from a single solution. And then run alternatives and studies and determine the impact to various zones before we decide on the next cost allocation. And there's a lot happening in SPP right now when it comes to allocation, specifically the consolidated planning process, CPP, is evaluating possible charges to generators, so access charges to generators. There's another initiative to look at the zones, whether when we drew the zones back then, it was one company, okay, you're a zone by yourself. Does that make sense for the future going forward? So possibly expanding the zones would expand the number of customers that you would have in a zone, and you would spread the cost across a bigger base. So that's an initiative that's going in SPP. Can't think, but there's one more. So, cost allocation, it's something we should be looking at through the SPP stakeholder process. So we do support the look at it. With that, I believe this is my last slide. It's just a look. In 2020, we ran a study to determine the impact. What happens if we did not do projects that we planned on, and there were projects from 2020 to 2025. And this is just all T&D, not just transmission. And the study showed that if we do not execute on our plan, then we would experience a degradation of reliability because our system is aging faster than we could replace it. So we would see approximately in our SAIDI, which is a metric we use to determine that the utility industry uses as a metric to measure reliability in minutes. On average per customer, we would see approximately 20 more minutes per average per customer increase if we do not execute on our plan. And if we did, and these are for projects through 2025, then we would see approximately 6 minutes improvement in SAIDI, which is measured in minutes per average per customer. And with that is my entire presentation. I'll pause for questions. I'll either take it if it's SPP or policy related, or punt it to Steve.
Thank you to both. Committee questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, this is probably just my brain trying to catch up at the end of the day, and you may have said this, but this is a question I kind of had after Senator Francisco asked this, but when we look at rebuilds of transmission lines, which you kind of focus on, that there's obviously a lot of transition line projects that need to be had to upgrade. And while you're making these upgrades, you increase the voltage going through these transmission lines. Now, when it comes to the cost allocation model, do you pay for the additional wattage that you're adding onto there, or are you paying for the whole new line? So when you're looking at the transmission line in the cost allocation, are you looking at the new transmission line voltage or the additional voltage that you're adding on?
So typically it's either a rebuild in kind. So sometimes, Steve, do you want to take this? So it's either a rebuild in kind, like let's assume it's a 69 or a 138 kV voltage line. Sometimes it's a rebuild at the same voltage. Or sometimes if it's a 69 kV in an area where more capacity is needed or will be needed in the future, then we would rebuild it as a 138 kV. That would give us 2 or 3 times the capacity of what a 69 kV line would for a minor incremental cost, because what changes is the insulation or minor changes in poles. But the increase is minimal, but the benefit's it's like almost 3 times. So it depends. However, both of them, if there's no NTC from SPP, then all of those would remain in the local zone. The cost allocation would stay in EKC, for example. If there is an NTC from SPP, then part of it would be spread out. If it's below 300 kV, then 1/3 would go to the region.
That's helpful for me to know, because I was trying to understand now, if we decide to upgrade some of these transmission lines throughout our state, we don't have a ton that fall in the 300 and above. What does that look like in the rebuild process? And is it, cheaper, more affordable to be able to do that? Or is building new lines just around the same price? But it seems like it is a good bang for your buck, adding more voltage on an existing transmission line.
And it depends on the situation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, I've got more questions for you all than time would permit. I'll try to get what I can done. Going back to your last slide you showed us, reliability of service. I'm trying to figure out what the significance of the slide is. I think you're telling me that if you don't continue with capital improvements of all kinds, or if you don't increase your capital improvements, which are we looking at here? Continue. That I can expect to be, quote, 20. Does that mean out 20 minutes per year, per month, per week? Is it minutes? What is it?
It is minutes.
Okay.
So this is 20 minutes on average per customer.
And if you execute your 2024 capital plan, how much time can I expect to be without service after that work is done?
Okay, so this is only looking at these projects that were in the plan. It doesn't take into account the remaining.
Let's assume that I'm served by a line, as I'm going to be, unfortunately, that you all are rebuilding. What's it going to be after you've executed the plan? It's going to be 20 minutes a year the way it is now. I should expect to be without power. How much after you've executed this plan?
Well, that specific line, I don't know, but overall, we hope that we file our metrics, reliability metrics with the commission on a quarterly or annual basis. I believe it's annual.
I'm trying to find a number of minutes. You can tell me you've projected.
I don't have it on me, but I'm happy to take that.
Okay, well, let me go about it.
Get you an answer.
Let me go about it differently. Your chart shows 20 up here.
Right.
Okay. Then on green, which if you do your plan, it shows -6.
That is correct.
Now, that could mean I could expect to be without power for 14 minutes. Or I could expect to be without power for -6 minutes, which makes no sense at all to me.
So it's an improvement. So real number, let's assume the average SAIDI is 120 minutes. So average customers typically, I'm just going to use a round typical number, it's about 120 minutes. So let's assume what that slide is saying is if we do not execute on that plan, then that average number that you would expect at your home of 120 minutes now becomes 140. If we execute on that
money, I get 20 more minutes of service at my house. Is that what this is all about?
20 minutes of additional outage duration. So your power.
Yeah, I'm without power for 20 additional minutes per year. Instead of 120 minutes, I'm without power for 140 minutes a year. And I'm paying all this money for that 20 minutes. Is that the goal? Okay, that was a philosophical question. Let me ask you something more specific with the chair's permission. At the time of the merger, what was Evergy's capital expenditure in Kansas for improvements for reliability or resiliency? How much money were you spending, 5 years ago, I guess it is now?
I apologize. I do not have that information on me.
Okay, well, how much are you spending this year?
About 600?
Yeah.
Neighborhood of 600 million.
600 million. And if everything you want to do is approved, how much are you planning to spend 5 years from now per year?
I would anticipate it would be at the same level.
Well, my information is that you've roughly doubled or tripled your expected capital expenditure from what it was at the time of the merger to what you predict you're going to be spending here in a few years. Now, I may be wrong on my numbers, but what in the world happened in the last 5 years that now requires a doubling, a tripling, a quadrupling of capital expenditure? Surely it's not climate change that accounts for all of this.
A lot has happened. So T&D, I mean, on both sides. I mean, you look at like a single transmission project. So let's look at Northeast Parsons by itself. That's $220 million just for Parsons project. So in the collective, when you say 600 million, I know it is a lot. But when you look at the Parsons solution, it eats up 1/3 of a 1-year budget. And that's
what
one
I'm
project.
having trouble accepting as fact.
Yeah.
You were able to get along at a number much less, that you were performing routine maintenance. No doubt you were taking care of that Rose Hill uh, to Wolf Creek transmission line. No doubt you were inspecting it. No doubt when a buckle like that was failing, you've been replacing it. What in the world has happened other than a demand for a higher return on shareholder equity in the past 3 years that accounts for the dramatic increase in planned capital expenditure for resiliency and reliability, especially if it's only going to gain me an extra 20 minutes of lights on a year, as opposed to 2 hours out, I'm only going to be, or excuse me, as opposed to 2 hours and 20 minutes, I'm only going to be out for 2 hours? What happened? Other than a demand for a higher return on shareholder equity. What is different now than it was 5 years ago?
No, Representative Carmichael, we did have a Kansas capital plan. We did have a presentation answering specifically all these questions, and we showed that, you know, the increase prior to merger and post mergers. But I apologize, I do not have those numbers with me. But we will take an action item to respond with the actual numbers of
Can
the
you at
increase.
least answer what has changed? What is the dramatic change other than the advent at one point of Elliott Management and Blue Stream or Blue Sky or somebody wanting to increase shareholder return? What structural event, what climatic event, what has happened to account for a 2 or 3-fold increase in capital expenditure other than dissident shareholder pressure?
Why don't, I'd like to have a follow-up action item on them now.
Okay,
We'll move.
I've said more than my share, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Representative.
Unfortunately, I didn't get any answers.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of that follow-up, I'd be very interested in how much of the Evergy infrastructure was built at what time. You know, we're seeing that it's over 50 years old. So is there a particular year that we saw a lot of expansion in Evergy, and so all of a sudden we're worried about the lines that are 50 years and older? I will report that my bicycle is celebrating its 50th birthday this year. So, and still going strong, but we have worked on maintenance. And so then the other question, and this came home to me during Winter Storm Uri and some of the reporting, that there were particular industries, you know, if you did automotive paint, you know, all of a sudden, if you get shut down, then it's 2 days before they can get back up on their, and so how do you manage, when we're talking about this reliability, those customers like hospitals, like those industries that are using a lot of robotics? Is there a way that you're managing their reliability that goes beyond the fact that the squirrel again got fried on the line right outside my house?
I would say when it comes to load shed during storm events, is that the question? How do we manage around that?
Not Winter Storm Uri, but what are the special considerations made for those industries that really count on that reliability?
We typically have a customer care team that works directly with those, you know, customers, large customers, if there's any industrial need or specific power quality issue. And they communicate with them, you know, as far as coordinating planned outages. If there's a planned outage that we need to take an outage on a transformer or a breaker where they have to either reduce load or completely shut down, then we typically work around their maintenance schedule and try to schedule those maintenance issues in our substations when they're down or planning to be. We try to coordinate that. If it's a forced outage, then at that point we have no consideration, and we'll try to focus on restoring the system. But we let the customer care team manage the communication that it's a forced outage.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your presentations. The question that I would have is if you guys have any idea, with you guys being 20% of SPP, what the other 80%, are they having these kind of problems? Just trying to get a correlation of where we're at in the system with SPP. So You ever had a conversation on that?
I would say Oklahoma would be very similar to Kansas. So I would say Oklahoma area is pretty much should be in a similar boat. I'm not sure about Nebraska. I don't have a lot of knowledge there in any other area, but definitely Oklahoma should be very similar to Kansas.
Would SPP be able to give us that kind of information, Mr. Chairman? Just to get an idea. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I would like to make one comment, I think, on Senator Francisco's question about the power outages. Having worked in an industry that could not lose power, we actually had contracts set up specifically that allowed you, if you will, Evergy, whomever, to take power down periodically planned, but we had backup power in place, generators. So that might be one of the things gets you around. So as far as our equipment and so forth, it never seen a difference there. Wasn't even a blip. But also curious, in the future as we move on, is there plans or a vision within Evergy to put together the old, I'm going to call it KCP&L, the KPL, the Westar, all those are different companies now, different rate zones. So like as we're seeing KC Metro may take a rate reduction here, Kansas Central is going to have a slight increase. In the future, do we see that as one where maybe one can balance the other one out?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would say you mentioned KCP&L being a multi-state company in its infancy, right? So that's going to add additional complexity to what we would have seen, say, with KG&E and KP&L in the early 90s. I think there will be work that will take place that will hopefully move us in that direction, but how long it would take and what the end result actually would look like, I think at this point is still a little bit unknown.
Is something you're kind of working toward though in the future?
Yeah, certainly we're trying to, become one company, right? So that simplifies things for us. One platform across the entire company. It's part of cost savings that we have achieved and are planning to achieve in the future. So anything that we can do that moves us kind of under one tent, if you will, is something that we see as a benefit, but there's certainly hurdles in place.
Okay. Thank you. I am going to shut this down at 5. If you have a short question, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on the chair's question, allocation question, the Ad Astra tract in Johnson County, where the Panasonic plant is going. I am told that tract is in the Evergy Central Service territory rather than the Evergy Metro, meaning that my constituents in Wichita get to pay for the capital improvements in association with that plant and may also get to pay for up to a 40% discount on the commercial rates that the Panasonic plant pays because we passed legislation contrary to my vote to incentivize new businesses. Is that true?
The Panasonic plant has a significant amount of infrastructure that will be required to serve it. Some of it will serve only the plant, which will be picked up by Panasonic.
Yeah.
The parts of the grid that are serving Panasonic, but also serve the rest of Kansas, that will be attributed to our local zone. There is also work going on at the transmission level that we are hopeful to receive an NTC from the Southwest Power Pool on, which would regionally allocate some of the high voltage work that would be required to serve Panasonic and the surrounding area.
My question is, though, do my constituents in Wichita pay for that? Or do people in Johnson County pay for 38 miles of transition and 2 substations?
Yeah, so the entire customer base of EKC would share in the cost of that. What I would tell you about all of Panasonic.
Evergy, Kansas Central, when you say EKC,
yes, sir.
That's Wichita, Topeka, Emporia, but not Johnson County for the most part.
Yeah. So the other side of that equation is the revenue that the plant will generate. So think of Panasonic in this respect. From a load standpoint, it's about the size of Manhattan, the city of Manhattan. So it's going to generate significant revenues, and we believe in addition to the cost of the infrastructure, cost to serve to Kansas customers.
Well, Mr. Chair, our time is limited, but I know this. If they get the 40% discount, in essence, my constituents are going to buy Panasonic 2 years of power during that 5 years of 40% discount. I'm not happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. With that, I do appreciate you guys standing up here and taking the questions and being here today. So we will close it down, planning on starting tomorrow, 9 a.m. And until then, we are adjourned. Thank you. Do what?